Streets. Okay, so today we're going to be picking up with some Timberborn. This is a game I played a whole bunch on the channel, and full disclosure, this stream is going to be sponsored. Is sponsored, not going to be. It is sponsored. The devs are compensating me for this and everything, so if that matters to you, that's the thing. I have played this game many times on the channel, even without sponsorships and all that stuff. I very much enjoy the game. It is one I highly recommend. For those unfamiliar with Timberborn, it is a survival city builder. Survival city builders, you might think of like Banished and Farthest Frontier and all that, where the normal thing you'll see is like spring, winter, fall. You get your firewood, you get your clothes, you get your food, and then you ride out the winter, and then you repeat. And they might have like attacks or random events or whatever. Timberborn takes this model and changes it quite a bit. So thematically, you are playing on Earth in a post-apocalyptic world where the dominant species are sentient beavers. Humanity wiped itself out through unspecified means, and the beavers are now in charge. You've got two factions. You've got the Folktail and the Iron Teeth. And then, like one works with nature to try and be in collaboration with it, that they basically said, hey, as humans, they kind of really mess this place up. Let's not do that. And then you got the Iron Teeth, who are all about, like, exploiting the environment and all that kind of stuff. Full industry and all that. But even then, it's like cutesy beaver nonsense. But the way Timberborn works is instead of that, spring, summer, fall, winter kind of rotation that you do, is it's got your normal season, it has drought, and it has bad water. And so the idea is during the normal season, the water's flowing, your crops are growing, your beavers are happy. You can, have them go and get their water they need to survive and all that, and everything's good. During the drought, the water stops flowing. So a lot of this game is around water management, building reservoirs and sluices and dams and levees and aqueducts and all this stuff to try and keep that water stored so that when the drought comes in, you can survive to the other side. Water also is your primary source of mechanical power to run your industry. So when the water stops moving during drought, it also means all your industry shuts down unless you have ways to store that power and do all that. And then you've got bad water, which is, basically like radioactive water. Needless to say, that creates a problem where you're not just trying to retain the water, but you're trying to retain water and also get this other bad water out of the way and not contaminate your stuff, because it'll kill everything around it. And so a lot of it is managing those three different seasons. And as the game goes along, your normal seasons get shorter, and then the drought and bad water will happen more frequently for longer periods of time. That's how it escalates. With that said, the game is 30% off right now for the 4-year anniversary. So you'll see like the link posted at the top of Twitch chat. In YouTube, it'll be down in the description. With all that said, let's not drag this out. Let's go ahead and get in here. So we get to choose between our two factions. You start with Folktales because this is like the introduction to the game and all that. They're a perfectly good faction and all that. And then you have the Iron Teeth, which you have to unlock because the Iron Teeth are a bit more involved in how they work. So they want you to learn the basics on the simpler one, where to grow your faction, literally all you need is, do you have food, water, and housing? Cool. Your population goes up. Versus this one's, they have what's effectively like these tubes that they raise the beavers in that you need berries, I believe berries and water. And so like each tube will sustain a population of 4 at the rate that they're born, that kind of thing. So I guess the first question is, do we want to do Folktales or Iron Teeth? A lot of times I like to go with the Folktales. There's not one that's hands down better than the other. They have, like, there's a 90-ish% overlap in how they work before they diverge in their separate things. Poll? Let's not do a formal poll. If people just want to say in chat, the only reason I'm saying that is because, one, we don't have a lot of people here yet, and I don't want to drag it out too long. So if we could just have like people, like, if you want Folktales, just shout it out. Yeah, 1's for Folktale, 2's for Iron Teeth. That'll work perfectly. 1 for Folktale, 2 for Iron Teeth. Let's see people who want one. You like the Iron Teeth? Yeah. I mean, they're both good. All right, so it's looking heavily Iron Teeth. Yeah, it's very one-sided Iron Teeth. That's no problem. Okay. So the Iron Teeth are defectors of traditional timber ways. They've mastered iron science to build advanced machinery. They achieve progress through ingenuity, efficiency, and a disregard for the environment. Their motto is work hard, work hard. Okay, now I gotta choose our map. We're not gonna have a vote for this one. These ones here with the little feather, or the little leaf, are beginner-friendly ones. I genuinely like just having big maps. Usually I end up taking the lakes or plains. The Helix Mountain I've done many times. I like Helix Mountain. The terraces I've done many times. The Thousand Islands is one... I think that would be a fun one for, like, YouTube content to be edited up. But it's actually really hard because there's no rhyme or reason so far as all this. So, like, you have to build up your own thing. So, like, ones like this, the challenge is, you know, like damming off a river, building up a reservoir kind of thing. Where Thousand Island, because everything's already water, it's figuring out how to store that water when water is spilling out everywhere and there's bad water everywhere. Waterfalls has very interesting implications. It's a shame it's small. Like, that's the thing. Perhaps it's just a player thing. The moment I see a smaller map, I don't want to take it. Though we did do for a dare drop one time, we did do the diorama where we had to get like 200 beavers or something like that on this tiny little microscopic map, which is just building a giant reservoir there and then trying to maximize utilization of the rest of the land. Let's see. Plains or lakes? Yeah, be plains or lakes. Thousand Islands is gonna be sweaty. Definitely one I'm worth considering. You did plains last time. It was fun. Yeah, these two are your basic ones. We'll keep it on normal difficulty. Yeah, so the really the normal and hard and all that. The big things that they do is your early game will be harder, and then the late game will be harder. But the mid game, I want to see what the difference is it says here. Yeah, so the food consumption and all that's the same. We start with less food. Oh, apparently the normal thing is it's temperate weather thing. Yeah, and then these all get to be worst. And they have a building fund thing. We'll just do normal. Present the game as you would have it. I'd be down for doing a challenge run of this at some point, but it does seem like the very early game and all that. I honestly think it'd be interesting to do the islands one, because like I said, that ends. I've done that once, I think, off stream, or I can't remember if we did on stream or not. That it was very hard to get off the ground because of how much work you have to do just to give your place any type of water storage. Because weirdly, having water all around you means it's very hard to build. What do you want to call your settlement? Man, why do you always have to have the hard questions first? It's a damn town full of dams. I don't know. Beaverton, sure. Beaverton is the actual name of a city. Multiple cities for that. Okay, so when you start, you'll notice a bunch of things. So let's go kind of walk through. Welcome to the dam tour. I did get to tour. Oh yeah, I remember this map. I think it's the first map we ever did. But I remember going on a tour of a hydroelectric dam, I think in Oregon. And yeah, they had the dam tour. Of which you needed to be on time for the dam tour. They made sure to emphasize those words for maximum fun. So if you look up here, we've got these water source tiles. So the way this works is water will gradually flow downhill, over here, down there, where it meets up with this lake, and then eventually flows off the map. So you can see we've got this one. On this map, the hardest thing will be moving off the initial plateau to one up. And then meanwhile, you'll notice there's this red water, where it says bad water source, which is basically it's polluted water. Why do we have to clean up the humans' mess? Oh, right. Because they're all dead. Because this is a post-apocalyptic, city builder. So whatever happened, that humanity died in an apocalypse, and then things got better. And now we're back into things being better. So you see this bad water. So if you notice here, around where the water is, it's nice and green and lush. But once you get out a little ways, it's dry and barren. So I can grow stuff here, I can't grow stuff there. But then you notice this ground is all red and veiny. That also I can't grow stuff in, and it can make people sick. Like, deadly sick. And so you'll notice the moment the fresh and the contaminated water mix, it gets bad. So it's all bad news down there. So we started here, and there's a few things you need to do. And this is one of those games that the first time you play, you usually end up just straight up dying because you're learning it still. And they do have a tutorial. So I'm going to queue all of these to tell them to chop down trees. And we're going to go here and get a little lumberjack flag. Now I got to remember what button it is to rotate things. As it has a prompt right there that tells me what button is to rotate things. Don't mind me. They put one over there. And one over here for now. And we're going to build a path. Now, this is one of those games that the paths just appear. You don't have to have, like, a worker run around and add those paths. But you'll notice when I'm doing this, and I go to put buildings on here, let's find our building. They'll have, like, a green line. As that path gets longer, it might be hard to see, but you'll see it's slowly going from dark green over here to it's slowly turning green and greenish yellow. Once we get out here, it'll turn yellow, then red. And it's just trying to give you an idea, being like, hey, the pathing here is going to be a real rough time. Now, that's going to give us our initial stuff here. The other things we're going to need is we are going to need some food source. So put that there, because we can collect berries to start with. And that's going to be our only food here for right now. And then some of the other things we're going to want very, very early game is I am going to want water. Because the things your beavers need to live at all is they need water and food. Water and food are the only things 100% necessary or you die. That said, if you don't have housing and all that, it makes their beavers unhappy. And there's a whole happiness mechanic where the happier your beavers are, the generally more productive they are. They walk faster, they build faster, all that. For right now, I'm going to build one of those. We'll definitely want two fairly early. Okay, and we'll unpause with that. So what'll happen is our beavers will run around. We've got a couple of beavers assigned here. And those beavers will go and they'll grab materials and they'll work on them. Now, when I start the game, I've got 8 adult beavers. They can work. And then I've got 4 children beavers. One of the earliest things I'm going to need to do is I'm going to dam off this area. That way, the water, backs up here to get a higher water level before it ultimately spills over down there. So that way I get a little bit of water storage. What I could do here is I can add that to the queue of things to do. That's not going to get done anytime soon. But now that we got our worker station here built to lumberjack, we'll have our beavers start cutting down the trees. Now, one of the things that can get you in trouble that surprises a lot of early players in the game is very early game, you can get caught off guard where your food just ends up kind of vanishing. Or sorry, your wood ends up kind of vanishing. And a big part of that boils down to trees are a finite resource until you get to forestry. And there's a whole research thing and how this works in the game and all that, and we'll have to deal with this. This is our current priority, so let's go ahead and make that the highest priority. And we'll make that the highest priority for workplace, so they prioritize putting people there. And we'll give that a slightly higher priority. That way, food and water, we're keeping that covered. And thank you, Earthrush, for the 170 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. So our beavers are going to run around, cutting down the wood, and bringing stuff back and forward. We are going to eventually need to tone down the number of beavers working in this area. So the things I built here is I've got the thing that pumps up water. That gives us water. We need water to live. So not really a whole lot to add to that. If we don't have water, we die. We're going to need a little bit of water storage for when we have our first drought. We'll put 3 of them there. That might be overkill. We will need housing as well. And then I'm going to need the breeding pods. And this is one of the things that makes the Iron Teeth way different from the Folktales. Is the Folktales, if you have food, water, shelter, they make more beavers. But these ones, it's basically test tube beavers that you got to put your nutritional formula into the tube, and it makes more beavers, as was always intended. So put 1 of those there before we forget. Now, early on, before we deplete these trees, one of the main things I'm going to have to prioritize is we are going to need a research building. And you'll notice one of the things I'm going to be trying to do here is you'll see me going out of my way to put buildings that don't need to be near the water or, you know, anything like that. You'll see me shoving them up here on these far edges away from the water because growable space is a massive premium in this game. And if you start trying to go and get all that sorted out without, like, if you start putting all your resources on this area, like all your housing and all that, you'll find later on you start running into food problems. Okay. I'm being a little aggressive on my building right now. We need at least one of these to be high priority. And you're going to end up being for berry storage as soon as I can find you. So berry storage. And then you're going to be for... And I remember what I was going to do with this one. Whatever I end up growing here. Storage. So let's go here. So I need to check some of these you've got to cook for them to be edible. Can be eaten raw. So plan for that to be a field there. Alright. So that'll be another building. That'll be a slightly higher priority building. But we'll need that. The other thing I need to do is create a large industrial storage. And one of the other main features that Timberborn has that you don't really see much in a lot of city builders is you can build vertically. So if we look at this storage building here, I could turn around and be like, you know what I want to do? I want to build a house on it. And you know what I want to do with that? I want to build a house on it. You know what I want to do with that? I want to build a house on it. You know what I want to do with that? I want to build a house on it. Now, the catch is I would have to make a path to reach all those doors. But the game does let you build up, and you will end up building up. Especially if you choose any of the smaller maps, like the diorama map, when we did the challenge around that one about getting, I can't remember, it's like 100 or 200 beavers or whatever it was, on that tiny little 50 by 50 map. The only way to make it work was to basically stack all the houses on here and have ramps that would just, you know, spiral up there. Alright, so we're going to pick up the speed a little bit. Yeah, so you'll see right now the beavers are sleeping on the ground. We definitely don't want that long term. But it is what we've got for the time being. Honestly, surprised the water's reaching up this far. I guess for right now, it's going to put more warehouses there. We'll put 2 places for them to sleep. Okay, but yeah, one of the things you get yourself in big trouble early games, you either overuse your wood right at the beginning of the game and then get yourself killed, because then you don't have the stuff for the forestry, or you don't give yourself enough food, and then, you know, as time comes, that becomes a problem, or you don't give yourself enough water. All 3 of them are issues. Yeah, it looks like I end up having 1 or 2 beavers waiting here. Alright, so you need to be set for water. And you will also be set for water. Because you have to tell them what they're going to store. Each building only stores one resource. So this way, this beaver ends up pumping up water, puts it in there, and that gives it so when we have a drought, I've got a little bit of water storage to hopefully get me through the drought. Next up, we're trying to prioritize the research. Research in this game is pretty straightforward. They just stand in there, and it slowly generates research points. And the way you use research is if we look down here, there's a little padlock on that building that says I require 1,000 research to get that open. 1,000 is actually a pretty expensive building, but the things we're looking at right now is this forestry building is one of the absolute most important things. We do have some beavers that are getting unhappy because they don't have shelter and they're thirsty. We are working on the thirsty right here. We do have that water, they just have to actually get to it. So some of the other things I'm going to need to do is I will need to make a industrial lumber mill because we will need lumber to build the forestry building. But there's a catch. If we look at the lumber mill, it mentions on its requirements right here that it's going to require 75 horsepower of mechanical power. So we need something to give us power. So we have the choice of we can have a large power wheel, which is basically a beaver will stand in a wheel and run like a hamster to power it. It does give actually a pretty respectable amount of power, but, you know, it's now someone who's got a full-time job of running in a big wheel. We also have, like, the littler wheel here that it only gives 60 horsepower, so not that much, and it is based on the water flow going through the area, which can really limit the amount of power it gets. But it is one that as long as the water's flowing, we get access to it. So I'm going to put one of those down and let them start working on it as able, and then we'll put the lumber mill thing over there. We are generating our research now, so that's good news. We'll give that a little bit higher priority there. Now, the beavers don't actually need shelter to live. They are beavers. They'll just go to sleep on the ground, but it does make them upset. I'm not sure I really want them prioritizing that, but that's acceptable for now. This also probably needs to be prioritized. Some of the things, like if you look at the happiness up here, so yeah, you'll see they're unhappy because of a lack of shelter, but they are getting good sleep, thirst, and hunger, so it's kind of neutralizing. There's a stat, wet fur, there's a bunch of ways to get it. You have each and every food type gives them a mood bonus. If they have a campfire and a rooftop terrace, that gives them both. Those are like aesthetic, or those are recreational buildings. You've got aesthetic stuff will give them a bonus. Monuments will give them a bonus. These down here are also a bunch of recreation buildings. But you get the idea. All of these, they'll give you a little bit of a bonus. And we put our mouse over here somewhere. It's not showing me. But basically there is a thing where every like certain number of points you get, you use the things. So when you build a dam, does that stop power for the wheel because it's not moving? So yes and no. In this case, the dam here doesn't actually fully block off the water. If you look over, there's like a little gap on top. So right now, if you look at my water level, it's way down here. What the dam will do is it'll let the water level raise to about here, and then the water will flow per normal. Because that's, you know, that's how actual dams work and how they work in game. So while that's filling up to that upper level, the water will not flow and the wheel won't work. But once it gets over that level, the water will flow at roughly the same rate we had before. It's just we've got more stored here. But when we hit drought and the water stops flowing, yeah, the wheel will stop turning. It's one of like the things that makes drought rough. We're going to make that a lower priority because these trees need to grow. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into the water management in the game. Alright, how are we doing on the science? We're doing relatively okay. Because like I said, the first unlock, you really need the forestry. because that'll let you replant trees and replant and plant more berry bushes, that kind of thing. And as an absolute must to survive. Oh, you can actually reach those trees way over there. That's cool. I do see there's a ramp over here. So what we might do is once we pull that up, I'll put a another place to cut down trees over here, and we can cut these trees down. I could also see putting another berry collector over there. Now, what I don't remember is how many beavers one of these supports. Because I do know the game kind of has a hard limit per breeding pod with the Iron Teeth. That one breeding pod, effectively, let's say it's 5. That because it only, like one beaver comes out every N amount of time, the beavers have a relatively short lifespan. So it would be one of those things that ultimately, by the time it gets to like 5 or 6 beavers born, you've then had the first beaver age out. Does it matter if the tree is dead or alive? It's wood is wood type thing? Yeah, no, it's wood is wood. I think you get a different yield on what you get out of it. Oh no, it seems the same. But yeah. So we'll be able to get that. It's just they won't grow back. Versus I can't replant on the dry soil. And that's what I'm going to have to do is, as we get these where there's no more trees in range for that tree cutter, we'll move this up here to keep going for more of those. I'll go ahead and put down the path. A lot of this will end up getting rearranged and reworked as we, put down more farms and all that stuff. So prioritize harvesting. Usually with my farms, I always end up having 2. One that prioritizes harvesting, the other that prioritizes planting. Because one, it's just way more efficient, I found, to do it that way. Oh yeah, and you need to be set to... What are you called? Okay. I need to set you to the other plant. There we go. Because that way I've got 2 food sources. And I really need them to catch up more. And then once we get that built, like I said, we will put a thing for making planks here. That probably won't stay there long term. Realistically, what's going to end up happening is because I'm going to want this grow space, I'll probably move my industry onto the actual water area up on stilts. That way, I'm keeping as much of this ground for my actual use as possible. Now, ultimately, we want to build a reservoir. Because, reservoir is how you store water. Now, I could put a... If you see where this is higher, I could put, like, a ledge up here, like, properly dam this off with big gates. And I could definitely raise the water level a bit. I just have to watch because eventually it'll flow around here and then out there, which will cause me grief. So, it'd be one of those things that I'd wall this off, bring the water level up to the top here. Then I need to go through and either wall this off or whatever to bring it another tile higher. After that, I have to wall this off to bring another tile higher. You get the idea. And that's a big part of this game, is basically manipulation of the water. The water is everything for keeping you alive in this game. Which is why I'm kind of worrying about that not being done yet, but I'm trying to give them a chance to get projects done, because this is absolutely one of those games like RimWorld, where you can keep queuing up more and more and more processes, and then find yourself in deep trouble because you've just queued up too much, and so nothing is getting properly done because there's just too much things on the queue. They still seem to be able to handle that, so let's go ahead and for right now... What's your limit range down here? This is telling me it'll only go that far before the beavers just won't do anything. We're just going to keep that field being planted. Realistically, you're going to hit a limit where they can't quite get through them all. But still, that'll be our primary food source keep the berries mostly for the pods. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a second pod, but I'm thinking we'll do is put the second pod over here and bring that around. Yeah, so those take 3 days, so I think that'll be enough to cover what that one farmhouse can handle. It's just the first batch, so we're not harvesting anything yet. Okay, so we got both of our warehouses open, so we can actually start storing food long term. Do I need a second one of the berry things? Probably not. I'll put a second berry thing up here. Yeah, and this tells you, like, you have 0 beavers who are currently occupying a house, you have 0 spare beds, and you have 12 homeless beavers. This tells you have 11 beavers who are working, there are no jobs that need, employees, and there are no beavers who are unemployed. And that's because our young beavers are growing up. We're gonna have to address this soon. What I'll probably do is when this tree gets cut down, I'll go put another one of these pods up here. I really don't know how long those things take. That's one of the things that get you in trouble with the Iron Teeth, is it's... well, actually, both factions. That you start setting up the things that allow you to grow your town, colony, whatever you want to call it, and you get too ambitious on it, and then realize you have too many, and now you can't keep up with the water, you can't keep up with the food and all that stuff, and everything just starts going sideways. I'm probably going to need to have another water pump. Okay, so I've got that storage going. So we're running a bit slow on actually getting the housing up, which isn't great, because as I mentioned, mood does affect the speed at which beavers do stuff. It's both movement speed and their actual work speed. So that taking a while is hurting us in multiple ways. Yeah, and most of these are almost done growing. Okay, so all the smaller water storages are built. So we can hopefully get that sorted. And I am planning to probably... We'll see where I'm going to put the forestry that I haven't decided. I could put the forestry over here and then use this area for growing my trees and all that. And then use it to also plant a ton of berries over here for supplying all this. Up here is a little risky, just because when the drought happens, this will all dry out and die. Versus this lower area where I'm going to be saving the water should be okay. We should be fine where the first drought goes through. We could just endure it. But we'll see. Let's prioritize planting. Okay, no goods selected. Wood. Okay, so we're about to get our first house built. Oh man, those houses are 40. How many do those houses carry? 10. So I will want 2. Alright, oh, you were hungry, and then you got your food. Okay, and you don't reach down here, do you? No, that's fine. Does that one reach over here? Not quite. Alright, so food we're doing okay. I would definitely want more than that. We should start seeing our mood go up. So yeah, so we're just shy of getting another point in our happiness from getting our new food. I definitely need another pump. I would also like to get these going more. Yeah, that's what I thought, is it's too far from a road. We'll have to wait till those trees get cut down in that one and we can connect it to the road system. Nothing to do in range. Oh, I haven't queued up the trees. Because they won't just cut down any tree, because there's some trees you might want to save. Because they'll give you, like, pine resin or sap or whatever. So I need to actually queue up to cut down those trees. Alright. As you'll see, they'll work on this. I do end up wanting to have a second farm to do this. Because what I'll end up doing is putting one farm on planting and one on harvesting. I'll have a much larger area, and it'll be a much faster turnaround. But right now I need to stop building, because I've already mentioned a couple of times that one of the dangers you can get into is where you deplete all your trees before you manage to get the lumber mill up. And it doesn't mean you're just done, but it does put you in a really bad place, because the trees, I believe the trees will naturally spread again, but it's very slow without the forestry, so it is not a reliable thing. Another possibility is we actually put the forestry on this side. Can you not plant them? You can, but that's what the forestry building is for. Which you can go ahead and unlock that, because I now have enough stats. But yeah, so I need this building, but the problem is this building requires planks. And for planks, I will need that water wheel, and I will need the industrial lumber mill. So you get the idea. There's a certain amount of effort that goes into planting them. And like I said, it's one of the things that you get in trouble in the game, is just very early game using your resources too fast before you get set up. Okay. Yeah, so it says, like, our beavers are happier than ever. We are up to 4 happiness. And so when we look at this, we get ourselves a little bit of a bonus. I can't remember where it lists it. It mentions somewhere in here that's like, oh yeah, you've hit this happiness. You know, I thought it was you moused over this. But there is, like, thresholds where you hit, like, 7 happiness. And then your beavers will move, like, 5% faster and work some percent, you know, quicker, that kind of nonsense. Okay, I think we'll just leave them go. I need to stop grabbing more and more stuff for them to do and just let them work. Because we want to get that blocked off for the first drought. Usually I don't have my my stuff dammed off for the first drought, but I usually have it by the second. The first drought is nice and short. I feels like one of those things that just kind of give you a little poke, being like, hey, as a reminder, you're gonna have a bad time. You know, as a reminder, this is a survival city builder. And so survival city builder things are going to happen. You got that queued up. Yeah, so we're getting food into storage. We do have our second house built. That's cool. So we got all that built. So we got one more of the breeding pod things to keep our population moving up. They're now starting to build the compact water wheel, which will give the mechanical power for our industrial lumber mill thing, whatever it's called. I'm going to end up needing a second large industrial pile to store the actual planks in. Okay. Where is it that tells me the speed on this? Because I do remember. Alright, so we've hit 5 happiness. Because we've met all the basic needs, plus got 1 bonus for the food. So every little bit of that will continue to make our situation better and better. I'm thinking more and more I want to put the forestry stuff on this side. So like this side ends up being all of our tree growing and all that. And then this side can be this. We end up having the industry in the middle here in the long term. The berries will probably make this whole area designated for the berries. This whole area will be like farmland. Our population and storage will be up here, kind of like on the hill. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I might end up having to, like, I'll probably end up having to put a forestry over here to get all the berries and all that set up in the short term. We'll see. Okay, so we got the mechanical power. So that, we can add you. And what that'll do is that'll turn logs into planks, which I need for the forestry. I'm going to accept that I'm going to need a forestry up here, at least in the short to midterm. Here we got another one of the pods. What's your issue? Broken teeth. Okay, so broken teeth is a thing that hurts their mood. That they chipped a tooth. So we'll want to go and get a place for them to fix that. So cue that up there. That is the highest priority. That is the highest priority. No goods selected. Planks. Okay, so that means basically they're going to go out of their way to build the industrial lumber mill. And then this here will be the highest priority after that. And that'll be a decently high workplace priority. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here, though, is we're going to say berry bushes. All of that is going to be berry bushes. And then for the time being, we're going to want some quick turnaround wood early on, and then some long-term wood later on. So if I remember, birch gives me 1 wood per 7 days, versus oak gives me 8 per 30. So I will plan for this to all be the birch for now. And then we'll plan for this to be oak for now. And I'm sure I'll end up having to rip up a bunch of this. It's fine. Yeah, so that's going to be primarily waiting on its planks. And those will get cut down. Like I said, I'll probably move that over here in the long term, but right now we just need to get through there. We'll put a path continuing to go this way. And then eventually I'll make a way to get across here. The bad water is going to be the tricky one to manage. But early game is just about getting your basic needs set up. That's one of the reasons I also pulled out the, there was a plug here originally. They pulled that out so we had this little pocket in here to just give us that much more growing space, that much more water stored here. What is your deal? Oh yeah, you're the one with broken teeth? Yeah, I've got that queued. It's just not the immediate priority. I don't think they could die from broken teeth. It just hurts their mood. Building lacks workers. That's okay. I did deliberately not I did deliberately deprioritize that one since these trees gotta grow. So once those trees grow, we'll actually get rid of that. Let's actually check where you can reach. Okay, so you can reach that one, but not the other ones. That's fine. We'll end up destroying these bushes. I'm just not going to put that as a priority yet. The berry supply is diminishing over here. So let's go up here real quick, at least for the short term. Put over the berry collection things right there. Keep the food moving. So they'll collect those berries over there. Yeah, so pretty much what I'm waiting on right now is that's going to be making planks. And those planks are going to slowly go into this building. And I need 7 of them. How close are you to being grown? 91%. And thank you, Liam, for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, so we're fast running out the wood that we've got here. There's usually a weird kind of middle phase where you've got your forestry built, but you've exhausted the trees in range, that you're kind of waiting for those first batch of trees coming up, that your building kind of slows down. Okay, yeah, so we got our beaver who had their broken tooth. They're sharpening it, getting it all fixed. Which apparently takes a long time. But now we don't have that debuff anymore. And we'll definitely want to expand into other food types pretty quickly. That's ultimately what this area will probably become later. Because I'll probably build our next farm. No, it doesn't quite cover all that. Alright, so our next farm will probably be over here, going out this way. So I'll put a farm there. Like I said, I'll have one do one type, one do the other. If we look at our crops... Trying to see, because this one... Yes, that can be eaten raw. I don't believe any of the other ones can. Right, so the other ones will require other buildings to support them. Like a fermenter or a cookhouse or whatever. Okay, so we only need 2 more planks, and then once we're good there, then I don't have to worry about. Oh, yeah, you're not going to ever plant down that far, are you? So you go down here. Okay, one more. Yeah, so I can't reach quite that far from the forestry. It only goes into the area that's marked in green here. So telling it to plant stuff down there does no good for anyone. I'm probably going to need another one of the water things. I also have no context if that is enough to maintain our population. I do kind of wish that they just had a thing here that was like, yeah, this, you know, if running regularly, this should give you 5 beavers per, you know, sustain a population of 5. I think it'd be nice to have that as a tooltip. So get another water pump built. In the meantime, I can go here. Alright, so those trees are all getting grown. And then this woodcutter will go away, probably. Because once we've got all those trees out of here, I'll probably want the woodcutters to be more over in this area. Yeah, I've got that one up here and this one down here. Okay, so we are officially planting trees. So that's good news. So we're at least at the stage now where as long as we don't just have, like, people straight up die and like have, you know, kind of a city wipe or whatever, we should be fine at that. And you're not attached to the road. Want to adjust the way this is because having squares like that is always bad. So destroy, destroy. Demolish that section of path. I'll probably route that over here. Alright, so we're going to want to use some of our science. So that requires gears and all that. The big question is where do we apply our science first? Because I got lots of things we can get. We're definitely going to need levees. Let me go ahead and get the levees. Levees work kind of like the dams, except for it doesn't have a slot in it that's just a wall. So say I wanted to make a taller reservoir over here. What I could do is I could put levees along this area to kind of like build up the land. Put a series of gates here and then build that up as well. Which might be something I might even consider. Okay, so have it first drought is approaching. So, you know, you could wall that off and let the water level build up here. Now, granted, right now what happened is it built up like 1 or 2 tiles and then it would spill off the edge of the map back there. Or up and over this way. So with that, let's start bumping up the priority on all of the dams. I don't think we'll get the dams done in time for the drought. So we're going to see what it looks like when you don't have them. Like I said, normally the first drought is nice and short, so shouldn't be too bad. Oh, I missed that there's more right there that we could use. I'm going to assume that that's not enough of those to keep the population. So I'll build another one. Alright. We'll try. We got 2.6 days until the drought goes into effect, at which point all the water source blocks will stop producing water for however long the drought lasts. You know, and then during that time, I'll have, like, you know, shortages in a lot of stuff. Like our water pumps will stop making water, all that kind of thing. Now, if this doesn't have enough horsepower, it still functions. It just functions slower. So you can see, like, it's only getting about half the horsepower it needs, so it is functioning at about 50-60% speed. And that's because this thing here can only ever produce 60 horsepower at its maximum, and it's not really in a great spot. But it is functioning, and getting stuff at a slow rate is better than not getting it at all. Okay. We might actually get that built in time. And then obviously once our storage is full, and this is internal storage is full, it would just stop working. The beaver will still stand there. The beaver, it's not smart enough to, like, unassign the beaver or whatever. I believe they'll just kind of stand around. But that's where you can get in here and do stuff like, okay, have a queue up and down so that if you don't have enough workers, if I make that a lower priority, it just won't have someone to work it. If I make it higher priority, it'll go out of its way. So you notice, like, the water here, I put at the maximum priority. Probably put this one at a slightly higher priority. And then the farm here, we want that at a higher priority. Versus what'll end up happening long term is some of these other buildings will have lower priority, like we had this one here. So that if I come up short, it's like, alright, well, I can afford to lose this person. They're more of a moving things forward. But yeah, so now you'll notice this water is moving slower here because it's hitting all these dams versus the water is moving really fast in that area because it's a narrow area having a lot of water. So if I were to put the water wheel, for example, over here, it'd go pretty quick now. And later on, what we'll end up doing is deliberately making areas like that, say, for example, I were to make this into a reservoir, I would end up having, like, little tunnels through it that are 1 tile wide to put a bunch of the water wheels into to get them going as fast as I can for as much mechanical power as I can. Because that's, instead of, like, this game having electricity, that's your equivalent as mechanical power. Now, one thing likely to happen here is you will notice that water level is already climbing. And that's because the amount of water going into this area versus out over there is faster, so we have a faster input than output until it gets over that dam. And you can look at like this, like the whole path coming in here is like 4 or 5 tiles wide. And then its initial water source, which is up here. You've got 4 of them. So just more water is coming out of that. So you've got kind of a throughput. Yeah, so we look at it from this side. Right now the water's only getting through here, and eventually we'll see it spill out from those as well. But yeah, so just slapping down a quick and dirty dam is kind of the minimum water manipulation you can do, but we're early game, so we don't have many tools to our name. I did get the levees. We'll definitely want to get a floodgate. A lot of times I always skip right to the triple. Sluices are also good, but that's way later game. That's dealing with bad water. You have now where you can make aquifers. That used to not be a thing. You have the irrigation barriers. That's for when you're dealing with bad water where, say, like, for example, I want to be building along here. I might put those along this area so the bad water can go by without contaminating the soil. We'll see. I haven't used those very much, personally. But that's usually because what I'll ultimately do is most of the time I'll try and get to the bad water source and I'll just shunt it off the side of the map as fast as I can. Alright, so we got just under a day and only one more block of dam to build. And then once we do that, we'll actually have this held up. So that probably is going to be enough that we'll see this spill over here, even before they finish, is going to be my guess. Because that's really limiting the water flow here. It might actually be getting over here, and the graphic can be a little weird on the water side. But then, like I said, I'll probably put a forestry over here to cover as much of this area as I can. And I'll probably plant literally nothing but oak trees. And there we got beavers chopping down trees with their teeths. Come on, man. Don't let me down. I think they're going to just barely fall short of getting that done before that drought hits. Just because of pathing time. And then needing to sleep here in a minute. So I think we're just going to be seconds behind. You can actually adjust what their working hours are. So you can make it so they work more and more of the day. There is ramifications for that, but like one of those things is you see this mood bonus for sleep. So you can get a little extra oomph out of them. If I would have noticed that in advance, I could have bumped it up like 1 notch and gotten that done in time. Now, one nice thing is when the drought happens, it doesn't instantly reach this point. There is a small chance I could at least preserve some of that. Because what will happen is if we go to this area, we can watch the drought happen. So you'll notice the water stops producing, and we're on double speed. We also see all this green ground here turns dry and barren as time goes on. Now it goes here. This has to actually take a little time to drain down before you'll see it continue. That's kind of where I'm hoping we might get lucky here. Because if we're lucky, we get that last tile done in time. Alright, so we're officially draining out of this area that we've got our water stored, so I think we'll just be short. Yeah, so you actually watch now. You'll be able to see this water level slowly go down. Luckily, because it's 1 tile wide. Yeah, so put the mouse right there. Luckily, because it's 1 tile wide, it can't drain very fast. That's going to work to our advantage a little bit. And we did manage to get the dam done. Okay, so we lost about half a tile of it, so you'll notice now the wheel has stopped moving. because all the water is held here. This will continue to drain, and it'll eventually go dry. And that was important in the sense that otherwise all of this turns into that barren land. And you'll notice all these plants will sit there and say, it's drought resistant for 2 days. It can handle 2 days with no water before it dies. Or these trees, it is 13 days, and all that kind of stuff. That ends up mattering in a big way. Okay, if I were to build a forestry over here to cover as much of this usable area as I can. If I put a forestry here, I can leverage almost this entire half of the map. So plan that to be a thing. And right now it's not going to have a very efficient route. We can clean that up later. And then right from the get-go, I'm going to say oak. This is the stuff that takes forever to grow. But gives us the most wood. Okay. And then we'll want to go down here to tree cut. We'll queue all that up. If we don't queue it up to make those cuttable trees, they'll plant it and it'll just stay there. We'll want to get rid of those berry bushes in the long term as well. Yeah, because you'll notice these trees out here, they're not actually covered by it because this just went all dry. So we got the little pocket of bad water, like, well, it's actually mixed water there. And then everything else is dry. So that's your idea of a mini drought, that you'll notice anywhere we didn't manage to have water stored, the whole land has become utterly barren. So we can't pump water to give our beavers the water they need to survive. We can't grow things. The plants all die. So we just got this little pocket of water that we've stored. Interesting how different these are from each other. Okay. Yeah, so that won't be a priority right now, and eventually I want to make a path across here to make that shorter of a run. Yeah, so the plan is to move all the wood cutting over here. We'll get rid of that wood cutting. We'll keep the berries there. And this will become more farmland. So that way I could go and put, like, right here, put in our farmhouse. That'll probably be fine. Put a second farmhouse here, then make this into farmland. We can go down here. Okay. Alright, so the drought ended. So like I said, the first drought's usually very short. So now if we go here, you'll see the water source blocks start producing the water. It'll gradually make its way down to us. But then all the ground around it will turn lush and green again. So a bunch of these trees, they last for 11 days, so they'll die in like 9 days. They don't get the stuff, so they'll be fine. But as the game goes on, the droughts get longer, the bad water gets longer, and the good, the good time gets shorter. It doesn't, like, endlessly go until you inevitably die, but it does get pretty severe as time goes on. I'm scared to build another one of these, but we're going to do it. So I really don't have a good feel for how many I can accommodate, but if I have too few, our population will regress. and that can be pretty bad in its own right. Okay, so that first water path has already gotten sorted. Now there's the bad water intruding on it, so you'll see like all that veiny, dead waterness showing up. Okay, so one of the projects we're going to need to do is getting ourselves a reservoir of some capacity. Now, you'll notice this is slightly higher than the other area. So I can literally just put a dam up here. It won't really solve a lot of problems, but it will give me just a little bit more water in this area. That's one thing to consider. I'd actually probably put it around this area. But ideally I'd want to get over here farther and start using some of this terrain here to like build this up to make a bunch of this a water area back here. But that's going to be a whole big thing. Because, you know, I got to worry about routing around this way. I got to worry about it spilling back off the edge of the map, that kind of thing. But getting the water storage at higher altitude. The other thing you'd also do is you also could potentially take advantage of, we've got all this up here. I could potentially just go over and start like walling that off and just making this big area here a whole thing, but it's not a high volume. And eventually it'll spill over down into this area and then off the side of the map. But you end up doing a lot of manipulation there. So let's go grab our paths. So one thing I'm going to need is well, actually, we need to wait on research is what we need to do. Yeah, so I'm not worried about any of those. We'll need to be able to make gears. That'll be something that's going to come up in not too long. We'll need better mechanical power. If you can make a large water wheel, they can get significantly more power, but that's going to require more to set up. Number cruncher. Okay. Well, if we were going to do this, we can get the cassava, and we could ferment the cassava into an additional food source. It requires horsepower, though. I mean, right now we're dealing with a population issue where we just need more beavers. Which should improve in time if these breeding pods are making enough. I don't really know how many of those I need. Okay, you're down to your last two trees. Sorry, last two trees. Honestly, at this stage, get rid of that. We'll go here and say, planted our birch tree right there. Where do I want to put the R2? I should have thought of that before we did that. Huh? Oh, no available workers. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you're still cutting down those trees. That covers this whole area. Honestly, I should have just left that thing there. I'll put it back. When we get down here and this gets built, once those berries get planted, we'll bring all this up. Let's make sure we actually have this queued up to cut down all these trees, by the way. That just basically says, hey, if a tree grows here and there's a cutter in range, cut it down. Yeah, because this here is getting ready to have its last one. Oh, we're already getting our first round of birch done. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to tell it to stop planting stuff there. If it's planted, it's planted. We'll let them keep cutting those. So that way they focus on the oak trees and all that, and these berries. Because like I said, this is going away. Another thing we're going to end up wanting is a bunch of these paths. So as you can see, research ends up being a thing that you constantly want more of, you need more of, and all that. There are definitely things you can do to get yourself more research. Yeah, I think for the next one, we will get the platforms, because then I can make the platforms cross here, and we can make a path. Actually, I won't worry about that right now. It's fine. This is a disaster. It's fine. I mean, we will need the platforms and stairs. Those will be necessary to get around the map, but we'll worry about that later. No, I'm going to need to worry about that earlier, because I'm going to need it to, if I build any kind of reservoir over here. I'm thinking for a reservoir, I end up making a wall along here. Yeah, kind of wall this side off, cut across here to build that up. And then we'll just start patching up things as needed. Granted, this is a natural place to do it, like right there. There's a lot of argument to be made for that. But the more I build the reservoir near stuff, the more I'll keep fertile land that I don't have to like mess with the gate or anything. The catch is dealing with all these areas that it's going to spill over, that I'm going to need areas to get around. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yep, and as a reminder, we are sponsored today to be playing this. The big thing going on is it is their 4-year release anniversary and all that good stuff, and they are running a 30% off sale on Steam right now. So if you do enjoy yourself a good survival city builder, this is definitely one I highly recommend. Like right now we're not doing anything fancy, but the stuff you end up doing with the water as time goes on gets to be utterly ridiculous. I actually low-key had debated starting the stream instead of with a new colony, booting up one of the ones that we had already established to kind of show some of the kind of macro scale stuff you can do, even though I don't personally have too much that's way too big. But, you know, then it's kind of like, oh, you don't get to see it from the beginning, so. Alright, we'll build some more water storage just as a precaution. You're getting all the oak planted. Alright, so we're at 100. Oh, no goods selected for you, so let's get the water there. And there. And there. It only takes you 70 days to 7 days, not 70. 7 days to fully grow, so those will all start growing. The woodcutters will get them all knocked down. It'll be more wood. It's also a game that no matter how much wood you get, you need more wood. There is no amount of wood that you're like, I have enough. Because as you scale up your projects more and more, wood is used for almost everything. So the scale of projects you would tackle will scale based on the amount of wood you have available. It is just one of those kind of things. Okay. Yeah, so we got 7 available beds. We only have 2 children right now. Yeah, like I said, the plan here is once we cut these down, I'll put the cassava there. And then we'll get like all that set up. Yeah, so we're at the point, if we look down here, we're starting to have beavers dying of old age. Because like I said, they don't have a super long lifespan. So now the question is, did I build enough of these that we keep a net positive or at least even on population, or did I not build enough that our population shrinks? Now the good news is it'll only shrink to whatever the capacity is, so let's say I'm only making 10 beavers worth, which I doubt. I'm guessing this is probably 16 beavers worth, maybe? Maybe 20? Maybe higher? I don't know. 24? So it is one of those things that we have the scales there. Okay, so what am I putting my points into? There is the bigger water wheel, which will require me to build up to use. The metal would be great. We're not ready for that. I could build the gear workshop, which will open up a bunch of stuff. It'll be hard to power. We already have access to a bunch of different food sources. The bad water pump, we're not going to worry about too much. I don't really need the fluid dump. The stream gauge and all that's not important yet. We could get the large barracks. Not really, it's actually very expensive. Oh, the hauling post is one that we should consider once I've got spare employees. Citizens. Yes, citizens, that's the word we're looking for. Because having a hauling post can be really good, because then the individual beavers who are working the jobs don't have to run everywhere. It's the haulers that go around. The building post is the same thing as well. Bigger storage can be good. The large warehouse gives us far more capacity for storing stuff in the space. The medium and large tanks would be good, but I need the gears for that. So I'm debating between the floodgates. Oh, right, that's right. They added tubeways and they added zip lines. I think the zip lines were folktales only. I can't remember. Versus the tubeways underground. That's fine. All right, let's plan for stairs. I know I'll need them. You always need stairs. You always need the platform. Because without those, you can't go up, and that's one of the core mechanics of the game, is being able to build, you know, up in the air. Let's also get some more recreation stuff happening. So we got our stairs built. We can start working on that. So put a stairwell over there. So now if we go over to our recreation stuff, we can build a campfire that must be at ground level. What I'll probably do is once we get these trees down, I'll build a campfire over there. We already have that. We have the rooftop terrace, which must be placed on a roof. So I could build it someplace up here. And that'd be the next recreation thing. Let's check how much these are. Oh. We can get the shower for the wet fur bonus. I didn't actually mean to put it there. Let's stop that. What I need to do is just find a tile next to some water that I can spare. And so when they go over there, they'll get the wet fur bonus. And that'll help with their moods. We'll definitely want to move it someplace else. Like when I get a path going across here, just put it right off the side of it. We have for our well-being, the rooftop terrace we can make happen relatively easy. Yeah, because it could make this an area that we put a little area that we cluster up. Let's go ahead and plan for having one of these over here as well. That's for medium warehouses and all that. I mean, for the time being, when I get 100, we can put a platform here. And I'll make one of these a rooftop terrace for the time being. Yeah, so you're about to finish all that. Getting the birch pulled up. Okay, so it looks like our adult population is going up. Not fast, but it is going up. I would like... How do I want to do this? You're going to keep climbing this hill. You're going to go here. Because this is a good area for building a bunch of housing and warehouses and stuff like that. Because this land I'm never going to really make to be green and usable. So, you know, it's good for whatever I want to use it for. So what I could do here probably is let's go ahead and put another one of the birthing chambers and all that. Because then later on I can put berry storage up here as well, so they could just run back and forth to keep all that running. Then you got the decorations for moods and all that. Alright. Get the first two of those birch trees pulled up. Okay, we got all that planted. Alright, so it's looking like everything's planted at this point. So... the tubes are for Iron Teeth, the zip lines are for the other ones. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So at this point with the forestry, though, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to delete that forestry. It's planted everything I want it to plant. And then we're going to have that forestry be the one that takes over. And then, you know, it's going to be the one pulling everything down there. Because then they can go and pull up all that birch stuff. We will get where we put down the next farmhouse. So this one will be focused on harvesting. And then once we get all that pulled down, we'll put the cassava. And then that's where we're going to start needing more mechanical power than I currently have available. Okay, we're not really getting any planks done because not having enough people here. Alright, so how do I want to deal with this? I think realistically, to do anything meaningful with that, I need a floodgate. That way it can adjust its height up and down accordingly. We can turn this whole area into a reservoir for the time being till we can do something better. Okay, so we did get this done. We'll want to put a little bit of priority on that because if we don't get that planted, it doesn't do us any good. Still got those trees to cut, so that'll do fine. Yeah, that's my other gatherer. Let's go ahead and move the gatherer up here. Give that one a bump in priority and delete this one. And the reason I wanted to move that gatherer up here is because I can reach both areas for right now. Because I'm not going to bother ripping that up until we need the space. And the fact that I need those berries to make these things viable. I just need more workers, man. You require planks or just wood? You require planks. Those aren't going to get done anytime soon. I guess I'm going to give you a priority. I don't like doing that, because if you start saying way too many things for priority, then you might as well not have priority at all. Because you've effectively just set everything to being neutral priority, but with bigger number. Yeah, a lot of stuff's not getting done, but the population's definitely going up. That's good news. We got tons of water stored here, which is also promising. That also requires a plank. That's gonna take a minute. You have that problem. You have that problem in both games and real life. Oh yeah, no, it's the classic. You know, if everything's priority 1, nothing's priority 1. If everything's an emergency, nothing's an emergency. Same kind of logic, all those things. I remember having a conversation with the boss in the past where it was like, you know, he would just, it was a language thing. He was from Brazil and just didn't, he just used it like it was like an idiom, like a common phrase, being like, it's priority 1. Not actually meaning it's priority 1. It was his way of saying, like, it's important. But he would sit there and tell everyone, like that's priority 1, that's priority 1, that's priority 1. I remember sitting in with there, it's like, look, man, I'm sitting on, like, you're giving me a new priority 1 task, and I'm up to my knees in all your previous priority 1 tasks you haven't given me the time to finish. I'm going to need you to decide which one of these is actually the priority 1 task so I can focus on it and get it done. Like, I don't care which one. That's something that is completely outside my realm of caring. Any of them is fine. I just need to know where you actually want me to be focused. Okay, so we are getting... The mood bonus is slowly building up for wet fur. as they're using that facility. And there's a lot of different sources they can get for wet fur, by the way. Even just walking down into the water and back out will give them wet fur. But they won't go out of their way to do that, versus this one they will. But there's also a thing called a Lido, which is like a swimming area and all that, like a designated swimming area. They'll use that as well. Alright. Honestly, if it wasn't for the bad water, all I'd need to do to turn this into one massive reservoir is a little wall there and a little wall here. But because of that bad water, I mean, I could run the wall along there, but then it becomes a longer route. And then this whole area would become one massive reservoir. And not only that, but basically I could just keep building it up and up pretty easily. Like, it'd already go up about 3 tiles before it starts spilling over on this side. And you're complaining that you cannot be reached, because that staircase needs to be built still. Alright. Get just a couple of trees over here waiting to be cut down. Then this is going to run out of stuff to cut down soonish. I've got that one over there. Alright. We're also getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to need another house. So let's go ahead and tell them to... Right, I have to get rid of the trees up there. It's fine. Tell them to cut down the trees up here. Can you reach those? Well, you can't because the stairs aren't built. But say worst case, we can go and tell them to go up there to cut down the trees. We'll end up building some houses up here. Because the good news is they mostly only go to the houses when they go to sleep. So having the houses not particularly close by is not that big a deal. Versus some other games where you'll have it where like their food and their firewood and their clothing and all, like they collect all things and they bring them home. So you end up having to keep like the house right by where they're at all the time. This game doesn't do it that way. Okay. And having the mechanical power be lower than the max just lowers the efficiency, which is bad, but at least workable. Okay, so we got the second stairwell there. So it can technically get slightly up there, but not as far as we would want. So for the temporarily, I'll put one of the things for cutting down trees up there so they can cut down all these trees. You can also tell them to cut it down and not get as good of resources out of it and all that, which is fine. Kind of waiting for those to get those pine trees way over there. So prioritize that long enough for them to get that cut down. And then that'll go away. Then, like I said, I'm going to end up needing to build some housing up here because we're at 19 and I got housing for 20. Okay, when we hit 100 again, I'm going to get platforms, and we can build the platforms to make the thing over there. Oh, I can just build the campfire up here. What am I talking about? Earlier I was going to wait to build the campfire over there. I can just put the campfire up here for right now. You end up needing more of these things in more places just for like convenience sake of pathing, like having the occasional shrine so that the beavers can do their, do their religious stuff as needed to maintain things. But yeah, that'll be another mood bonus. And like I said, there is a whole thing around as their mood gets higher and higher, they get a thing. I still wish I could remember where... Was it on the beaver icon? Maybe you click on the beaver? Yeah, here we go. Right, so it says this beaver's well-being is at 6. So it works 20% faster, and it runs 5% faster, and it has no bonus to health. So when it hits well-being 10, it'll work 40% faster. When it hits well-being 12, it'll run 15% faster. And at well-being 7, it has 20% more health. So you get the idea here. So the idea is you want to end up having them have a bunch of wellness, because if you think about that, this beaver will be working at just shy of 1.5 times its normal rate. It'll be able to move, 50% faster, which is not inconsiderable. And then the life expectancy is longer, which ultimately means a higher population for less resources, because of the whole thing where you don't have to wait for them to turn into kids, and then all that duration that they're children that they can't work, they just stay at a working age longer kind of thing. So it's very important to get all the bonuses you can from all of that involved. So it's very much an important thing in this game to really take consideration of keeping your beavers happy. Technically, you could utterly ignore it as well, but it would be much harder to get your city to be functional at a larger scale. It'd also be very difficult because you're naturally going to get some well-being just by trying to secure enough food and everything. There's going to be a lot of effort involved in that. And we've got our average well-being to be up to 6. Thanks to our campfire. We got our beavers all chilling out at the campfire, doing all that stuff. We'll get the rooftop terrace as soon as we get the platforms, which is going to be when we hit 100 science. And you can build a bunch of these to increase your science rate. I'm not. I don't really have more to add to that. Because we're short workers right now, and every one of those science buildings is an extra worker, I'm being allocated to yet another thing. Okay, so let's go in here. We can queue up the next 2 houses. Because we cut down enough trees to make room for them. Then get those built. And we'll probably take advantage of building vertically here. Now, the rooftop terrace, by its name, must be the highest height building. You also, if I build ledges over the crops will die. Which, makes sense. Unless we can grow mushrooms at some point, which is not a mechanic in the game so far. A lack of sunlight generally does not tend to lead to successful crop growth. And we're still using the wood as fast as we're getting it. That's just going to happen for a while. Okay, so I'll give us our 2 houses there. You can reach all the way down here. I'm going to tell them to start planting the cassava. Obviously, there's a lot of that missing. I'm going to need mechanical power for a bunch of that. It's going to be difficult to make that happen. In hindsight, I should have put that one to the right, but it's a little late for that now. And you can daisy chain your mechanical power together. The reason I'm saying I should have moved that to the right one is then I could have made the path go across here, and I'd be able to build off the path to get more of these, and then we could build platform to build our industry on top of the water. That said, a lot of times you really do want to shape where you're putting the water through to give it as much throughput as possible for more maximum mechanical power. Okay, that said, I do think the next thing I need to decide is where am I making my reservoir? So, the ambitious one, I think honestly going over here, walling off this area here, and then walling off here, and then cutting down this way to let this build up would be good, because then I've got this water source going here, and then this water source that's utterly useless to me now, puts that to use. It is going to be a big project, though. So we are going to start by this. We want to be just a straight-up levee. So that'll be our straight-up levee for over there. And here we'll want a levee as well. And honestly, I only need a levee down around here. Okay, once I start building that up, it'll start flooding this area. So we want to make sure that's done first. So we'll have that sorted. And then that. And I could make this a dam over here. It'll dump back into that area. Now the downside with doing it that way is then I don't use that into our main area. Where if I were to make this levees over here and then route it around here to dump into here, that's another water source going into there. But the trick is then I gotta manage to finagle it around the edge here. No, you know what? I don't need to finagle it around the edge here. Because I'm not really using that land yet. It's fine. Okay, so what we'll probably do here is we'll plan for that to feed directly into the water there. And same there. That'll need to be cut down. We'll want to go to this spot here. Don't bother planting trees there. It's not staying. And then cancel those for now. So the next trick is going to be just getting it to where my beavers can even get out this far. And probably the easiest way would be honestly cut a straight path down this way, let them up onto this ridge, cut trees that way so you can get on top of those walls. And this you could probably get to see where these projects end up just scaling up more and more and more and becoming more and more of a hassle. Okay, so I've already got that. We'll actually take it a step farther and saying just rip them out, get them done. Because then we can go over here. Alright, so then we go over here and say, these trees, rip them out, rip them out. Okay, so they've got work to do there. We'll probably also want to go to these berry bushes and rip those out too. Because I want to plant trees there. Just queue it all up there. We can clean it up afterwards. It'll waste a couple of trees, but that's fine. Oh, right, if I click at a higher elevation to start, it won't apply it to lower elevation. Okay, so we're going to get all that pulled up so we can get this to start trying to get our reservoir built. And the reason I left this open is that maybe we can go over here to the end and put actual floodgates there. But then I'll need to fill in that gap to separate it out. It's just I don't want to do that till we're ready, because then I have the potential of flooding over this side, which wouldn't be the end of the world because it would still get in here. That's also going to mess with the flow of water to this thing, and whatnot. So we're going to need our platforms. So let's get our platforms. And then the next thing I want to do is save up for the floodgates. I'd like to save up for the big floodgates because you could take the big floodgates and make them work in the same capacity as the small floodgates. but not the other way around. But it is way more expensive. Alright, so we got a rooftop terrace. That'll boost our moods more. We've got enough place for people to sleep, which is good because we're up to 22 beavers and counting. Yeah, the rooftop terrace will help a whole lot. Alright. So, if we go for the floodgates, the big floodgate is 500, the small floodgate is 150. We could also go for well-being. We'll probably end up needing a medical bed. There's an extra drought. Because that'll help injured people. Decontamination pod will be a thing we need later. We can get a scratching post thing. That's 100. There's a swimming pool, which can be a good one. I think that's the equivalent of the Lido. Speaking about needing medical bed, we got our first injured beaver. They'll probably die from their injuries because I don't have the science to get the medical bed. So medical bed will be next. I'm going to actually kick up the speed of the game more. Oh, that reminds me. Let's drop that back down. Because I need to make a place for the cassava to be processed. Which we did get our platforms. Oh, you need to actually have the path going to you. My bad. Okay, so that's available. Alright. So I think the reality is I want to move this water wheel, unfortunately. So I am going to delete the water wheel. I really don't want to do that, but it's going to happen. We're going to shift it over here. That way I can start pairing them up for a little bit more power and all that. We could then take this. I'm just going to cut straight across with it for right now. You get that, but you take planks, so you're maximum priority. And you're maximum priority. Alright. I should definitely done that in a different order. It'll be fine. They can still reach that first one, so they should be able to get that back online. But then what I want to do is start moving our mechanical stuff to be sitting on top of this water. And get all that going. Hey, we have a higher level of happiness due to the rooftop terrace, despite the fact that we have an injured beaver. Cool. So that means all those beavers that are starting to get to 7 for their well-being, they now have a 20% longer life expectancy, so they'll live longer. So that'll be really, really good for a lot of the stuff we got going on. Okay, we'll probably want to slide that way as well. Clean up this area. That way I can get rid of this weird zigzaggy path. And then cut straight across there to make the pathing better. And keep all that stuff going. Okay, so you're getting pretty close to running out of trees. We can also go and plant more stuff over here if necessary. I'm not going to do that quite yet. Oh, I need to build more storage. You need to build another storage building. For right now, I can put you over there potentially. You can also just build you up here. I think we build you up here. Build 2 more storage buildings there. And then you will be for the fermented cassava, and you'll be for the unfermented cassava. So that as we farm this, it's got some place to be. And keep expanding that. Because that's going to require... Okay, cool. So we got plank production back online. I thought I had goofed. It would have been fine even if we had done that. I just would have had to backtrack that and put it back, which would have been a waste. Cassava, these nuts. Them memes. And we still need more employees. We're almost at the point where we have things balanced out. I'm going to take a chance here and make another one of these. I'm really getting scared that I'm grossly misestimating how much these get. Because we're at 24, and I don't know how many of these give me. I would expect it to be like 5 or 6. And it's definitely a thing that one of the ways you can kill yourself in this game is by growing faster than your food production and everything else comes up. So we definitely don't want to do that, because that's bad. But at the same time, I don't really know how to gauge it, so we're just going to kind of keep doing it. And also, it's good to see you, good to see everyone. Speaking of cassava, you had some fried yucca today for lunch. Nice. I'm not huge on fried yucca, but it can be nice to just mix things up a bit. Do stuff a little bit different. Okay, so we've got the beavers who can cut down everything over here. They're doing their thing. We got all this going. Are you? No goods in stock. Yeah, so pretty close to any time now, this is going to stop having anyone in range. Cassava is just long potato. I mean, it's got a little... Wait, cassava's long potato? I actually don't know cassava. Yucca, my brain was like, when you were like, is long potato, my brain was thinking you said yucca. I'm like, what? I mean, it does look like a tuber, for what it's worth. I just don't know cassava personally. I have not, as far as I'm... Yucca is cassava? That makes sense then. I mean, I would still say yucca's a bit different. It's similar. They're both starch. They're both starchy tubers. They're definitely not different, but it's like comparing sweet potato to potato. It's like, okay, they're similar. It's all good in Infinity Simplex, and it's good to have you here. Alright, so we got that going, so now I've got 2 of the wheels going. So we're now able to supply 120 horsepower, and that building only needs 75, was it? So we actually are able to handle that. What we're going to want to do from here, though, is I need to get the building for the cassava going, because we got to ferment it. And that required 50 horsepower. Oh yeah, you're like the 1x3. I always found the 1x3 building really weird. It's fine, we can make that work. So what we're going to end up doing here is there's the platform for the actual building and the walkway in. And then what I'd end up doing is I would put a bar here for mechanical power, and then, you know, another one on the other side for our next thing. So recipe, fermented cassavas. Okay, so as you can see, the drought has reached us again. Our water is utterly fine for the time being. They missed an opportunity to call it beaver power. I mean, well, the mechanical power is a bunch of different things. I get what you're saying, though, horsepower versus beavers, especially considering there's no depiction of horses in the game. Are you actually working? You're idle. I'm going to declare this building done for work, because there's just not stuff in range anymore. Then get that out of here. How are we doing on our berries? So we still have tons of berries stored, and the water's fine for right now. I don't think I want to take the chances of expanding yet again yet. We'll get the medical bed put here, because that way, as they get injured, we got a place to treat them. But yeah, so as you can see, with the drought going on, our mechanical power has stopped, and therefore all the production there has stopped, which is primarily our planks. But as we expand, we'll have more and more stuff we do produce that way. Okay. But yeah, so I think this is where reservoir is going to be, and we'll just build it up as much as we can. Because that's a very high elevation place. So we can level it up as much as possible, then we'll end up starting to build the wall up a tile higher as needed. But that'll be an obnoxiously large reservoir. But it's a lot of the game you end up doing those very macro scale projects like that, where you're like, okay, let me build this lock system so I can do all that. The other one we're going to run into that's going to be a problem is ultimately I'm going to need to have sluice to separate the bad and the good water. That's going to be a bit difficult with this one, because realistically to do that, I'm going to have to get way up here to where the water source is. And once I get up there, I'm going to need to like have it where I can just shunt the bad water off this side and just dump it. So yeah, for the first bad water too, that's just going to be something we endure. Now granted, it could also be I just let the water get contaminated. Put a sluice on this side that says, hey, if the contamination is low enough, let it out. If the contamination's not low, like if the contamination's too high, kick it out this side. I don't think that'll work great. I think it'll work. Like, I think it'll work as in, if you're willing to ignore a lot of problems, you'd be like, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so with that, we can go over here and tell them to plant oak trees in this area. And eventually we'll move to more than oak. We'll end up getting mangrove and pine and probably not birch later on. We'll also have coffee. But yeah, and you'll use that for a bunch of other materials. Right now, I don't have the ability to really take advantage of most of those things. So right now, it is nothing but birch to get your early stuff set up, and then switching over to oak for far higher throughput of wood. Okay, and also we can go here and tell them to not plant anymore here, because we pulled down the forestry that was planting all that. And we can go over here, and we will want to plant more cassava. But yeah, as you can see, the drought's lasting longer, so where the water level was up here, evaporation is a mechanic in the game. So even if we were to make a massive, massive reservoir, if we never get more water into it, it will slowly go down. As these are pumping up water to put in here, it'll also lower the water level. So there's lots of little things that put little itty bitty drains on the water. So that's one of the things where having a sufficient reservoir ends up being a necessity. What'll also happen is most likely once you get the larger reservoir up here, stuff like the water pumping would move up here as well to keep this area that's on my grow area from having too much water draw on it. And so instead pulling the water out of our reservoir first. Okay. Alright, so I've got my 100 science. So I've got well-being. We already had one beaver died of injury. So that'll give us a medical bed. So that way in the future we could treat injured beavers. Especially with the iron teeth, I believe with some of their later tech they have more tendency to get injured. Okay, so the water's going to come back in. When it does, it fills this up. Once it gets up to a certain level, that starts flowing, and our mechanical power will come back. And as your population goes up, you'll need to have more of this. You'll have to have more storage. One of the other things I'm going to need to make, and not super long, is going to be a gear workshop. Because that's what's going to let me get the larger water storages, the medium tanks, and eventually we'll get the large tanks, which also require metal. Because I want to say, yeah. So this is the tanks they've been using. One of these is 10 of those. So needless to say, it's a major upgrade. And you'll need gears for lots of things. But that's always the juggle you have in the game, being like, okay, I can work over here, get my stuff for my water gates to be able to go and, you know, keep my big reservoir, or I can put my science over there to unlock this other thing that gives me, you know, stuff for improving my morale so my beavers move faster and work better and all that stuff, or, you know, give me the thing where I can make a bigger reservoir or make it so I could have better water storage, all those kind of things, because needless to say, 10 of these takes up a lot of space by comparison to this thing. And then with this, I want to say you're 600? No, you're 1200. Yeah, so this thing is 4 of these things. So if you turn around to do that, this is 40 of the little ones. Needless to say, massive improvement from a scale size. But that requires metal. That's pretty later game. We will want metal, and the way we get metal is we tear apart ruins like that, and then later on you can dig it up out of these holes in the ground. Where is the nearest metal that we can exploit? So we got metal up here. That wouldn't be too hard to take a road up there, make a bridge across. This whole area would be awful because I have to cut across all of that to get it. That might be our closest metal, because we'll already have a path going right here. I would just hop right over there real quick, and then we can grab the metal there. These are limited. They have a pretty generous amount, but eventually those ruins do run out. Whereas the underground ones like this, those are unlimited. But you'll notice they're in very inconvenient locations. Alright, so they're working on getting our cassava fermenter thing sorted. Oh, I also need to go over here and tell it to rip up these plants. So that way we can plant the cassava and make that whole area there. Alright. So I've reached the point where I have one beaver who doesn't have a job here. I'm not going to worry about that right now, though, because I'm going to have another worker here in just a second, so it's not one to sweat. I'm kind of trying to level out to see what the population settles on with what I've already done. How did you get over here? Oh, they are actually managing to run over this way. I could make the path go over here. That's fine. We'll just keep letting this do what it's going to do, because ultimately this path here will let us run across the top of it, and then I'm going to need platform to cut across here. We'll probably want the platform there. That way I have enough time for the water gate there. Can you reroute bad water? You can. I am not in a position where I can yet. I will need to do that. That's going to take a minute to do. We're going to also want to go to that birch tree right there and rip up that birch tree. Hey, Alistair! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream. Saying, a bunch of mice dupes was launched in a daring expedition to your asteroid. We heard you have cheese and non-boiling oxygen. Don't mind the fake teeth. They are for sure beavers. Alright, well, welcome in, Alistair. How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for Alistair, by the way? Another fantastic creator on the platform. But what were you playing today? For those who don't know, Alistair, absolutely fantastic content creator. Check him out. With all that said, we are doing some Timberborn. We're having a nice sponsored stream today that the devs were kind enough to sponsor us and all that. Oxygen not included. Nice. I was trying to figure out where the boiling oxygen came from as a comment, and that was going to be my guess. Because there's not many games out there where you have to be concerned about that kind of thing. That's not what I need to do. I need to go to this one and tell them to not plant oak over there. There we go. Right. Didn't have to find any dupes. Nice. But yeah, so we are doing a sponsored stream for Timberborn. It is an absolutely fantastic survival city builder. based around post-apocalyptic sentient beavers. And the way I would describe it is a couple things that are interesting about this game. So, like, for one, you've got vertical building. So I've got my big old houses here. I'd be like, you know what? I want more house. And I can put in our house. You put in our house. You put in our house. You put in our house. So you can build up. That is an option. I'm not going to do that, though, because I don't want to do that. You have to make paths to their doors and all that, but that's still, you can build all that. So you could have, like, vertical building. Now, unlike most survival city builders that, you know, it's spring, summer, fall, you know, build up your supplies and all that, and then you ride out the winter, Timberborn's very different. You've got your normal season, which is what we're in right now. You've got drought, and you've got bad water. So it's all around water management. Because without water, all your crops die. Like, if I click on this, 2 days without water, that crop's dead, which means starvation happens. The beavers have water as a resource they need to live, and all that stuff. So water, real heckin' important. But what ends up happening is you have the drought happen, so you gotta, like, right now all I've got is dams here. So that just kind of keeps the water held in this little area here. But as we draw water out and evaporation happens, that will slowly run out of water. And then, you know, you have all that. You also have a lot of stuff. So, like, over here, so, like, those are dams. If we look at them, they got, like, a little opening over here. So while that just, it kind of ultimately lets me bring it, like, 3/4 of the way deeper versus without them be, like, 1/3 of the tile deep. It just gives me a little bit more before we run out of it. And then we use the water for, like, mechanical power and all that kind of stuff, so that's pretty cool. And then over here, we've got levees, which is just a glorified wall that we can route the water around. And so the project we're working on right now is I'm building kind of a chute over here, and I'm going to be building a wall there, so that this water source will pool and make a giant reservoir that fills up this entire area. And then ultimately I have, like, a set of gates up here that I can lower and raise so that as the drought happens, I can poke it down and let water into my area to replenish it. You'll also notice over here we've got water that looks terrible. It's radioactive. It's awesome. It's called bad water. I don't want that. It's bad. Because you'll notice there's no plants in this red veiny looking ground here at all. Because it kills them. And my beavers. It's really bad. It's really bad stuff. And so all of this is like figuring out ways to water manage around it. Keep, you know, food coming in. Build your shelters. So it's a city builder, but you have this whole water management aspect to it. It's really fun. They haven't had a major update like this week. It's been a little while since they had built the update 7. Oh, cool. Our well-being has reached a new high. So that's exciting. Because we're starting to make our fermented kvass. And all that. So, well-being is very important in this game. If we were to look at one of our beavers. Alright. If we look at one of our beavers, you'll notice here they've got like stats on them. So like this is a kid, the rate they age up increases with their well-being, which sounds terrible in real life, but okay. So like right now they're well-being 10, so they become an adult 10% faster. When I hit 14 well-being, they'll become an adult 15% faster. When I hit 12% well-being, they'll be able to run a bit faster. Their life expectancy becomes longer. You get the idea. And we apparently just gained 9 for our well-being, so that's exciting. For the average well-being. And so you get the idea that there's a lot of benefit into taking care of the beavers and doing all that. Because they work faster. So you do a lot of work. There are 2 factions in the game. There's the Folktales as well as the Iron Teeth. The Folktales work with nature, because this, like I said, it's a post-apocalyptic game. The idea is this is Earth, humanity is gone. They don't really get into the specifics of what happened, but considering radioactive water is coming out of the ground, you know, I can't say that's our fault, but I really feel like that's our fault. And they've got fun flavor text like, why do we have to clean up after the humans' mess? Oh, right, they're all dead. But, so it's like, this isn't an apocalyptic game, it's a post-apocalyptic. That humanity's gone, and we are now rebuilding society in, you know, a not too awful world. But yeah, so you got the two factions, Folktales, who get like zip lines. They work with nature, so they got a bunch of stuff that, you know, works along with the nature to be better sustainable and all that. And then you got the Iron Teeth, who we're playing as today. They're more about like very work oriented and, you know, exploiting nature more. So like with the Folktale, you just need food, water, shelter, and the population will grow. The Iron Teeth, on the other hand, we've got these birthing vats that we have test tube beavers. We just put nutrient solution in there and beavers happen. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to be concerned with any of that. But yeah, so you'll end up like the thing that gets really interesting with a lot of stuff in this game is that genuinely, like, a lot of city builders, you kind of get this pattern that you just keep repeating. They're like, okay, you know, I've got this many people, I need one farm that's this size, I need, you know, this many places that are going to be a bakery or whatever, I'm going to need that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But this one, you end up being like, okay, my population's growing, I need a reservoir. And you're going to make a big reservoir, and you might just make one big reservoir for the whole map. But it's one of those things you end up having to scale it up more, and oh, well, I need more mechanical power now. Okay, well, how can I get the water flow over there to give me more mechanical power? Okay, well, my droughts are getting longer, so I've got really good mechanical power while the water's flowing. The drought lasts so long that it's really draining my ability to have industry, speaking of drought. And so you'll get these things that can, like, store power by using these things to, like, crane up these weights. And then when the drought starts, it slowly lowers the weight so that the weight pulls on a, you know, a system, like a pulley system, to keep mechanical power going while the drought's going on. We'll end up getting bad water will come from our freshwater supply, and we'll have to manage that. So there's a lot of cool stuff around that about managing your mechanical power and all that. Yeah, so right now the big thing is that I need to get all of this sorted out. Okay, that one tree is too far to be reached from the district, which should solve itself as they build that. Okay, population... Oh, my population's already at the point I need more housing. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. I was like... Alright, so we'll do some vertical building here. So I can go here. So I can build the platforms to that door. I thought I could build a platform over stairs. Maybe I'm just not remembering. It's fine. Cancel those ones. I'll go a long way around, because I'm sure I'm going to be building many floors onto this place. Okay, so we can grab a path here. Because I at least want to build another building there. But with that, and this is going to be, honestly, probably a big waste of resources. But, just wanted to demonstrate that, you know, you can build vertically. So in other games, you'd be like, ah, man, where am I going to put the next house? Like, I'm going to have to put it way outside of town. Nah, it's fine. You can build up. Is it the most efficient way of pathing? Probably not. It's probably pretty terrible, actually. But are we going to do it anyways? Absolutely. Why wouldn't we? We can go ahead and grab a medium warehouse here, and that would fit right in that spot. Okay, but what are we going to put in this warehouse? For right now, I'll leave it unmarked. But we'll definitely want to get one of our crops in there. And they'll work on that. In the meantime, chat, we're going to be taking a quick break here real fast. I know we did just have a raid, but my wife should have just gotten home, and I'm going to need to run downstairs and make my food happen. The sponsor stream was only required for me 2 hours, but I plan on streaming this the whole day. So, I'm not really worried about like what segment of this is the sponsored 2 hours. I play this game a bunch. I'm happy that they sponsor channel. It always means a lot that they keep coming back and supporting. You know, and it's a great game. I highly recommend it. Anyways, with that said, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No? Alright. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. Figured thanks. Still is a rare tank. That'd be pretty tragic. No. Well, we lost the tank. And I'm assuming we lose everything in it, too. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, I am with you. We will stop the oppression of the trees. We knew this all along. They didn't believe me. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but if you have a colony where you've got 12 kids that you've raised there, definitely MVP parent. Because that is a lot of kids. Yeah, so we gotta find a lung, an eye, and a kidney. Got it. Intro of the Wilhelm scream. The oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. That's not what I want. Oh, that's sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. None of that was an absolute accident. 100% calculated. Oh! I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. Or arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything.
Cause like I have to look at you, so it's nice that you're handsome. Love.
Love. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign.
Right. I often forget about that dare drop, where we were required to give like a tour of the new map, and so we did like it did the whole, you know, like city bus tour guide thing. It was fun. Alright, so we're gonna get all this walled off. So we're up to 230 research. I'm trying to hold out so that I can get the triple floodgate. Because if I can get the triple floodgate, I can build those here. Like right on the get-go. And that'll let me make this at least 3 tiles deep, which is a really, really big reservoir. It'll only be able to go 1 tile deep to start, but then, you know, we can build up to it. But they somehow, a lot of the old clips have categories totally not matching the content. And what we also often see the clips from that time simply show no category. You wonder if Twitch changed some encoding categories at some point, or just doesn't display any of those. No, there's been times over the years where there's been stuff that have gotten mixed up with the data on clips. But I've seen a lot of clips that I know I was in the right game category but got misattributed for whatever reason. And I couldn't even answer why they get misattributed. Just that they do get misattributed. Okay, so this is almost done. And you're too far from any paths. That's fine, we'll get that sorted. Alright. So, what else? So to make the soybeans, I would need canola oil and the soybeans. Otherwise, we could do mushrooms. What does it take to grow mushrooms? Because they're not listed here. More than likely, we're looking at, for the next food group, it's going to be a bit more of a process. And unlocks I don't want to do right this second. Because we grow the canola. Yeah, and then I need an oil press, which is 120. So we're going to wait on that. Because food is one of the fastest ones to keep building up your well-being. Because every food group adds at least 1 to your stuff. Oh, mangrove fruits. Right, and mangrove are water trees. So what I could do is get a forestry put down here and plant the mangroves down here in the water. And then I need a gatherer to get the mangroves out of the water. So we can go to here and grab, because I think it's forestry that does the mangroves as well. Cool, so you can go here. Mangroves. And then we would go over here. And that'd work. And then once I plant the mangroves, I shouldn't need this forestry anymore. Which also means I can go over here with that one and set you to the mangrove fruit. Once I figure out where that's at here. There we go. Alright, so we got our next drought. The news to say, to give you a scale of this project, we've gone, this will be our second drought since we started this project. And this one's a 6-day drought, so the droughts are getting a bit longer. Our first drought was a 3-day, so we've doubled the length of our drought so far. And they will continue to get worse. Difficulty-wise, we're only on normal because I wanted to make sure to actually demonstrate the game. Whereas I could turn it up to be much harder for an interesting challenge. But then, you know, I run into the problem where, you know, we're not seeing all the stuff because, you know, maybe we take a loss or two. I could certainly see the interest of, if I want to do a really challenging map, I'm tempted at some point to do the Islands map. Most of the maps that you play in Timberborn are something like this, where there's a river that goes through and the occasional lake, that kind of thing. You know, and then the harder ones, it'll be like a really high area that has a river and then a waterfall, so it's like really hard to utilize. But one of the hardest maps I've seen is called Islands. And it's kind of the inverse, where you've got like these pockets of land here and there. But it becomes weirdly hard because you don't have where you can just like get to the water source and like build a big area around it. You kind of just have this big lake, and you could like make an area that's fully like just dams all around it, but it's really hard to get mechanical power out of that, and the things have a tendency to flow around it. So it's kind of really difficult to line everything up the way you need it to work. Okay, and so our wood is going to slow down a lot soon. We're going to get the last of these pulled up, which actually I'm saying that, but that's actually a lot of wood up there. Because then eventually that woodcutter's going to go away. This one is almost done. Got a bunch of unemployed beavers. We are building the more houses. That's just going to take time. And that's waiting on the... Well, actually, I've got the lumber. Oh, it's just our builders are going to be all tied up on this project. That's fine. Yeah, so for this project, if we make that a higher priority, that a higher priority, that a higher priority, and that a higher priority, that should give me enough to get one more of the houses to keep letting the population grow. Alright. An added bonus, by making all of this available, I could grow on this area, grow on these areas. Probably not, that's pretty inconvenient. But this area would almost entirely become growable space on here as well. Which would potentially give me room for, like, maybe another place to pull up berries if we need more. And I guess I'll plan for maybe this will be canola over here. For when we're ready for that. We're not ready for it yet, so I'm not going to bother growing it. Alright, one more tile, and we got our next house online. Just in time, because the houses are 10. We got 10 vacant places. Yes, this is part of where I mentioned way earlier, if you look where the line starts from green, and as we get farther and farther away, it slowly goes red. That's kind of what it's warning you from, is by this being way out here, they just won't get the tasks done as fast, because they gotta drag the stuff that far. I'm a little concerned I'm going to have to cut through all these trees to get to that tree to remove it. It's also possible I might just put like a stairwell down here to get into that spot. It honestly wouldn't be a terrible idea. Let me just plan to put one stairwell right here. And so for right now, just have a path in this area so that they can run around and build from here if they need to, or whatever we have to have happen. Okay, and how much were you? 500? Okay, so we're at about 300 science, and 500 gives me the big gates I want to put here.
And then once we have those gates, then we can fully wall this off. Keep the bad water on this side, keep the good water on this side. We'll be flooding this entire forest. You know, definitely something that is not an ecological disaster in real life. Okay. Okay, so you're set to... Alright, we're going to switch the priorities. You're the planting one, and you're the harvesting one, because this one has easier access to both. We'll probably end up needing to do more with this, like put like another one of them over here for the canola. You know, have like the one in the middle deal with like harvesting, and the other one deal with the planting or whatever's their priority. We'll figure it out. As you run out here, you're already dehydrated. Even though you got tons of water. And kind of some of the things to watch is while you're in the drought, see how low your water gets. Because that'll help you gauge on, oh, I'm going to need more water storage. How low does your food get? That kind of thing. Just a lot that goes into it. Yeah, let it get this far for right now. But that last little bit I can't block off till we got our water gates built. And as I mentioned before, once we build this up, I can literally use this metal source and would already have a path connected. It'd be a hike, but a very slow and less efficient source of metal beats no metal. Oh, we've got enough employees. Let's get haulers online. Haulers could be immensely useful. Where do I want to put you? Yeah, I won't be able to stack the buildings for that. Kind of leaning towards putting it up here somewhere. Yeah, because if I do that, then I can dedicate people to just hauling stuff around. And that'll speed up a lot of the work because then, you know, the person who, like, makes the... Because, like, right now they grab all the wood, they take it to where we can make the planks. They make planks till it's full, and then they drag it over to storage, and then they start that loop over. Versus if we have the haulers will bring both the resource to make the planks and the planks out, so that the worker can just keep working the whole time. It might be worth considering adding one of the wheels that the beavers run in for very slow production during drought. Not a huge fan of it because they're very labor intensive. Yeah, because you give 300 horsepower for one beaver to keep running in it. Oh, right! You've got the other one. You've got the good wheel. Okay, that's not as bad. Alright. Yeah, because the other faction has just like a regular hamster wheel looking thing, and it's better than nothing, but it's pretty crap. Like you definitely want to use the water wheels much more. But this one they have where you can get a couple, I think it's like a couple of beavers, 4 beavers that'll push it around in a circle for 300 horsepower. Whereas my little water wheels can only get 60 if the water's flowing. So it could be worth putting that in there, having 4 dedicated workers for it, for the time being, to keep these running during drought and bad water. I imagine down the road, we'll probably end up moving our production stuff over here, as we need to really scale up, and then I can have water flow through this area. But that's a later me problem. Right now, we need to work on that reservoir. Because our water level is getting pretty
low. So it's not far from running out of water. But we're right at the end of the drought, so this one's fine. But we might be getting to the point that next drought might be a major problem. Yeah, and then when you get the level 3 gates, I could potentially see putting the level 3 gates across here. That way, during bad water, I could slam them up to their highest position to route the bad water out. And then honestly, right now, the first bad water is just going to contaminate a reservoir, and we'll end up just dumping it all out the side somehow. Probably exactly what I'm going to have to do, too, is I'm probably going to have to put, like, a tier 3 gates over here somewhere, so we can kind of route out bad water. Whereas long term, we'd want to make the sluice. And where's the sluice even on here? Yeah, those are 400 and they require metal. But that'll probably be the thing we go after next. Like, get over here, get to where we can access the metal and all that. Beeline for the sluice. Because once I set that up, I can automate it where I have, like, over here I have a sluice for the fresh water. Over there I got a sluice for the bad water. So that, you know, we could just let good water out this way. Because also the sluice, you can automate a bunch of this stuff. I can put the sluice down here to let fresh water through at a constant rate. And so you could even do a thing where I put like 1 or 2 sluice down here to let fresh water through, so it's at a slower rate than this builds up, so that builds up to top while you're in regular time. And then like just a bunch of sluice out the top at fresh water. So during drought, it kind of slowly drains a reservoir down to that last block. Okay, there's the last couple blocks here. And the wood is no problem now. I also just realized I don't have anyone... Oh, no, there's a woodcutter who can reach those trees. Alright, so you can reach all these trees. So your services are no longer needed here. So open that up. That's another tile we can put cassava. Now we're just waiting on the rest of this to get built. Unconnected building. Oh, right, because you're still building these walkways. Those are just going to take time. That's fine. Yeah, I'm glad we didn't build more of these, because we're almost up to 50 beavers living in our place. And our water is in pretty sad shape right now. We're probably getting to the point where I'm going to need another pump going. And I'm also going to, I'm going to need more water storage. I'm trying really hard to hold out for the water gates first. Really, I probably should be getting the gears and the bigger water storage. Yeah, when the beavers go to get their water, it knocks off like 25 water all at once. Alright, we're gonna need more water. So let's get that handled. So water. Put a deep pump on this side. Now this pump is gonna go offline when the drought happens. Which is fine. I just don't want to pull too much water from this spot during the drought that we make that dry and all our crops die. And you'll want priority on both of those. Okay, and we've almost finished the walkway going around for the second floor. Cool. So we got another pump running. And if, for example, we get contaminated water here, it's not that you pump up contaminated water, then all your beavers start dying. Instead, what happens is the pump will simply lock and it won't let you get more water until it's done. Hey, Ad Noctum, how's it going? I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Ad Noctum, by the way? But, you know, what were you playing today? How did it go and all good stuff? Always good to meet new people and whatnot. Alright, we're getting this down here for the mangroves. That's good news. But yeah, no, welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I'm Rual, Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. All that said, I do play a variety of games. You know, including today we're doing Timberborn and like RimWorld. I've done Project Zomboid in the past, Kenshi, a whole bunch, and all that. You're playing Kenshi with Recruit Prisoners mods, creating a giant hive of fogmen that are more productive members of society. Nice. I've done like the Hiver only run. Those are always fun. Yeah, so check out Ag Noctum. If you're looking for some Kenshi, you can find that Kenshi over there. But yeah, no, I've done like the Hiver only run. That could be a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've done Kenshi. I think last year Kenshi was among like my top 5 most played games. We're gonna need more food. Our population is growing very rapidly. But I am noticing up here the cassava, like the raw cassava, we're generally not getting there. And I think it's more of a matter of not having enough people to harvest is the actual issue, not even the growing area. So I might go over here to get ahead of that before it becomes critical. We'll put down another farmhouse. Actually, do I put it down there? Or here? Here would cover most of that, but it would... Yeah, we'll put it up here. So that way it can cover most of those fields, and it can cover kind of this whole area, so that'd be enough for the canola. You love Kenshi? This looks cool, though? Yeah, for those not familiar, for the record, we are being sponsored today. But I played a ton of Timberborn on the channel in the past. So Timberborn is a post-apocalyptic city builder featuring sentient beavers. It's a little bit different than most survival city builders that you've played in the past. You know, the other ones out there where it's typically spring, summer, fall, you get firewood, you get food, you get shelter, you get clothes, whatever the game mechanics are, and then you try and survive the winter, repeat, you know, that kind of mechanic. Instead, this one, you've got your normal season, your drought season, and your bad water season. And so what happens is, like, right now, we're in our normal season, so the water's flowing, everything is mostly fine, just ignore the radioactive water over there, and everything's fine. But then the drought comes and then the water dries up. So this game is very, very heavily dependent around water manipulation, so building reservoirs, using levees and dams and sluices and all that to try and manage your water as best you can, so that when a long drought comes in, you can retain enough water that you can keep stuff going. Because if you look at this plant here, it says drought resistant 2 days. If it goes 2 days without water, it dies. And as you can imagine, all of your crops dying is not good for surviving, because you'll notice all these trees are dead up here. You also have bad water. Bad water is radioactive gross water. And so what'll eventually happen is we'll have events where our freshwater supply will occasionally be a source of bad water. And so you get to the point of not only trying to hold the water back so you have enough, but to be able to route the bad water away. So there's a lot of that. You also have, instead of electricity in this game, you've got mechanical power. And so you can see I've got water wheels here turning because the current's going by. When the drought happens and we're just holding our water, obviously it's not moving, so all of our mechanical power starts to go away, and there's ways to manage that. So it's really kind of a fun game of juggling all that. And you do lots of stuff to manage your well-being of the beavers, because the higher the well-being, the more effective they are. They have all these bonuses they get. So let me grab one of them. So you can see, like, this one's working 20% harder, or 20% faster, because they're at 8 well-being. They run a little bit faster, they live a little bit longer. But like if they get to 10 well-being, they'll work 40% faster. There's a lot of stuff you juggle in that. It's really fun. It's also interesting, like when you play a lot of the other survival ones, you end up running into the situation where you kind of figure out how to make a balance in an area. Thank you. Love. You know, you figure out, like, okay, I need, you know, 2 farmhouses for X number of people, and I need the church there and this there, and you kind of get this pattern, and you sort of duplicate it across the map, saving a couple of strategic resources that you have in different areas. This one you don't.
This one you're being like, okay, I've got a population, it's growing, I need more water. I'm going to make this giant strategic reservoir, and I don't need a reason to repeat that. So I'll have like a reservoir over here, but then I might have an aqueduct that I have a bunch of water wheels to like run around to give me mechanical power. And so you're making these really large-scale projects, which would be very interesting. Is there a beaver conflict with other things? Beaver slavery, maybe? No, nothing like that. It's not that kind of game. It's you against the environment. There are 2 factions of beavers in the game, but that's just the different available buildings when you go. You have the folktale, and the folktale work with nature, because, like, again, this is post-apocalyptic, and while they don't go in specifically what humanity did to itself, humanity ain't here anymore. And we have water sources gushing out radioactive water. These 2 things are probably related. But then you have the Iron Teeth who we're playing as now, who are more about exploiting nature. So if we look here, Folktale, you just need food, water, shelter, and they'll make more beavers. Instead, we here, if we look really closely, you can see, you know, baby beavers floating in breeding pods that we just put our nutrient liquid into a vat and beaver happens. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, no, it's not a game where you have like armed conflict or anything like that. The environment is your threat. And it does get worse and worse that the time outside of drought gets shorter and shorter, and the time in drought or bad water gets longer and longer. That's how I was born. You actually have very loving parents. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of weird to think of beavers doing that. But they're sentient beavers. But it's also just like fun, like the juggling of like the mechanical power and juggling all the water and stuff. And it is a game you can absolutely get wiped out. One of the things that happens for a lot of new players is you grow your population too fast and then you realize you're not producing enough water or enough food. And it just kind of happens so fast that you're like, oh crap, I just grew this place way too quickly. Alright, so now I'm gonna get our triple floodgates. We finished the research, that's what we've been saving up for this whole time. Those will be our giant floodgates that are future-proofing that area. And I guess I should probably put them over here as well. So put a set of levees on the bottom here. So the only reason I'm not putting them right here is the fact that I need to path across there, and I'm not sure how I want to deal with that. Because again, that's contaminated water. I do not want my beavers going in that. If my beavers go in the contaminated water, they are they're not going to stay very long in my colony. So what we'll probably need to do here is we'll get a path to go around the back there to connect all that. Okay, so that'll give me finally the big reservoir we've been working on. Oh no, you're joking. You didn't think that would have a real world thing? I mean, there is a thing when you have a parent who can't carry stuff that they do have means. It has to usually be pretty far along though. Means of having a kid like finish the gestation not in the person. There's lots of risk of complication though. Yeah, no, I figured you're probably joking, but yeah. You never know. The internet's a wild place. Okay, and we're planting our mangroves, so we got another food source. Oh, another thing you could do in this game is you could build up, which I'm probably going to need to do soon. So, like, I've got here, if you look, I've got a warehouse down there. I got a warehouse here. And I need more housing. That's deleting a building. Let's not do that. So you can go and build another house on top of all that. And you can have your spiraling up staircase and all that. So you can do some pretty wild stuff that you'll have this where you'll have like this area, there'll be like this growing area, and you'll have this giant stilted up area around it. Or for example, I'm building platforms on top of the water so I can have all the stuff that needs mechanical power sitting on top of the water. Okay, so I think the next thing we're going to make is we're going to go after the gear workshop, because I need the gears so that I can get my larger water storage, because that's going to be a fairly urgent problem in not very long. This will be another one of those forestries that I'm going to build the forestry. They're going to plant all those mangrove trees, and I'm going to delete the forestry because its like services are no longer needed here. We'll probably also want to get some more well-being stuff. So what do we got here going on so far as our well-being? Yeah, so we're not getting enough people with the wet fur bonus, which they get from running in and out of water, or I've got over here, I've got a little shower there that they can splash themselves with some water. So we'll want to do that. One of the ways we could do that is if we look at our recreation thing, there is a swimming pool. So we could plunk down with the swimming pools, probably like along here once I get the bigger area. I could put a little swimming pool there and they'll swim in the water. They'll get a mood bonus for that. Did you ever finish? No. I just need them to keep working to give them a chance to catch up. Because basically we've stunted a lot of our other progress here to focus on getting this reservoir up and running. Keep waiting to see that tree get cut down. Demolish priority top. Get that tree moved so I can put that last piece of levee there. And how much research do I need for you? 100 research for the gear workshop. And the way you get research in this game is there's just a building, and they just work in it. You can get better versions of it that give them way, way, way more research. But, you know, they have other requirements, whether they're material or mechanical power or whatever. I just realized I don't actually need these platforms now. Before I put the path down the middle, I did. So delete those. And delete those. So now they can just walk along here to get those built. Okay, so they finally got that section done. Alright, so we got another drought getting ready to happen. I don't think we're going to have this done in time for the drought, but that's okay. The droughts aren't always longer than the one before it. They have a tendency to move more and more towards longer and longer droughts. Okay. So there's a thing we will run into. And they're working on these levees, that's fine. I mean, until the whole thing's done, none of it's done effectively. Like, it can't be used. Alright, so I am noticing these trees are going back and forth from getting poisoned. So that's something to probably not worry about too much. Okay, so you're done. So let's shut you down. Get your materials back. We got a little bit of stuff over here. I could put the swimming pool right there. I'm not gonna, because I'm already gonna want to get rid of those later on. Another thing you'll probably notice is like only near the water the ground is green. I can't grow out in this stuff. So you'll notice I'm going to try to keep as much of my stuff that is water dependent on the water and move as much as my stuff that is not needing water up onto the ledges and all that are barren and dry and not going to be usable for growing ground, because growing ground is a premium in this game. Okay, so we can get the gear production up. So let's look at that. So unlock that. Alright, so where do I want to put you? Alright, so we're going to get a little ambitious here. So I'm going to go ahead and put all of you for platform. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a fermenter here, because I already know I'm going to need another one. And we will go over here and put the gear production there. And I also need to get mechanical power between there. And mechanical power can run through buildings, but there's no connection here. So we're going to go ahead and put a little wood pipe that can take the mechanical power over. We're going to need more mechanical power attached to that, but we'll worry about that in a minute. No problem, Ad Noctum. And thank you again so much for that raid. And again, you have yourself a good one, and I do hope you continue having good streams and all that. So we'll have all that connected. So right now, these are producing 125 power is what they can max out at. Needless to say, that's not enough for what we're doing. I am going to need to expand that a lot. But we're going to worry about that in a minute. What I'll probably do is bring a path across here somewhere. Yeah, I can probably bring the path across here, up there, and build more mechanical power back here. I do think making one of the walking wheel things might be a good call. It'll be 4 beavers working on that, but I do have an overabundance of living resources. So actually, change that power shaft from just straight across. That's vertical. Oh, right, they changed it. That's right. It used to be you had, like, one that was a cross beam, one that was a plus, one that was a T, and then they kind of were like, you know what? There's no reason for us to have that. You just have an area that joins all of it. Alright. Yeah, so we look, the drought started. So we'll watch, like, there was the water supply up there. It dried up, and we're fast-forwarding a lot, so you can see where this starts to dry up. All that green ground starts becoming barren, the trees start dying. And then because I have these dams here kind of holding the water height a little bit higher. Oh, we are in trouble on this one. It is a 6-day drought, and I did not manage to stock up a meaningful amount of water. So we might suffer casualties on this one. We'll see. But that's the reason I'm trying to get all this mechanical power up here. So get you built there. And then we can go here to the large power wheel. And build more of these. And then I will need to remove those 2 trees. Now we can make a path over there to do that. Okay, but now while we got all this going on, I'm getting no planks. Because that requires mechanical power, and I don't have it. We are officially out of water and storage. And we still have 5 more days of the 6 days of drought. I fully expect that they will pump the full amount of water out of here before the drought's over. And we're out of food. Prioritize harvesting. Okay, so a lot of stuff has fallen behind all at the same time. We will likely be taking casualties, and probably not a few. I let the population get away with me, as I mentioned, is a problem you run into, and it shows that even someone who has done many late game colonies in this, it's really easy to make that mistake. Considering right now, I have a -5 well-being because I have a massive number of people who are currently starving and thirsty. Well, I don't think we're dead because we are actively pulling up food, but I do think we're going to take some pretty heavy losses and get to reprioritize some of our people. The first thing is, can I get the food in order? Because they're harvesting as fast as they can. And the water pumps are going as fast as I can. And putting another water pump here won't help. It'll make it worse. Because then I'll get immediate gratification on the water, but then I will dry that out too fast. So yeah. So the big things I need is I need more water storage. We're already actively working in that direction. And I need a little bit more ability to pump out water. I still see a whole lot of yellow dots there. We're going to tell them that keep those 2 farms as very high priority. So that way when we start taking casualties, at least we don't have them come out of where we're getting our food from. Yeah, so we should start seeing a lot of people start dropping dead here. Okay, we had our first death due to hunger. A matter of how much we can juggle the hunger and thirst. The good thing is I got 22 more people than I need workers for. So, you know, that's probably okay. So far, only one hunger slash thirst death. Surprisingly. There goes a second. Two more days of drought to go. Yeah, so we definitely need to get that food into a better place. We can also go over here before I forget. Again, I'm going to want to tear up these trees. There's no one in range to put those to use. I'd rather build stuff there. Okay, so the hunger seems to be doing okay, surprisingly, considering that. But the water is going to be... Everything will be fine, and then we're going to have like 10 people drop dead and, you know, thing. Third hunger death. I'm waiting for the water to come to pass, and then just, you know, in very, very short window, 10, 20 people die. Fourth hunger death. Fifth. You know what? Well, no, putting another farmhouse down here would support those two. We'll do it. Worst case, if it's overkill, we can just get rid of it later. Yeah, so you'll be 2 of them that'll plant, and then 2 of them that'll harvest. Because then that'll cover this area. And then these 2 cover this enough that we can put canola there when we have the thing for making oil. Oh, that water's getting real low. I think we'll be okay on the waterfront so far as not exhausting this. But it is getting dodgy. One good news we're going to have is these mangroves are about to be done, and that'll be another food source to pull from. So the food should be already getting addressed. But the downside right now is our water is in horrific state. Alright, so the new water is going to be coming in soon. It'd be good to move the water production up here once this reservoir is ready. I'll even plan for that. We'll put another deep water pipe. This will be a very inefficient one so far as location for pathing, but I put a big water storage there. It could be one of those ones that once the water starts really getting bad, I've got another place to get water from. Because this once this is built, is going to hold water for an entire drought and have plenty to spare. Alright, so we're starting to have people drop from thirst in rapid succession. We just lost about 8, 9 people, 10 people, 12 people. They're dropping like flies. There goes another one. And it's the thirst doing them in. Get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall. Man, I haven't heard that in a long time. Why can't they drink the water? Oh, no, they so, yes, it makes no sense that they can't just go on the water and drink it. But mechanically, you have to pump the water up into storage for them to drink it. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense that they can't just go into, like, dip into the river and just take a sippy sip. But have you heard Just game mechanic things. Yeah, they're posh beavers. They're the iron teeth. Okay. Nothing in range. Okay, so that's good. So that building's finally done. Nothing left for it to do. That frees up another worker beaver. They are continuing to drop like flies. We now have 11 work vacancies. We are starting to get a tiny bit of water in storage. So the deaths to thirst should start going away. We are also getting a tiny bit of food into storage. So those should both start settling up soon. Man. Just so suddenly, just 20 plus beavers gone. Alright. We're still having some die of thirst. We are seeing the well-being improve as there's less beavers, you know, struggling for basic survival. Huh, it looks like we suddenly have 41 vacancies in our housing for some reason. I can't imagine why that's the case. Okay, we're getting there. We still have some that are hungry and thirsty, but we're getting there. 42 now? Yeah, we're still having a couple die of thirst. The good news is once we start getting them fed and all that, their well-being will improve, so they'll work harder and move faster. So it's kind of one of those things that as it starts to stabilize, it will stabilize more rapidly. I'm a little concerned that most of the thing that causes us to get more beavers are also shut down because they require berries and water for the nutrient stuff for it. But they're working on it. Okay, we're now back to a positive well-being overall. Only seeing a couple of beavers running around. Time to restart? Oh no, we're nowhere near that. You could definitely get yourself into an unrecoverable state, but we're nowhere near that. Because one of the good things is I did prioritize the water and food stuff for workers, so as we lost a lot of people doing other things, at least things. This is kind of a restart already? Not really. I mean, we did knock down the population, and it's going to take a little while for it to come back. It's not going to be horrific to get it back. The big thing is just getting a chance for them to get ahead of this. Which it looks like the water has completely stabilized. We're getting genuinely water in storage. Now it's a matter of the food catching up. And the problem running in with that is I need you to have a slightly higher priority, please. They're pulling up the crops faster than we're getting them planted because that wasn't set to be up a priority. But once we stop having people who are starving, that should improve. And their well-being is now skyrocketing. So that should have them working faster and getting all that done quicker. We should probably prioritize that getting built faster as well. That should massively improve our food. All right. That's just an example of what not to do
That was clearly all planned, and definitely didn't just kind of accidentally happen. Yeah, so we could get the oil thing set up. We're not going to worry about that yet. Alright, so I'm going to want to start saving up for metal. We'll be able to get that over here pretty soon. You're working on that. We're getting our reservoir still built. We got our other farm built. Okay, so now we should be in good shape. I basically doubled the number of people able to work the farm, so that should make it keep up a lot better than it was before. Which is also good because we'll be expanding to put canola over here in not too long. But for right now, what I'm waiting on is I need to get the gears done. We also need to unlock you at 120. So they just need to keep working on all this. Like I said, one of the good news things that we're going to do is once this reservoir gets built, I can move some of my water pumping up there so that, like, this pump shuts off once the drought happens. These ones don't. This one, things got to get pretty dire before that shuts off. Okay. I am seeing these, like, juggle to stay up. We do have most of our breeding pods actually having stuff there, so that's good news. Right now, I'll tell you to also... Well, actually... The fermented soybeans or fermented mushrooms. The fermented soybeans, I believe, require the canola oil. We can worry about that after we unlock the larger water storage. Then we can work on making the canola oil. And then that'll get us more food source. We'll want to save up for the sluice once we get the metalworking going, because it probably won't be too much longer till we get bad water. And we are building sluices or gates over here and over here, so when we get the bad water, I can just dump the reservoir out the side. One of the other things I'm going to need to do here, though, this probably isn't going to get done in a timely manner. Actually, wait a second. Alright. We'll build those up there. And then the reason for that pretty much just boils down to eventually we're going to have the bad water, and I'm going to need to be able to deal with that. And probably the easiest way for us to deal with that is simply going to be able to get... Oh, you're too high. All right. Yeah, I hadn't planned for that to be too high. Let's cancel you. Put a platform here. Stairs and stairs. Stairs up here. Connect a path. So we can build that. Connect a path here. I need you to uproot this tree. That way they can build that so when we get the bad water, I can slam the gates up. So we can force the bad water out and around. Oh, with this, we can also expand these fields just a little bit. It won't really matter. It's not that many more tiles, but why not? Okay, now we got some proper food in storage as well. That's good news. And they're still working on all that stuff. Okay, they're getting the last of those built. Then we got these. Then I got that. But that's one of the things that get in trouble is you do these macro scale projects and sometimes they just take time to do. Okay, if we were to grow other crop, so we could start growing the soybean and the canola. I think we do the soybean up here and the canola over there. Not really ready to do much with that. We'll go ahead and put the canola in this area.
Put the soybean up here. I really don't know at all what ratio I should have of these things. And then on top of that, we are going to need more storage. For right now, I think for our storage, we're just going to go plunk some more up here. We could start building this up so we have the soybeans and the canola seeds. And then we'll want somewhere over here to do the next process. Oh, I don't have a spare worker doing research now. That's okay for the time being. We are recovering from losing a lot of people, so that's just going to take time. Do you have spare workers here? Yeah, you're fine. Okay, so you're right about to finish this. These are going to be set to their minimum height for right now. And then we'll need to adjust those later. Okay, and that should be the last of the floodgates as soon as they build that. We got one levee there. We got this little pocket over here to deal with, and then the giant reservoir will be built. It's not probably going to be in time for that drought. So this drought, we're going into it in much better shape. I've got about 200-ish food and 200-ish water and storage. So that's at least some good news. We certainly would like to be in better shape, but luckily, we have 25 less people this time. That was just what happened. The last one was just planning ahead to make sure we were ready for this drought. That's all we were doing. We realized we let our population get too high, and so we just, fixed the problem. We'll also see, because like I said, not all the droughts are always bigger than the one before. Sometimes you'll actually have a drought that it comes in, and after having, like, big drought, you'll get a little one. Which usually makes you suspicious that the next thing that happens is going to be truly awful. But, you know, that's the whole thing. Okay, so you got the bigger water tank. So the first big water tank I'm going to end up putting right here for that one. And we'll work our way around. We're nowhere near ready for it. I got to get all the stuff for the gears set up. Because until I have that, I can't do any of it. Okay, so I'm noticing one potential issue. So we're going to set you to be a low priority. That levee right there. And the reason for that... Oh no, we're fine. This could be fine. Yeah, because even if they build that one, all I have to do is slam these levees up. You have to put those back up. And it'll keep routing that way. Actually, it should be fine either way. Because even if this does block that up and it floods this area, I mean, it could flood here and kill a couple of trees. I don't really care about those trees that much. It'll be fine. Yeah, we're almost to 300 food. So our well-beings are still climbing. What do we got? So we could use more fermented cassava. Know that. Are you getting about ready for mangrove? Oh, that's why. We don't have enough workers. Let's bump that up so we actually get more food variety. It does mean a lot of these buildings are going to start slowing down. Let's drop you back down to neutral priority. This is a food type situation. You're going to go up in priority. Put you for neutral priority because I can afford to let them cut trees for a while before it's urgent. And we got those being built. I'll probably want to go over here because we'll also have the cooked canola. We'll need to go there, and then we'll have gears.
There's the gears. And, sorry, not cooked canola, fermented soybeans. Alright, so we're basically just waiting for all that to get done. So it's another 6-day drought, so same length as the last drought. So, same problem, but this time I got 210 water in storage and almost 400 food. So, all things considered, much better shape than we are. We also had almost 20 more beavers than we do this time. So this one shouldn't be a bad one to deal with. We're probably not too terribly long from suffering our first bad water. Okay. Yeah, we don't have spare workers. So the good news is we're down to only... Actually, let's go to this building. You'll have full amount when you get there. So if we look at it, we're only at... I mean, not counting the one building there. We're almost to the point of having our jobs all filled. We still have 12 jobs vacant, but almost all of that's just the hauling place. There's only 2 not that job currently vacant. There we go. We're getting a much better turnaround on all our food stuff. Okay, and I am noticing that these 2 tiles are not actually getting grown. They're not going to grow in those spots, because there's no point in wasting my time. And another thing you can do with this game is you can actually do a lot of terraforming, so like I can genuinely build up and lower down mountains and all that. It can be a little bit of a laborious task, because it is a moving block by block kind of situation. But it is those things that over time you could be like, okay, well this area is all zigzagging, whatever. Let's make it into a big open area. We can go and move that in there to make like an easy, like a straightforward channel through here to get as much flow as possible for mechanical power. You can do all that stuff. Okay, so you're getting the last of that built, so we're almost done with our giant reservoir, which is a very ambitious project to do at this stage in the game, but, you know, sometimes you gotta do ambitious things. I'm also observing one problem with putting this here. And the thing I'm observing a problem with putting this here is we look at the stenciling out of our reservoir. I already know I'm going to make it deeper. And when I do, that's going to be submerged almost immediately. Now, interestingly enough, I could have made this like a middle area that this would be lower than this area. I think for right now I am going to leave it to deal with our immediate problems first. And then when I get to the stage of making it deeper, you know, I'm going to have to make like a little stairwell to go up to the next higher place. Then we can start making platform to put those things on to pump the water out. We can worry about that when we get there. Because I want to say these can go 6 tiles deep. Yeah, maximum depth 6. So I can move this 6 tiles up and pump that water way down there. And it is actually a thing to do, like middle to late game, is have a bunch of your housing and warehousing up on top of your reservoir in the part where the water's not moving. So they can just all live there and just have the water storage and the pumps and everything right there. But that's one to deal with when you get there. Yeah, so we're almost at 600, well, 500 food. And all that. What's holding up our well-being right now? So we got wet fur isn't getting anything. The fermented kvass isn't keeping up. Which makes sense, mechanical power. Yeah, and they're all trying to get that built. Which that's just all my builders are working on the reservoir, so that makes sense that it's taking time. Okay, what is the next project? So for the next project, what I could do is I could probably grab some of these things that improve morale and tack them in there. They won't cost me hardly anything, but they do help. So we got a scratching machine. So you're a 1x1. It'd be good to put it somewhere a bit centralized. Oh, I got that one spot there. It's not a really great spot for it, but that's fine. So that'll be another morale bonus. And then after that, we could get swimming pool. And that's when that requires the 3. And like I said, I could see putting it like right here where these 3 are once we get the bigger containers. And then that'd be another place for it. I can also just see plunging it in anywhere on here, just putting a couple more platforms right there and just putting it right there. There's lots of room. Oh yeah, you still have to be built over here. That way they can start working and getting that blocked before bad water, so we can prevent the bad water from getting in here entirely. If the bad water gets in here, it's as bad as this running out of water entirely. You're getting pretty close to being completely... Yeah, there's just a tiny little sliver of water. Luckily the drought's about to end. Give that one a little higher priority. Because this is going to start filling up and it will eventually flood down into here, which is good. We want the water down here. But I'm going to want to get that sorted, because I believe that's enclosed to the point that this river is going to overflow now. So we'll start to overflow this area. And we're also really close to getting this walled off so that this thing's fully functional. Okay, so let's bump you up to 0.9. So I've got almost a full block up. Yep, so slowly fill this whole thing up. And giving us a really big reservoir back there. Which is good, because we're getting to the point that this isn't going to be able to sustain what we've been doing so far very, very soon. Yeah, it's still bleeding water over here, which is why it's not filling up super fast. I mean, it's not going to fill up super fast regardless. This is a huge area. Alright, only one more tile and then that thing's sealed. So it should fill up a little bit faster, and we are absolutely 100% killing an entire forest. Now, all this is going to start becoming viable for growing stuff as the water gets over here. Alright. You're probably not getting any of that done. Because as much as I would be immediately tempted to try and make this deeper, blocking off, or making it where I can block this off will be the higher priority. So that way, if we get bad water, I can just stunt the bad water from reaching us at all. Ooh! Okay, that is an unexpected consequence that I didn't think of. So if you missed what happened here, because I'm no longer putting any good water down this route, this bad water has intruded in this area and is killing off this entire edge of forest. I can live with that. That's not that bad. But, that gives you an idea of how bad water can be, is that just that fast, this whole area just died. So all of that was growable space before. but is now contaminated. All right. And we got ourselves our average well-being up to 10 now, so that's good news. And this is going to keep climbing. We finally got the reservoir built. It'll take a little while, but this is just a little hair below that. So the water should raise up to just about the top of this block and then spill over into here. And just double checking that we're not leaking water anywhere. Nope. So we've just made this into a giant man-made lake. Well, beaver-made lake. So now we're going to get all this stuff built. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And get all this stuff built over here to get our gears going so we can get our better water storage. As well as they'll start knocking down more trees. We got our soybeans going and all that. Okay, so let's go in here. Well, actually, for food, we need the oil press, which is 120, and that's more mechanical power that I don't have available. So that's cool. We're still going to get it because I am already growing the canola and the soybeans, and I've already got the other building here. Okay, good. So now we're able to produce gears once we get a couple more workers. And that's what I'm going to end up needing to get everything else caught up. We'll give you a small workplace priority. Can you use bad water to make power? Yes. I can put water wheels on here to have it make power. That is a viable strategy. Okay, so all these trees are starting to die now because we're flooding them. And this is still filling. Because again, this is a really, really big reservoir area. Okay, so we got a lot of things that can make this. Let's go ahead and plan for the oil press next. The next one we'll get after that is the swimming pool, I think. So you're a 2x2 machine. What we could probably do is go over here for mechanical power. Put 2 more of you in. And then we can put some platform here, and bring you across. And I will start by putting that there, and I'll have to wait till we build more of this before I do more. But then I'll put the thing for making the oil right there. So it'll give me some more automatic power, as well as we now have the ability for our beavers to work on that when we got more beavers. I'll make that a slightly reduced priority. So it'll just be when I got spare beavers will they, give that mechanical power. Okay, we've got you over here. So I'm going to need to make getting rid of these 2 trees a big priority so I can put a water storage thing right there. Or actually, let's not put the water storage thing there. That's growable land. Let's go over here. Then we can go to storage building. We can plunk you there. And that's for the water over here. And then what I could do here is once I go on and get this expanded, I can start trying to take some of this land over here. And again, put the water storage on the non-growable land. Like actually with this one, our first one, we could also go over here. That's a spot I can't really use for a whole lot else. Put a water storage there too.
Because keep in mind, each one of these is the equivalent of 10 of those. So once I build like 1 or 2 of these, we're going to get rid of all the little ones. Another thing I'm going to need to build once we get that set up is I can go ahead and I'll put it over here as well. We'll build a second one of those. And you are going to be for canola oil. So I have a fully exposed to the air, big giant vat of canola oil. As you do. Alright, that should be spilling over by now. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, we're seeing the water flowing here. So this is officially to the point it's spilling over here. Now, if I want to make this higher, I gotta build a lot to make it happen. We'll want to do that, but after we get that sorted. Because then I could build this reservoir up more. This canal here, this channel here, this can become a place of lots of mechanical power as we build it up. Oh, good. So we did chop those down. Let's go over here to the soybeans. Get those plunked down. And go over here to this. So I can actually reach all that with the canola. Just keep building as much farmland as we can. Now the question is, what do we put down here? Because one of the things I could do is I could put in our gatherer, like I could put down a forestry, cover this up with berry bushes, and then put a gatherer down here to collect it. Otherwise, the other crop we can put down here is I could also potentially put something like pine for the resin. That won't be till way later. We can put coffee, which I suspect that's a way later thing. Yeah, the coffee brewery is a way later thing. Process ingredients into food rations. Okay, so we got a bunch of different things we can make food rations of. Okay, so we got the mushrooms. So that would be the hydroponics, which would require metal. Population's still climbing. Yeah, so tree-wise, the only things that would be worth putting is potentially the pine for the resin later. That's a way later thing, so I don't think that's worth my consideration. From a crop standpoint, I can grow corn and eggplant, but corn and eggplant look like it's a thing that I don't worry about until we have metal. So if I grow anything here, it's probably just going to be plopping down a forestry, letting it fill in a whole bunch of berries, and then just using the berries here for a while. Let's plan to tell them to rip up all the trees. Get them out of here. And always keep things moving on all this. Okay, so our food's doing amazing. We have 1,000 food. The water is coming along. It's going to kind of be where it is until we get these storage containers built up around here. And those are going to be where they are till we actually have the people to spare to work on making gears. That's fine. Because we only need 6 more workers for that. We've got 26 beds to spare, so we don't need to worry about housing and all that. We are building the things for the fermented soybeans and gears and all that. Okay, so all that's just basically waiting right now. Waiting on our construction people. We could also get a dedicated builder's hut, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Because then you can have people dedicated to building at all times versus splitting responsibilities.
Pretty Bud stinks. Does canola plant stink? I actually haven't been around a big canola farm or anything like that. It might be that the canola plant smells fine, but it's making it into oil. I would believe that making it into oil, like canola oil, that process is probably awful. Put the 3 here. So if I unlock you, would you be allowed to build there? Yes. So plan for that to be the next thing to maintain the wet fur bonus. Alright. More odd than bad, but absolutely stunning yellow fields. Oh yeah, no, I've seen pictures of the canola fields and they look amazing. Yeah, so I think for continuing this... Oh, yeah, to make the entire reservoir deeper, I'd have to start over here, build up this wall, build up these walls, go the whole way around. Be a whole big thing. Fried rice and meat to start the morning is nice. Yeah, it sounds good. Alright. Yeah, those wheels are properly going now. Because now I think about it, we have this water supply. Ooh, wait a second before things get out of hand. That needs to stay... Well, actually, you can go up to 0.9 to start with. Then I gotta gauge... Yeah, I can go to 0.9 because otherwise it's gonna flood around that way. But if I can get up there and I can put a wall there, then I can make this another reservoir of sorts. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work for block. It's fine for right now. So what we're gonna need to do, I hadn't really planned for. I'm gonna need to make a little levee there. That'll be a very inconvenient one to build because it's so far away. And the reason I need to be doing this... Crap. Well, that is really bad news. And the reason that's bad news is I just realized I can slam these up and all it's going to do is route the bad water around. And it's going to fix nothing. So we are just going to be enduring this bad water. I don't really have a way to work around it. So what's this game all about? Do you get an enemy to fight, or you just expand? It's an environment thing. You're actually going to see we're having our first bad water here in a moment. But no, there isn't like an enemy faction you're fighting or anything like that. It's a survival city builder. But what ends up happening is where most survival city builders, it's spring, summer, fall, winter. You know, spring, summer, and fall, you are collecting resources like firewood and yada, yada, yada to survive winter. This one, you've got your normal season, your drought, and your bad water. So it's very heavily around water management. So, like, this wasn't a lake before. We're making this a reservoir. It's about to become horrifically contaminated with bad water. Man, this is a problem. Because I don't think even if I were to prioritize this, I can get that done in time. So we're going to have this. You're up a priority. And we're going to start setting up these to be higher priority. I doubt we can get this done in time. And even if I get this much done, I don't think that's enough to actually properly stop the bad water. Because what's going to happen is the bad water is going to contaminate. Anyone who goes into the bad water will get very sick and die. So what's going to end up happening is once that happens, they're going to destroy that ladder so they can't go down there. And destroy that ladder so they can't go down into it. And then they should be safe from being able to go into the bad water. Can you juggle it back and forth, like back up the bad water, then let it through really quick and then shut again? Yeah, to a certain degree.
The big thing is as this fills up, it will spill over this side. That's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a hard thing to manage. Okay. You're not even gonna finish that in time, are you? No, you'll probably get that done. This is not gonna get done. So like I'm at a loss of, do I leave this as it is and just let the bad water rush through here? It's gonna kill everything here. Which does mean I will need to rebuild my forestry stuff here and all that. Now, the only saving grace is bad water is usually a far shorter thing time-wise than that. All right, so let's slam that down all the way. Let all the water through. We're going to flood ourselves just a little bit because I didn't let it do anything like that. We're going to let that through all at once as quickly as we can. Alright, so slow that down. Okay. So at this stage, you notice bad water is spilling out of this. So we're going to go over here, we're going to drop you down to 0.9. So that this water starts going out this way. I'm going to leave that for now until we start seeing this contaminated water getting over here. Then we're going to bring that up to shunt all the water out this side. And just let it slowly get diluted. Alright, meanwhile, the bad water is on its way. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to let it get close. We're going to push these up the full way. Let it start to backfill and pile up into a bunch of these areas to give more time to build that wall. Okay, it's here, so slam it up. So a little bit got through, probably not enough to matter. Destroy that so no one goes down into the bad water. And destroy that so no one goes down into the bad water. I didn't realize you're still down there, so you are a dead beaver. You let that start building up. How are you doing over here? So far, it's just slowly contaminating. The good news is that's a really big reservoir, so it is going to take it a good amount of time. So you notice the bad water is only running for 1 day. So it is nice and short-lived for what it's worth. Okay, it is starting to spill over. So you see it's killing absolutely everything here. That's still doing okay. Alright, where are you? Are you still down there? Okay, so you're up there. Now destroy that. Alright, so it's getting to the point where it's gonna go around, so slam you down. So I don't want to slam it down too hard too fast, and the reason is if I bring it down all the way too fast, we can have it where it will literally overwhelm and like do a wave and go over that. So we are starting to dump the bad water, so we're about to lose all of our crops. How did you strand yourself again? You're literally the only one who goes down there. You know what? You're already dead. You're about to get flooded by bad water and I can't save you. So that's just fate, man. The good news is this reservoir, it's dumping all that water in there, but it is so much, it is diluting. It will not, like, vanish diluting-wise. Oh, no, don't go in the bad water. Do not go in the bad water. Priority, minimum priority, don't do it. Get out of here. Okay, so they're gonna die. They're exposed to bad water. Okay, so I need to go over here. We need to cut that down farther. I need that to not... Oh, that's bad. Well, There's gonna be more deaths again, chat. Let's lower you a bit more to start drawing the water this way. So less of it wants to go out that way and more of it wants to go out here to try and draw the bad water out. Yeah, so you see where this one has that? Oh, no, that's the sleep icon. Okay, you're just exhausted. So the good news, it's not instantaneous thing, but you'll have it where they'll be like, oh, I got exposure. Yeah, this beaver spent too much time in contaminated bad water. It's fine for now, but it will get sick in the next few days. And then it will die. Oh, that is your worst case scenario. That's the reason it's trying to slowly do the gate. Is we are flooding the area. That might end up being a lot of dead beavers. Slam that up to its maximum position. I need to reduce the amount of water going in here. Oh, that's bad. The good news is they're all going to bed now, so we might get lucky and a bunch of them might get to their bed. Will this affect the trout population? There's no more fish. The fish are all gone. I really need you to go up there. Okay, alright, cool. So we're okay here. Yeah, that beaver will die. So all the mangroves are about to die. All of our farm will die. Okay, so the bad water has ended. But it's clearly still contaminating everything. So we're just going to need to give it time to flush that out. Wait, it's literally called bad water? What is it exactly? Pollution from all the trees you chop? It's underground stuff. It's got a radioactive symbol. And they do complain about needing to clean up the humans' mess. And that, you know, like, why do they have to? Oh, right, the humans are all dead. So while the game doesn't expressly say that, you know, humanity died or whatever, or like humanity polluted the world and killed themselves that way, it's pretty heavily implied. Alright, so what will happen is as the fresh water goes through, it will start to push the bad water out. And then we get to see how many... They've got at least two beavers who are unwell. And they'll basically die at this stage. Once they're marked as unwell, they're pretty much dead. It's going to take a while for a reservoir to get sorted. And there is ways to handle this automatically with sluice and all that, but that requires metal, and we're not there yet. Okay, so we're going to bump you back up to 0.9. Alright, so I also will need to build a new forestry. So let's go over here and say remove these plants. No way to treat the beavers? There is. I do not have the technology to deal with it. Let me check where we're at with that, by the way. So decontamination is 400 science. I've got 266. And that's for the building to do it. To actually make the decontamination stuff. Where is your resources? So I need to make the decontamination material. And that's what I'm trying to remember where you do that. Where do I do that? Ah, and I do that using a centrifuge, which is well into metal. So prevention is the order of business here. Alright, so this is getting mostly flushed out now. This is in bad shape. I now just have a giant pool of contaminated water. So that's just going to take time to work itself through. Now, where you see the pump going on and going, wait a second, aren't you pumping up bad water? It does filter between the bad water and good water, so as long as there's good water down there, it'll grab it. But if we reach a point where it's more bad water than good water, the pump will just cease to function. Okay, so all the growing stuff is working again. Alright, we'll put back the stairs here. So you can get back there. And same here. And we can continue working on fixing this problem. So needless to say, bad water is a problem that we are not in reasonable shape to handle. So what's going to need to happen after this is I'm going to need more levees. So we can plug up this hole until you can get to the point where it can spill the bad water all over the back. We'll want to go to you and say remove the tree. So you can make that a whole block higher. And that puts it on the same height what goes off the map there. So it'll still have to go one block higher than that, which is certainly going to be a problem. But at least giving myself more storage up here, it'll give me a little bit more ability to mitigate it. All that shimmering is bad news is what it is. And it will slowly sort itself out. Ultimately, what we'll want to do is we'll want to add sluice to all this. And the sluice will let me sit there and have, like, way up here. I could have a sluice on this side that's for, like, the bad water, and a sluice in the front that's the good water. So when it's good water, it keeps filling up the reservoir per normal. Bad water gets shunted out the side, and we dump it off the side of the map. Alright, let's speed up time. Yeah, so our first bad water. We haven't seen the full aftermath. Oh, we got more problems here. I'm going to need a second forestry built up here. Build it over here. Because I'm going to need to replant all that. Because that all died to the bad water. Go ahead and put more of that land to use. So we have, we have 2 workers who aren't working because they're currently unwell. Nothing to do in range, and you're complaining about that because the mangroves died. Which that's waiting for us to get in our forestry built. Luckily, we are in really good shape so far as our food and water and all that goes. The big concern is back here dealing with this. I'm also curious what happens. You don't need more levees, you need bombs so you can blow up an alternate path. Yeah, no, that's the other option, is if I had the explosives I can go there, but the explosives are pretty far up the tech tree. That if we bring that up here, that's over here. So we get our explosives, and the explosives require, if I remember, it was what, paper and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so actually, no, I take that back. I need explosive factory. I just need, apparently, bad water for the explosives. That's interesting. I thought we needed... Oh, I bet you that's a difference between the factions. Okay. That has interesting considerations where I can just blast stuff pretty early on. Because of the bad water... We can get a bad water pump, a reinforced pump capable of pumping out bad water. Low bad water contamination slows down the pump speed. Okay. I still need metal for it, though. And we are trying to get the metal up and running, which I totally forgot about that being a thing. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get our swimming pool. Priorities. For the wet fern bonus and all that. And then next we'll get the metal going. You can reroute everything on this map without needing bombs. Yeah, no, you can do that on almost any map without the bombs. It's just the convenience of it. But yeah, no, the ability to get bombs very early on is not bad. But yeah, regardless, it's locked behind metal. We need to do that. Okay, so you're working on getting this hooked up. That way we can get mechanical power over here to get our next thing. I think also bigger bombs require additional resources. Extract, I think, was made from Badwater as well. Yes. Yeah, so you got 2 beavers who are contaminated. So if you look at them, their situation will just keep getting worse and worse and worse until they die. Or get treated. Since they can't treat them, you know. It's not gonna go well for them, is all I'm gonna say. I wonder with the bad water, as it evaporates away, like how that would work. Like if I just had a lake of bad water and normal water. Oh, that's an interesting problem. The bad water spilled over here. Okay, so we're about to finish this part of the levees. And then we can knock this up to being 0.9 higher. Oh, it's too far to reach because you haven't finished that. That's fine. Yeah, so I can put that up to being 0.9 higher and start filling all this in. Which, of course, will release the bad water we've already got in this area. Which is a problem. And that's the danger of bad waters. Like you saw, it's killed off a huge amount of crops. What is your favorite builder? I don't really look at stuff so far as favorite games. Because it just changes too much. I don't really have one to be like, that's my favorite city builder. Because it could really depend on the mood you're in. Like, I definitely like this one from all the water management. If I'm looking for more like your traditional survival one, I do like the crop rotations, everything that like Farthest Frontier has, though I find the combat in Farthest Frontier to be pretty meh. It's fine. It is one of the places that I kind of wish they had more interesting stuff going around with it. Okay, so we can get all that. But yeah, like I said, I tend not to be a person who looks at stuff as favorites. Just what I'm in the mood for changes too much. This is also like a puzzle trying to figure out how to reroute the best one. The green screen likes to hang out a bit diagonally today. Oh, did it get... Oh, I see. No, it caught on my chair. 1 second. There we go. It just got caught on my chair leg. Thanks for letting me know. I was focused on the game. I didn't even look over at the preview. Yeah, no, this one's great. What is your favorite cookie? Chocolate chip. I know it's a basic one, but I mean it's a good one. Doesn't need to be complicated. You missed a spot? Alright, 1 second. Okay. It just gets pushed around as like me and Tomb come in from behind here. It like shifts around and all that. It is one thing I would like to think. What causes bad water? So in the game, there's some places that you have area that bad water is just what it emits. But otherwise, it's as this goes through, there's like a cycle to the game where it goes normal water, drought, or bad water, and it's an RNG thing on which one you get, whether you get a drought or a bad water each time. I mean, I'm sure you can probably look into the code and all that and see how it works in advance and all that. All right, so we got that. So let's go and bump this up. So we should be able to go to 1.9 now. So we'll start filling in this back area. That's going to take some time. Alright, you might be far enough we can get away. It's got a tiny bit of bad water in it. But, you know, that is just what it is. We're going to have to bleed off a little bit. So we're going to let it out slowly to hopefully not get too much contamination. So wait, you can use bad water pumps to pull bad water out of your reservoir? Yes, that's what I'm actually thinking we're going to do. Right now, I'm just trying to get stuff built before I prioritize dealing with that. The problem is I need the bad water pumps. I need metal. And metal's going to cost me a pretty hefty amount of research. Are there nodes? Yeah, so there's metal like this, like the ruins. And then if you go over here, there's metal like this, where there's a big hole in the ground. The ruins are easier to get to, typically speaking, but are limited in how much you can pull. The underground ruins, they take more research and all that, but they're pretty much an unlimited metal supply. Yeah, so we're just letting water spill out both areas till we get... Like, anywhere you see, like, kind of that shininess to it, that means it's contaminated. Okay, we got the stairwells done. Okay, and that should start spilling out here soon. Nothing in range for you, because you have finished cutting down all the trees that were there. Okay, that job's no longer needed up there then. Okay, you're going to keep building that up to slowly get this all sorted. Yeah, so just like that, our water storage is starting to really build up. So the beavers that were contaminated are dying. So the good news is we only had two beavers actually die from the bad water. For all the splash over, there's only two that actually spent real time standing in it. That's good news. Building lacks materials. That's fine. That's waiting on us to get more construction done over here. Where's the forestry is building up here? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, let's bump that up priority-wise. Get that thing constructed. Because that's going to cause us problems down the road as well. And then these are going to need to be dealt with. No. You suck, game. Needless to say, I'm in a bad situation with this bad water. Because I didn't get a chance to even do anything with the mangroves. So we're going to pause that building entirely. Huh. Oh, I can't go that high. That's fine. That'll be fine anyways. Does it come from everywhere? Yes. All water sources become contaminated with bad water during the bad water event. So it is a affects everything kind of problem. So if I could build this up fast enough, I could flood that a little higher. No, it'd still be a problem. It'd still spill over here. We're just gonna have to grin and endure this one, too. So I have not been handling the bad water at all well on this particular run. Oh, I did not position you well. That's a problem. It's fine. We can check. What about the putting a forestry over here? Yeah, so no matter what, I can't reach all of it. It'll be one of those situations I go ahead and I'll build 2 of them. And once stuff's planted, I just get rid of it. Yeah, so they're starting to try and build it up as fast as we can. All of that will help. But it's not sorted. Yeah, so what I need to do is I need to beeline towards the metal so I can get the sluices. And then what we'll try and do is get ourselves all the way up over here to at least try and get this all sorted out. Let's go ahead and demolish these and start working our way to getting up here. That'll be the project to go for. Okay. So I've got this big ledge up here. And I'm going to need to be able to get up here and have probably 2 different gates. One to just dump the water out the side. And the other to keep this, honestly, just dumping everywhere else. Actually, for that matter, don't demolish this yet. We can expand that later. So the first thing to do is to get these paths built. This is going to take forever to do. Don't know, that's not what I wanted at all. Okay, let's cancel that. So this will be, needless to say, this is not going to be done for this and probably the next 2 bad waters, but that's fine. So I'll make it 3 wide here. So that is the chute for taking the bad water out that way. I will need to go over here. 2 days. Well, that's not going to be any good. So the problem here is, let's right now, let's slam you up so we dump all the water out that side. You are already in position, which is not what I wanted. You can let a bunch of water out here in a hurry. And bring you back up. We're going to lose all the crops again. Yeah, there's going to be no managing this, unfortunately. I'm just going to keep letting this one... You know what? Slam that the whole way down. Let it all out. Just let it out. And that's just going to cross through here. We don't have anyone going down here. I've paused that building. So no one should be cutting into the bad water unless it floods. Which it shouldn't be flooding too bad. Because I deliberately put this up to avoid having too much throughput here. Meanwhile, this side's flooding because I'm just dumping the water out. Oh, that's a problem. Hang on. One moment, I see an issue with this strategy. Because now it's flooding in this area, and I do not want them crossing through there. Okay, so we're fine with that. That's fine. Yeah, we've got to get this solved. Yeah, so we're losing literally all of our crops. So that's great. You're going to die because you are crossing through the bad water, because that backfilled too much. Oh, we're doing great. So I'll probably lose 2-3 beavers to that. So up here, I think it's just a matter of continuing to build that up, and then we slam the gate and dump it off the side of the map. This is going to be the more elaborate project. So let's get this starting to figure out. So I'm going to need to go over here and say, hey, these trees, those ones got to go. Because these are going to be all levees at this stage. Yes, that's too wide. Plan to give this a bit of space. Just for finagling nonsense. Alright. That'll be a someday project. Yep, so what I'd end up doing is we'd kill all these trees, put a sluice over here and a sluice over there, and then that would let me handle that. That's going to be a thing that's not going to happen anytime soon. Okay, so you're still dumping that out. The water's going through here still horrifically contaminated. Let them keep building this to try and future-proof that side of things. Okay. And all the other crops died. At least some mechanical power is going, for what it's worth. It's not really what I need right now, but it is physically functioning. Okay, are we at 250 or more? Alright, so let's go. We need to get the metal sorted out. So we got the scavenger flag. Let's unlock that. And that'll end up going on right up here. Let's put it right there. And to accomplish this, I am going to want to make a platform that goes out to there. We do want to make this taller, but that's going to be a when I can kind of problem. And we're not at that stage. So I'll do this. So I could save more materials by not having it go up as early. By planning and all that. Okay, so that'll be able to get the steel to start happening. Or the metal to start getting shipped in. So let's go ahead and I'm going to need a large industrial storage. I'm going to go here. We're going to build more paths up here. Wait, are you not? Oh, I just don't have paths there. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Flare, how's it going? Oh, don't build that up there. I'm going to be building more on top of that. Okay, so you're going to be for the metal scrap. You're going to be for the actual metal when we have it. Well, that's not going to be for a while. Because the building I need to actually make the metal, the smelter, that's going to require 200 horsepower and the scrap to already be in possession, and I'll need 300 more research. So we've at least got that moving in that direction. Once I have the metal, we can start building the sluices, and that's going to be important for making all of this not hell. Otherwise, in the meantime, just keep having them build as much as we can infrastructure-wise to try and sort that out. This is a disaster here. I mean, ultimately, I don't need to build all the way up here. Let's cancel all this. For the short term, I can deal with it in the reservoir section. That I can just go in the reservoir part and just have one sleuth on one side, one sleuth on the other, and I can kick on and off as needed. So that's a matter of waiting on metal. So this one we can handle a little bit easier. This is the one that's more of a problem because I gotta get it to be where this is high enough that I could push it off the back there. Which this area can already go up high enough. The thing I'm gonna need to do is get it where I can get all of this one block higher than I already have it. Because if I can get one block higher than that, then I can build a wall over this whole area here. And once that's done, it'll shove it off the side of the map. Yes, we still haven't gotten that done. Alright, so you've got everything planted you can, so we're going to pause that building. I mean, there's actually not a reason to pause it. They don't have work. So we can just leave it alone. The good news is our water is doing fine, and a bunch of other stuff is doing fine. You're complaining because the water's not safe for them to go swimming and all that in. Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. We've got the gears going. We've got tons of water storage. We got tons of food. We did lose some wellness because we're no longer doing that. Shouldn't you run some more out to bring... Shouldn't you run some more water out to bring down to prepare? I mean, right now, I need to keep the water going, and we're slowly depleting that. The thing is, I don't think I want to fill this up with bad water and then drop it and then dump all the bad water through. If it gets filled, we just deal. This area here, we are bleeding it out the side. If I fill it up too much, it keeps spilling over and flooding this farm. So honestly, I think it's fine just leaving it alone. But yeah, no, we're slowly bleeding it. Alright, please cut down that tree. Because once I cut down the tree, I can put another ramp here and have them run on top of this wall. Oh, well... Yeah, running on top of the wall doesn't fix the problem. I need to run... Well, we can deal with it. That's fine. Get that tree cut down. I can move this whole ramp system back one tile so I can get all the way up on top, and then we can make the ridiculous levee wall the whole way around. So that would be... Even though it probably doesn't matter. But you there... Oh, are you not going to go high enough? Oh, crap. Okay, that creates a problem. I need those to be one higher than they are. So, right now, let's little by little lower those to drain that, so I could rip these out and build one block higher. Ooh, we got 6 beavers contaminated this time, so 6 beavers will die from this set. Alright, so let's go here. We got a levee there. Back it off one. Want the levees here. Okay. Then we'll end up needing paths to get through this part. And I know I don't need them quite this high, but I'm going to do it anyway. Well, yeah, it's fine. I'll just make it so they can run over top of the levees. So if I ever decide to make it higher, they're already up there. Okay, so with this, we can start telling them to build a path. Alright, so with that, what we're going to need to do here is this needs to go higher. We're going to get rid of that tile, and get rid of this tile, and get rid of this tile. And so we can go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So that way they can start building that whole monstrosity. We need to lower you a little bit more. They're still not getting that done, which that's fine. You haven't quite replaced all the stuff. Alright. So I think we're getting to the point that we're going to start letting this one through as well. It's still got some bad water in there, but I don't think it's going to thin out more without starting to bleed this off. So we're going to go ahead and just barely eke it where it can start bleeding off the tiniest amount. Unconnected buildings. Oh, you're still just missing... There you go. Alright. So we got all that. They're working on building the ramp up to the metal. And then for this, we need 300 for the metal, so we're working on that. So that's good news. Our food is recovered. The good news is even with all that bad water killing our crops and making a mess of the water and all that, so far we've endured. The only big penalty is we're losing like a couple of beavers each time. Okay, so you got that platform done, so we need to go food prep. Get you hooked up. And that'll be the oil press for making our canola stuff. That was weird. Keep lowering it little by little. Alright. Because once I get that built up, we can dump the bad water off the back. Which actually, with that, I wouldn't even need a route for the bad water. It would literally, I would just put a pair of sluices for the fresh water. And then when it would fill up, it would naturally dump it off the back. Because, you know, the sluice would block the water and it would dump off the other side. Okay, so we're getting our path built over to the scrap metal. Our water's good. Yeah, so the next thing would be you. You require 200 horsepower mechanical power. So for right now... Are you even running this? Yeah, so we're supplying somewhere in the area of 300. We can get that up to about 500 with this... Sorry, 600 with this thing. And the demand is nowhere near that high. Yeah, so we're supplying about 700, and we need about 300 to operate this. And we're about to take up a little bit more, but then that should leave me plenty for doing that. We also now have the swimming pool popularity, so we are getting all that built up. Surprisingly, these aren't getting dealt with. I mean, it's because everything else is probably a higher priority. Go ahead and turn up the priority on those. So get the forestry down here to start replacing our mangroves. Okay, so you can pause that building. Everything's been replanted. We can pause this building. Everything's been replanted. We can make the builder's hut. That's another thing we can work on. So that's 100. So we'll get the metal building going at 300, and then we'll get the building so that we could have dedicated builders running around versus just what I can spare. That'll help a great deal in getting stuff built when I need it. Alright, so we can put down another forestry down here. Now, normally if we get our... Oh my god, please stop with the bad water. I'm trying to build solutions, but I'm going to need you to give me a chance to implement them, please. Yeah, so that's going to be nowhere near ready. Do I want to lower it, or do I want to raise it?
Let's raise it in preparation. And the reason I'm thinking we raise it in preparation is to try and have as much of this available to dilute the water as possible before I open it up again. This one's already doing what it's doing. What we'll do is we'll slam that gate up to the top and just keep letting this do its thing. Honestly, once I get the sluice will be good, because then I can replace these gates with the sluice. And then just basically say, hey, if the water's fresh, let it through. If it's not fresh, dump it out the side. And then we can just wipe our hands of it. And it'll just sort itself out. We might actually be okay here. I might be wrong. We might just be okay here. Alright, so new priority. That tile there, that needs to be built now. I may have just misread the entire depth of everything. Because that was splashing over here. And I got a whole extra block I could deal with. You know what? That's fine. I'll still keep everything queued up because I'll want to make this bigger regardless. But I think we're fine from this front on this one. If we get that levee tile built, what I can do is I could just increase the height just a little bit and it'll start dumping the water off the side of the map. This is still a mess over here, but with sluice, this would be easy. No, actually, with this one, we can manage it too. I could just raise it and lower it, and yeah, the water gets contaminated. We got to juggle that. But that's just going to be the nature of how it is until the sluice already. Which we do have the thing for the metal available now. Okay, so you are a 4x2. So I can fit you here. So I'll put that on the queue for over here. Alright. And that'll give us metal. And with the metal, we can get the sluice next. And the sluice are 400. Because once I do that, we can automate these gates. Because like I said, we'll just go up here. I'll probably put like one or maybe two of these on the very bottom. Probably just one on the very bottom that'll let fresh water through if it's fresh. And then go up to the very highest level and then just let them have as many as available. Let them through if it's fresh water. So that way it'll always trickle just a little bit out into this area. And then same thing here. I'll go to the bottom level, put one tile of sluice on the bottom to let them through if it's fresh water. And then when it gets all the way to the top, we'll let through. Alright, so you slam it up. And we're going to let that build up a little while. And then we'll close that off. Yeah, so that'll build up. And it should start dumping it off the side of the map. And I guess what we'll do for here is I'm going to tell it to take that down a priority. Because I do want it done eventually, but it's not really important right now. Okay, so I got one area that we can manage it. You're continuing to contaminate the water out here. Then we still have beavers contaminated from the last time. Okay, let's slam that up. Stop letting the water through for right now. And lower that a bit. It's instantly flooding. I want to lower the water just a little bit to try and draw the water this way as much as possible. I just can't afford to have it flooding like that. Alright. So working on getting all that stuff done. Some of these in the back will probably die. Okay, so the pro and cons, so this whole area is getting contaminated. That's not surprising. But at least we can keep that from just funneling through here and killing everything each time. So that's some good news. The will be one of those things that I effectively have 2 giant reservoirs. We'll definitely want different setups later, like instead of having this be this giant pool, having like an actual built-in reservoir with sluices and all that. But early game, you just deal with what you got. Make it work. We're right about to get our scrap metal online. Like, they're even able to go in here and keep swimming. The downside is that water level's getting low. They're probably going to have to let some water through here if we want to keep everything from dying. It's not too badly contaminated yet, so let's just let a little peeky peek through here for a minute. Just kind of let this top off. I'm suddenly realizing because this is lower than that, it's never going to let any through. Okay. Okay. So challenge here is because this water's stuck where it can't flow, it's going to clean out all the gross water on this side, but this is not really going to clean up in any timely manner, so it's going to be those ones I'm going to let that go for a minute, but eventually I'm going to have to let it through. Okay, so that's getting a bit too much contamination. We did just let a little bit of water through there to try and keep this from drying up. I'm going to keep letting it dump out this side. We definitely need to get those sluices happen because this is not an okay way of dealing with this problem. This is an utter disaster way of dealing with this. Yeah, we're not getting any mechanical power. Oh, good. We're getting our metal scrap. Scrap metal is a go. We are officially at the stage of that. So we're going to get the metal production online, which will be really, really good. Okay, we've got you. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. Yep. There's so little of that getting cleaned up. How are you doing over here? Alright, so we are seeing it start to clear up. Like I said, you're seeing kind of this flow over this way, but this is just kind of pocketing. I'm just going to have to lower this till we start letting a little bit through and just slowly bleed it. Hey, we got ourselves another level higher in the care for everything. All right. Time to let the gross water through. Needless to say, we are definitely adding more contamination than we want here. There's going to be some sick beavers. Blocked by bad water. That's just going to take time. It's just going to take time to flush this all out. I think we're going to need to do the same here, though. Okay, so that's at 9. You're at 9. All right. So we're unfortunately getting a lot of contaminated water down here, so likely they're going to get down here and have it. We'll see if we're at the threshold where they get sick from it or not. They probably are. But the idea is now this is slowly flushing this all out. But we'll want the sluices, because the sluices will let me just literally put up a sluice that says, hey, if you detect over this ratio of bad water, just don't even let it through. So we'll like naturally just block it, and I can just dump that. So honestly, I can make this whole wall sluices, and it would just dump any and all bad water out the side as fast as it could aggressively get it out of there. Alright, so we've got a very strong water flow through here. And that water's starting to look genuinely good. Well, it's still sparkling. Looking better. This is looking utterly cursed. But is slowly getting itself sorted. So yeah, the good news is apparently we don't have any beavers who are contaminated right now, so that's small blessings. Oh, never mind. We got one there. Okay, and they're about to get the smelter online, which will be our steel. And then it's just a matter of building the sluices, which are 400 research. You know, I'm sitting here this whole time. We should really have a second research going, because I really have absolutely no reason not to. I will make you a slightly lower priority, so that if I'm short on people, we deprioritize the researching first. Okay. Now, a challenge is going to be when we go to put those sluices in, how am I going to implement that? Now, one thing I could do is put the sluices back here, and then these gates just go away in the long run. And, you know, we'll lose that much reservoir, but, I mean, does it really matter? Like I said, put, like, one sluice here, build it up a couple of tiles, and we put a bunch of sluices. I didn't put more sluices in the bottom, but disable all but one of them once we build it up. This will be another one that'll end up just continuing to lower that, to then tear that all out to get the sluices set up. I don't think we're going to get the sluices built before the next drought or whatever happens, so we're just going to leave that the way it is for right now. You're all working fine. Cool, so we do have the oil press is running, as is the smelter. And we check on our power. The supply and demand's still fine. We'll have to check when everything's running, because we're probably pushing what we can handle on the supply side. For one thing, I'm going to tell them to start emptying these, because they're going to go away. The bigger barrels are just too much bigger to make that even worth having. This will let me get access to all that. Yeah, so right now, the supply is hovering around 500, and the demand is around 600. It's actually staying closer than I thought it would. That's fine. Okay. I don't need to increase my population right now. What else can we do to help them out? We could build another scratcher. They've already got those. Hey, we got even more happiness. Because now we're getting fermented soybeans into their diet. Yeah, all those things are going to cost way too much. Yeah, so I can make another scratcher. Where do I want to put it? Oh wait, I just cleared an area right here along the main transit. Okay, so it seems like our workers are ripping all that up, which is fine. I don't even know what I'm planting there. That'll be more mechanical stuff. We got another research building going. Got another tree here that we can go and plant more soybeans. Oh, those soybeans are just going to die, so let's go ahead and tell them to stop bothering with those. Cool. We did lose a couple of trees over here to contamination. I'm okay with that. And this is honestly looking pretty solid. Alright. Oh, I actually have a homeless beaver. That's been a long time coming. Sure. Let's go here. We can build another pair of houses. And we're getting the steel made, so that's good news. We don't have a ton of it, but I don't need a ton of it yet. Yeah, getting the automatic water management is going to be everything here. Yeah, what I think I'll actually do is I think right behind here, I'll build a row of the sluices. I'll leave them just to work normally. We could then build, you know, a layer of levees. And then as we build this up, I can make it so I can turn on and off the sluices so far as how much water flow I want. And then over here on this side, I can probably just rip these out and replace them with sluices. The only reason I don't want to rip these out is it'll flood the whole thing, and that'll be a problem. Yeah, what I can do here is I could build a bunch of levees there in front. And again, put the one sluice down in front there. So just let clean water through no matter what the state is. And then again, the higher level, we can set up a whole bunch to just dump a bunch of water. Because once I build them, it's not really worth me tearing them back down later to get the resources back unless things are desperate. Okay. Are you the contaminated one? No. Then why is it taking you so long to replace those? Alright. What'd be the next thing to work on? Well, I mean, we're waiting on the research for the sluices, but what'd be the next thing I could do to expand my stuff? So food, we're doing really well. I could use more soybeans. Because we're not that much ahead with the canola. I actually have tons and tons of canola. What I don't have is enough canola oil. Which I'll end up needing more canola oil than I already have. So what I can do here is fill in this area. And mechanical power. We can build a second thing for making canola oil. And then to give myself more mechanical power, build 2 more water wheels over here. Because I'm frankly going to use all of this. I'm just going to build up all of that for right now. So once we get the sluices going, it wouldn't be a bad move for me after that state to start pursuing getting the extract. Because then if I can get the extract, we have the opportunity to, 1, pump out some of the bad water. But also, 2, with the extract, we can cure the rare one that does get contaminated just by whatever happenstance happens. So I can mitigate that problem. So all of our water storage is filled. And again, with this, we don't want to keep these. Because those tiles we better use if I want to store water here. Just rip that up. Takes 1 extra tile to get an additional 6 or 7 worth of those. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get more storage. It's one of those things in the game, like, being able, like, one of the best ways to just survive drought is to just have an obnoxious amount of food and all that. There's no food decaying in this game. Oh, thank you. Just regular, boring old drought. It's been so long since I've had not cursed situations. Okay, so let's bump you up to 1. So we're going to start routing this out of here. We don't need to be dumping it out both sides at this stage. Just a regular, boring old drought. That is perfect. Okay, so we got enough for the sluice. So let's unlock the sluice. So what we're going to want to do is go in here real fast. I'm going to tear up this. And honestly, this might not even be a bad time to deal with this. So I'm going to go here. Oh, it won't let me because the gate's there. Boo. It's fine. So go ahead and put a row of sluice there. And we'll get that one sorted first. Close the gate if the contamination is above 5%. Close the gate if the downstream is above 0.9. Close if below whatever. So we want to leave that one. But pretty much what that's going to do is if this water is not too high and the contamination is above... Oh no, close the gate above downstream depth. Yeah. So if the water level's too high or the contamination is too high, it'll close the sluice. No good selected. That'll be more water. We can disassemble those buildings right now. So they'll get that sorted. And then this is the one that'll be tricky. I honestly think the answer is literally just going to be smash these, put sluice in place. I don't see a way to solve it where it doesn't involve me building that up even higher. So let's just flood a field real quick. And this one, I am not going to care about the depth downstream at all. And then we're going to close it if the contamination is below 5%. And then once all these are built, then we will, we'll be able to go around the other way with this. I'll be able to just get rid of those gates entirely. They'll be redundant. And part of the reason I don't mind letting that loose and just letting my reservoir go is I still have this one.
So we'll flip this one over, get it set up, and then we'll flip that one and get it set up. Oh. Yeah, you're never going to have a downstream depth of 9, because it didn't put you right up against the edge. That is honestly something where I'm probably going to build these and immediately build another row right after it and then get rid of these. Which is a waste of materials, but I wanted to be able to actually detect the area below it. Okay. How are we doing on metal? We have some, not a lot. Alright. We can let a little bit of water out to try and keep these all from dying in drought. Let's keep nudging it again and again. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Tooth. But I could absolutely put myself in a hurt locker with how much spicy I'm into. Like, one of my favorite flavors is habanero. Like, I think I have genuinely somewhere in the area of like 12 or 14 bottles of different types of habanero hot sauce in the house. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. I can quit anytime I... Hey. Well, that's just mean. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Like, the farther up and left you go. Oh, yeah, no? Okay, this map just has weird numbering. Oh, hey, car. Don't mind me, I was just, you know, distracted driving a little bit. I'm honestly curious why I'm not seeing more zombies by my house. Where'd the other two go? They should be here. Alright, and we are back. Not much, just had to take a quick restroom break while the ads are running, all that. Okay, so we're just dealing with our drought. This is a 7-day drought, so 1 day longer than our previous max length drought. So with this, I can get rid of these triple floodgates. They serve no purpose now, because the sluice will completely and utterly replace them. And as I mentioned, even though I shouldn't care... Oh, is it because there's the trees down there? Or is it because there's sluice behind sluice kind of thing? Alright, well, fine. So, I want to move these sluice forward. Because I haven't done this cleanly.
And say destroy all those. Because I want them... I wish you would tell me... I'm imagining it's because these mangroves down here. Let's go ahead and get those yoinked. Now let's set those to be a high priority as well. So I want to get that sorted. And so we got these sluices for the contaminated water all sorted. Yeah, so basically we got rid of this reservoir for now. And we're utilizing this reservoir. They're trying to get all this set up and operational so I don't have to worry about it. And then we'll start working and getting that one all set up and operational where, you know, it kind of manages itself. Okay, so they got that moved. I'm imagining that was the problem. Yeah, and the reason I want this right up to the edge like that is the sluice can actually check to see what the height of the water is below it. And then, you know, if it gets too full, it won't keep dumping water out. So it is a way of managing your water automatically. Alright, so this side, if the water's contaminated, regardless of the depth, if the water contamination is below a certain percent, it'll close those off, and it won't let water through. If the water is above a certain percent contamination, it'll open, dumping out contaminated water out that side. And this basically kind of does the reverse. If the water is too shallow, or sorry, if the water is too deep, it won't let water through, or if the water is over a certain contamination level, it won't let water through. Okay, and let's lower you a little bit more to let more water through. Because this is how we had to used to do it, is just manually tick down those one step at a time. And later on, what you do is you get like a reservoir that runs, so you'd have like a tunnel like right through here. The beavers could run over top of it, but you know, because water was next to all of this would all be farmland. And you can still do that nowadays. But with the sluices, you can do a lot of like automated, like flipping things back and forth so you don't have to do nearly as much management. Like manual management. Like basically I've got it set up where it's kind of configured. And I appreciate that because the alternative would be you're manually doing this forever. And when you go to do like your really, really grand projects, you don't really need to be babysitting it that much. Yeah, that's the advanced one. Utilize advanced breeding process to produce adult beavers eager to work. Nutrients are brought from haulers, the unemployed, and workers after work. So basically, I can make breeding pods that skip childhood. Cool. That feels moderately concerning. So you can get the deep bad water pump. Which I honestly could just put over here on this side. Yeah, I can put it like right over here on this so as the bad water goes through, we can pull that up. And then we need that to turn the bad water into extract. Okay, so this whole reservoir should be configured. That's going to be waiting on being able to get the extract stuff. We can get a wind tunnel if we get enough horsepower. An exercise plaza. Oh, it's literally just a plaza. Okay. Sure, we could build the exercise plaza for some more morale. For 400. Okay, so we're collecting all our materials out of that. We've got all this. This should be all good to go now, so I don't have to go way up here to deal with that. So that's good nonsense. Let's lower that down. I think I opened that too much. Okay. So we'll want to go and add our sluices up here. So I'm going to want to drain this one while this drought's going on. We'll just keep dumping the water in. Then we'll cut it off entirely. And I'll put a set of sluices down here. Now, one of the catches is I should potentially put the sluices here as well. Watch for the lower water level to keep all that going. So that it keeps kind of bleeding water down in like almost a lock system. I'm going to actually set up for that. So you go over here. Want to make it flat so we can detect things. So go like that. What is the widest this gets? It actually stays pretty wide. So allow it to have 5. No point spending good resources on it to be wider than that. And just the same is we will check to see if the downstream is above 0.9. And if so, stop letting water through. Now, with this stage, if contaminated water gets here, something's gone wrong. Lower the water a bit more. Because we are churning through our water, which isn't surprising. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let that down a lot more. With the intention of letting this whole thing drain. Let's stabilize for a minute so the flooding goes away. Honestly, just slap it down now. We get one last little bit of flooding. That's okay. And now it's kind of back to what it was at the very beginning of the game. I'm just letting it through. So let's go ahead and get rid of these. They're done. I want to add the sluices here. So like I said, we'll have the bottom ones. We will check to see if it's at least, if it's 0.9, we'll let it through. And then close if the contamination is too high. And we'll get that built, and then we can start stacking it back up. Now, the catch are going to run in there is it's going to take a little bit of work to get everything built. And it's the same thing I could do here. Right now, I'm just going to leave those as a dam, though. That's fine. Okay. I still got the sparkle as if there's some contamination, but all in all, that should be in good order. Yeah, so that's showing the depth getting a bit higher. Yes, it's saying contamination 0%. Contamination 1%. Alright, so I was expecting that to get deeper much faster. So one thing that could happen is, as I mentioned before, we could replace these with sluice at well, as opposed to just straight up dams. Because then I could do the same thing where I was saying, like, hey, unless this gets deep enough, don't let the water through. I mean, granted, this water will probably never get too deep, so that's probably a bad idea. Let's drop it to 0.75. And the reason I'm thinking that is I'm trying to remember, I think the dams go up to 0.75 as their depth before they spill over. So I should see these come on and off a little bit here and there. Because I do want the reservoir to actually build up water in it. And that won't happen if it's just dumping it all out there. We'll probably also need to go over here. Get your paths. And how are we doing? So we're still working on the metal. That's what things were not quite enough of. I am going to need... I don't know if they'll be able to reach all the way down there to the sluice. They can reach weirdly below them, but not very much above them. I think it's like two boxes above them, but below them it's like just a tiny bit. All right. Meanwhile, I will tell them to go ahead and keep building this way, with the intentions of building this up another tile higher to make the dam more, to make the reservoir more ridiculous as time goes on. Okay, so where is the next place? So food-wise, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, all that's going well. So we got enough research to unlock our next thing. So we have the exercise plaza. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock that because literally that's practically free happiness that it just requires some of the metal we've made. And every little bit we get of that happiness just means going faster and faster and faster. So that's good. We can use another scratcher. Potentially another campfire. And you're all fine over here. Yes, this is toggling back and forth between open and closed. That, not as much. And we can get these ones to control the contaminated stuff. And then we'll go here to the levees. Then I'll put row after row. And then be another set of sloughs up here. But these will be the same thing with the contamination. And we'll be checking to see if the water level is, say, below 5. Alright. That'll be another project that just takes time. They are working on getting all that built. It's just going to take forever. But that's okay. We're getting lots and lots of these macro scale projects to keep expanding. So let's see what it'd take to get our next food source going. So getting more and more food options would always be a good thing. And so the next up would be corn. So what do I need to make corn? Actually, it looks like it's mushrooms are next. So for 200, I can unlock the mushrooms for growing in the hydroponic. So we'll want to get that going. And it's interesting because that one doesn't seem like it requires good soil or anything. So I get that going. And then with that, the mushrooms get also done in the fermenter. Fair enough. So we'll find someplace over here to shove the mushroom production. And then we can put some storage for it. Build another fermenter down here for it somewhere. I also realize they can't actually reach this wheel, so that's never going to get built. I don't see a great way to get them there. Here, this will work. So you can get the wheel built. I can put the other fermenter right here. No, I can't. There's a path there. What other mechanical buildings do I need? The efficient mine we can worry about later. The tappers thing doesn't go there. Okay, we have the fancy wood. The fancy wood would be one that's probably a 2x3. No, 4x2, so it wouldn't fit there anyways. We have the centrifuge. Yeah, that spot's already good for the centrifuge. We'll probably leave that available for the centrifuge. So what I can do is go over here and say no to this tree, no to that tree. Build platform. And now you can put another one right here. Because we are producing more mechanical power than we need right now. That'll eventually change. And you got two things making canola oil. And our canola oil storage is utterly full. That's just going to take time. Alright. Yeah, so I am concerned that this is, not slowing down enough. Let me go ahead and don't synchronize you, close you. Don't synchronize you, close you. So I'm going to deliberately cut the rate the water comes out of this in half to let it build up. Alright. So we actually got an increase here, and I'm noticing a problem up here that this is switching on and off due to the depth, and that's causing this to flood again and again, which is not really what I'm hoping for. Try manually closing you, manually closing you. I was hoping I could get it to be more steady. So synchronize you again. And we will make this a higher height. Yeah, so it's going to take some management to get that all sorted out. I still can't understand how is Factorio with tons of bots at its server splitting capable of delivering FPS and UPS late game. Timberborn is struggling with both. Anyways, good for the price, recommend and appreciate, but maybe not so safe. You got to keep in mind when you're talking about Factorio, the rate they've done optimization in that game is bananas even by automation standings. Like, I know few projects that have as utterly on top of things as the developers of Factorio have. It is very much an outlier in that regard. Like, and they've also historically had performance problems that it took many iterations to get, like for their conveyor belts, for example, there is an absurd amount of that goes into like doing all sorts of finagling and all that in the data on those conveyor belts where it looks like each individual out is accounted for, but they just do some really banana stuff to manage it. And I've had issues with it in the past, as you do. But yeah, that's an extreme outlier. Honestly, Timberborn like does relatively well for the amount of stuff on it. You can get it to chug once you get it far enough in. But that's true of almost all these kind of games, that any ones that have like the people actually pathing around, there's almost always a point where you get to like 1,000 or 500 or whatever the threshold is, that depending on how much artificial intelligence goes into them. Because that's actually one thing that works against games like Timberborn so far as performance versus Factorio. When you look at Factorio, you know, you don't have a bunch of little animals going, okay, well, I need to get from A to B, let me calculate pathing, which is one of your most expensive computation things you can do. Instead, it's like this building, it's going to run its process, and it's going to spit the thing out into an inserter, which is going to put it there, and that's going to follow a route. So it's not doing calculations about the pathing of any of it. It's literally the object is following a predetermined path. Now, there's an exception with the biters, but that's only while the biters are attacking. And even then, there's a lot of finagling they do, which is normal. This isn't me saying like finagling in a bad way. Almost every game,
does a lot of, like, fudging of logic in the background, because getting it perfect is computationally absurd. Getting it okay, not so much. Doesn't mean you get all sorts of, like, weird side effects in that? Sure. Well, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, so problem right now is I'm not actually storing much water. I kind of almost wish I could sit there and be like, hey, what about upstream consideration? Let's set you to 5. Because I want one of these to actually be building up a reservoir. Oh, right. The other thing I was going to unlock, I totally forgot about this, is the builder building. Cool. We'll unlock you. Okay, and we've improved our well-being even more. They've done a good job with the bots at 2.0. Pathing is... Oh, yeah, that's true. But at least with the bots, the pathing is straight line between the two, except for a couple of, fringe things. Yeah, and again, that's not me saying anything negative. Just the nature of a whole lot of stuff. Okay, so put the builder building over there. So that the builder's hut gets built. Alright. We got that built. So, let me go through here and start setting this up for going to making it deeper. And let's already go over here as well. It's fine. Alright, so we got drought approaching. Drought's no problem. So what I think I'm going to deliberately do here... Yeah, so that's closed, and it's slowly filling up. Okay, so we'll sing that. So that's closed, that's slowly filling up. Okay, and we got up to 15 on the well-being. I'm kind of thinking we do, though. So problem right now is just the 0.7. If I make it too much back, it'll start flooding over. Yeah, so right now that's storing up for the reservoir, so that's fine. We'll leave this kind of the way it is, and just let that continue to build up the reservoir. But what I want to do is we're gonna go grab you. No, I don't want to delete the wall. I want to delete just the path. Alright, and so we'll start here. We'll put a thing here. A plan for making this deeper. And that's slowly going to be making this an unreasonably sized reservoir. So I think ultimately what will happen is this will become the reservoir on the map that we use. And the rest will just kind of get put away. Yeah, so you can see it's kind of spilling over the top. Because once it gets to a certain height, it just shuts this off and then it spills over the top. So that's one of the things I got to figure out how we want to deal with. I mean, the answer is going to be getting this solved up here, because that should mitigate this whole area up there as well. Yeah, so far this is just staying closed, which is what I want. Okay, and the well-being is continuing to climb. We're up to 16 well-being. We want to get... right, and then the next things I wanted to do is get the fermented mushrooms. Which the fermented mushrooms were this thing, so the hydroponic garden, so get that. And that does not need to be put on a place where we can grow stuff. Like, doesn't need to be fertile soil. We'll drop you there. And I already know I'm going to need a second one for other
other goods. Let's actually turn you. So cancel that. Gonna grab you and plop you two there. And we'll want 2 of those. Put down paths. So you are going to be mushrooms and you'll be algae. And then we got over here. And go down there. We'll get our fermenter. And put a path here. And you're going to be for the fermented mushrooms. So what I'll need to do now is get extra storage down here. And then this is where we're starting to run into a bit of a space limit. But that's okay. There's already a plan for how I'm dealing with this. And that plan is to go to storage. And go here. And say, alright, we will have the fermented mushrooms. The regular mushrooms. I need 2 more storage over here. And this will be for the algae. And I don't see the product you become. Oh, and the rations. Which probably won't happen anytime soon, but that's okay. So from here, get ourselves a little ramp that goes up to the second area. And platform over. Okay, that'll be all connected and good to go with that. Alright, so what should happen is that one goes dry. Fair enough. And now this one starts dumping water out to maintain the depth. Once the water level goes low enough for it to happen. Oh, I didn't make the path of the top of this. We want to do that. Okay, because we want to get that land used better. Okay, so that's the mushroom and the algae. And so the algae, we'll want to use the food factory, which would take corn, eggplant, and the algae to make rations. So that'll be the next one, and that's in our 120 horsepower. It is a 3x3, so where I was going to put the centrifuge. Bam. And you're going to do the algae rations. Alright, and with that, that does mean we've got our next 2 crops we can plant. That I'll be able to put the farmhouses down here. We can put corn and whatever the crap the other one was that I don't remember. Eggplant. So we'll go over here and say corn, eggplant, eggplant. And let's get our farmhouses. You plant and you harvest. And so that should work for there. And honestly, before I forget, don't bother with this area. Because that will be underwater in not too long. We got ourselves another area to grow stuff. So it's also going to mean more places for making rations are going to need to go in here. We're going to start cutting into where we've got our tree growing. But I think that'll be fine. Alright, so what we can do here, I'm trying to decide, because I could definitely put one there facing that way. I can put one up here facing this way, and let the mechanical power go through this area. But, then I have to make the paths through here, which is fine. Let's go ahead and pull up the paths from down there. And then we can go to here, say rip those out. I'll need the platforms there. And at least here. Yeah, so I can let mechanical power out this side or down there. So what I'm gonna need to do is check this thing. Do you only let mechanical power through the sides of you? No, it's got the connection back there. Okay, so it'll be the middle of each side is where mechanical power can get in. So, no problem here. I can put the buildings over here and here. But as far as accessing it, I'm going to have this one path up. And then this will just be storage of some kind. Fair enough. So it does mean we'll go there and there. And you'll be a path down this way. And here. And we rip out that tree. Cool. And that'll get us more food types to deal with, because every additional food type does a lot for us. I will need even more storage than I already have, which is going to be an ever-going problem. Let's go here. So you will be eggplant. You will be corn. We can run those like that. Get access to all of them. Because I'm making it where the pathing is just farther than is really necessarily a great idea. Which is fine. Okay, and I guess what we'll do here is add our staircase. And then this. And then 2 more storage. And this will be for the eggplant rations and the corn rations. And bring that around. And regrettably, we're going to have one of these weird corners that has 4 connections to it that I hate. But that's just the way I built it. That's on me. Okay, so we're going to have all that set up as well. That is going to take time. So how are we doing over here? This is probably just not getting done at all because I don't have it set up to a decent priority. And you're getting there. Let's go and fix the priority on this. I had it to lower priority way earlier because I just didn't want... I didn't want it to be prioritized over everything else. Do we have anything else that's clearly lower priority? There we go. So everything should be equal priority in construction. So we'll kind of deal with it on like a first come, first serve type thing. Or with some of these ones where we're building the dams, they won't be able to get to stuff, so whatever. And that's the reason none of this is getting done, is because they had to go up this way, and I deprioritized it, so they're never going to get it sorted. Yep, so what's happening is this is slowly draining water. And then once it drops below 0.5, it opens, dumps a little bit of water in, and it'll just keep maintaining that. We can also go in here to this thing. And you be for the corn. And then that'll be for the eggplant when it's ready. Meanwhile, we're actually low on planks. That's not super surprising. We're continuing to escalate our use of planks more and more and more as the round goes on. And I have not increased our production of planks. So that might be what we put here, is I might put a building for making planks there. So let's go ahead and rip that up. And continue to expand. Alright, and I'm looking forward to when the bad water finally happens again to test this setup to see if we were even set up properly. This one's not ready. Honestly, we have bad water right now here. We're in bad shape because this is not remotely close to done.
So maybe I shouldn't be eager about the bad water. Unconnected building. Oh, right. So let's go here. Make that a high priority. Since we have increased the height of that area, we can get rid of all that. It's not needed anymore. It doesn't do anything anymore. Okay. But yeah, once all that's built, like I said, we'll probably end up moving this stuff to be on platforms in, like, over top of the reservoir. And whatnot. Yeah, so this is closed entirely again. Oh, synchronized with the others. Yeah, so this is entirely closed right now. Since we got water coming through this area, this will just remain closed and keep backing up. What I'll probably end up doing is, as I mentioned before, we'll probably have that work that way, and then we'll have, like, up higher one that is just like, hey, no matter what, just dump the water out. I can even see putting it over here that if you exceed a certain amount, it just dumps water out the side. I probably won't need to deal with that. Yeah, because even this is opening and closing. But that's fine. It'll all get sorted. How's this all going? Yeah, so we're actually seeing this get built finally. We've got all our corn and stuff going there. Let's go over here to our priorities and give this a bump in priorities. So hopefully they get that knocked out real quick. And keep all that moving. And eventually you can end up building things really high where if we look at our mechanical power, we've got these gravity batteries. So it's kind of basically how high they can go and be pulled up to is how much power they can store. So it is one of those things that you're genuinely encouraged to, like, build this giant thing way up in the air to have it, like, slowly drop the weight. Okay, and the Mandrake, we are collecting them, but we're actually running into a problem where I'm really not getting as much as we could out of them. As much as I loathe to get rid of this again, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that building there. And the reason for that is now that we've got the bad water managed, I shouldn't ever need it again, barring some extreme case. I don't think there's any more aquatic stuff I need other than the mangrove. So I could see building another one up here and another gatherer one. You know, put the gatherer tents down here, mate. We'll put a gatherer tent down here to get more mangrove down there. Since we are not really getting that far ahead on the mangrove. And we're up to 17 well-being. Because we've now started producing the fermented mushrooms. I think I'll wait on that. You are waiting. Oh, you need the path built. That's fine. You need to be increasing priority slightly. Okay, so with this, we will need a second one of those. So you're making the corn, and you will make the eggplant rations. And then we're going to need another one of the things for making... Do we want another one for making the planks? I'll also need to make the other planks. And that's going to require the us to start collecting resin. Which is going to require the tapper. And we go for the tapper. That's when I need to set aside a spot for pine trees to be grown and kept. Now, looking at the berries here, we aren't barely touching these berries compared to all that. And our population is doing extremely well. So what I might do, and I might end up regretting this, is I think the berries over there are sufficient to maintain us. So I'm going to get rid of all that. I'm going to turn this thing back on and start planting pine trees. And I'm going to need to go over here and tell them to not cut down any of the trees over here. Like this. No more tree cutting down time over here. Because we'll put the pine trees there and we'll build a tapper. And that'll give me the resin so we can start making the fancy wood. No, I don't think we do the plank thing. I think that's just a matter of we're eating up a bunch of it when we get there. You should be a slightly higher priority to actually get that built. Now we get all those rations made. We can go to the tapper now. Tapper's 500. That's fine. We're not in a rush because that has to be taken care of first. Let's make a path that goes over here for right now. Yeah, so we're up to 17 average wellness. And a bunch of that's going to require more mechanical power. Oh, we should be getting some aesthetics going. I always forget about the aesthetics till we're way late game. They end up being a pretty significant material sink. But all these decorations do add to the overall happiness of the beavers. And you don't need them, like, everywhere, but you want them periodically throughout it, so I'd end up, like, getting rid of a couple farm pieces to make it so as they run by. So, like, this is a very high-traffic tile here. I'd potentially rip up this one spot of canola, put a lantern or whatever there. Same with a spot like that. Up here we got a bunch of spots, so you can put roofs over like the regular paths. It also makes your place look nice. Okay, so we have the tapper. So plunk you there. And then the plan is to rip up all those berry bushes and all that. Allow that building to function again. Getting a little bit of overfill as the sluice is doing its thing. And you are officially just overflowing. Okay. Not exactly what I was hoping. Yeah, so keep building that up. That should be fine. Like, honestly, it overflowing here isn't hurting much. It is killing some of these oak trees. But I don't really care that much. It's fine. The water tank being flooded is certainly not the greatest. Yeah, so I mean, that is a lot of water being retained. That'll be perfectly fine for when we have a drought, though. Like I said, I kind of wish I could make these check the upstream. To be like, hey, if your upstream back behind you is too high, which, I mean, granted, the workaround would be I would just throw, like, a regular old dam in there, and the dam would spill out the water. That actually could even be what I do. Well, no, I don't really want to do it on the bottom level, though, because that becomes a long-term issue. Alright, well, that's something we can work on. Let's put the path here. And we can go over here, delete all this, and that. I won't need to go down there anymore.
Let's grab you. And you. You do the same thing we did over here. You tell it to go up a tile. Start plunking down levees. Cool. Yeah, and for right now, I just made it levies higher. But we'll end up getting all that set up. We'll want to make something other than more levies. It should be a thing that as it rises, we can manage it. Like I said, I can put up top here like just a regular old dam, so that if it gets too high, we could just dump it out the side kind of thing. I'm gonna worry about that later though, because like right now it's not really hurting too much. Especially since we'll wall this off first, and this will become our break point here. Yeah, and you're overflowing a little bit as well. It's fine. They are getting all of this built, so that's good news. It just all takes time. I could end up building another thing for the builders. Alright, so we're up to 18 wellness. Because we got the algae rations now going. So the next thing is let's start getting some decorations. So, for the decorations, we have 1x1 roofs. Yeah, and they all add little bits of decoration everywhere. And obviously you get like nicer and nicer things that do more stuff. We have a clock. We'll start with a bench. Put a bench there. Just look for a couple places where I got a little bit of space that people run by a lot. Put a bench here. It'll start with that. We can get shrubs. Put a shrub there. Put a shrub here. We can get the lantern in a minute to do more stuff there. But you get the idea. All those things will get bonuses, and basically what happens is every time the beaver walks past one of those, they get the bonus for a little while. I do feel like I almost need another builder's hut to kick this up more. We got the spare people, let's do it. So let's go here. Another builder's hut, drop it there. And do not build that platform, I don't need it. Increase the priority on that, because that getting that built will then in turn do that. We'll also make that second builder's one a lower priority building. Oh, you're not getting mechanical power. That is not what I was hoping. I was hoping that can... Oh, that's a forestry. That's right, you're a forestry. I was sitting there being like, oh yeah, I'll just pipe the mechanical power through that. Okay. So, we're going to go ahead and move stuff around, because this will technically give me another tile anyways. So, tear down those trees, put down a platform over here. We'll switch that to high priority. Deconstruct the forestry. And what can I put here worth mentioning? Probably not much. Right now, I could just pipe those two together and we'll figure out... I can probably put decorations there. And then we can go ahead and just move the forestry just like that. And that'll be good. So just like that, we basically just move that forestry over. We'll get this built. That should get all these things running again. And it looks like we're actually at the state where I'd want to get more population. Let's also check, I think it was the 1,000 research, unfortunately, to get the advanced breeding thing. That would be nice to just skip right to adulthood, but I don't think we're there yet. Cool, we got 19 happiness because we are now getting the corn, eggplant, and algae rations. So that's pretty awesome. It does look like I am going to need another one of the pods. And there's 20. Wellness, again, same things. We're just getting more people fed them. Let's see here. So I can put a pod here. Alright, looks like the bad tide stuff's gonna get tested. And by that I mean we're not actually ready for the bad tide on this side. It's just gonna go roaring right through. So that's really bad. And it's really definitely too late for me to fix it. So, unfortunately, we're gonna just be dealing with that problem. That's just the way it's gonna be. Up here, this is pretty well situated to deal with that. I say realizing it's still flooding over, which is going to negate any and all benefit we have. You know what? For right now... No, I can't do it that way. I was gonna say just, like, leave them open. Alright. There's 21 wellness. Same reasons. Okay, so we're going to be in really sad shape here, unfortunately. We are just going to be enduring this bad tide, and a lot of people are going to get sick. Because I breached this and I didn't fix it, that side is just going, like, I can't funnel it around. This one would work okay. If the water contamination gets over 5%, it should just start dumping all of the water out the side to get the stuff out. But unfortunately, because the water is flowing over the top here, that's going to create its own problems. Now, because I could block this off, and there's 22. Love to see it. They're going to get maximum wellness right before utter tragedy. So we got a lantern we can put down. Put that at that corner. Put it there. I wonder if that'll still count. That'll definitely count. Okay. We can worry about all that. So for a roof, I gotta put on top stuff. And while pretty wasteful, the way I've handled the roofs in the past... Alright, there's 23 wellness. Did I mention I always forget the decorations and they're pretty dang useful? So the way I usually dealt with the roofs was something like this. Where I'd take a path like that. I would then grab the decoration of the roof. And put it over the top like that. It's super wasteful. And then T-intersections, it doesn't do in a meaningful way. It's super wasteful material-wise, but, you know, then they get the beauty of the roofs everywhere. Nothing to do in range. That's because I need to wait for them to actually cut stuff down. So we'll actually go ahead and pause that building for now. Until they go and they chop those down, which is going to be having builders free, which will be forever. That's just not going to get done. Alright, so... let's go ahead and get our taller platforms. I've been leaving those to wait.
But let's try and get our platforms up so I can move this water production up higher. So I can wall that part off. So we can start working on getting that reservoir better fixed. Okay, so now's where we get to see tragedy happen. Because that is what we're going to get a whole lot of. And I'm just going to preemptively do something. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to go here and say, yeah, those 4. I'm going to need those gone again. For no discernible reason. I'm definitely not going to have to replace my entire mangrove forest again. Because I done goofed. Yep, and that time the bad water will floweth freely through the entire place. For 5 days. Pause that building so you don't go swimming in that crap. 5 full days of all of that getting poisoned. Well, so the good news is I have a ridiculous amount of food and water in storage. The bad news is my everything is going to die. So what we should do is we should see this hit contamination 5 and start dumping water out the side. The contamination 2. Three. And that'll also help because once it starts dumping out the side, it should start drawing more water over this way. 4. And it has started to kick open. Yeah, so now it's starting to dump the water out the side. So it should start pathing a bunch of the water over here. And as that contamination goes higher and higher, it should just make sure we're locked in. That's immediately flooding. I hate it. Everything's all red and dead for some reason. And overflowing into my farms. We got stuff to fix. One thing I'll probably want to do is what I should also do here is let's start building a levee on this side so it doesn't flood into my whole area. It just floods out that way. That'll be another thing worth adding onto the queue. The challenge with that is just the nature of how all this works. You know what? It'll be fine. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Okay. Yeah, so good news that is dumping everything out of that reservoir out. The bad news is we are fully bad-tided. So we're going to be surviving entirely on our reserves and all of our crops and all of our trees and all of our bushes and everything is going to die. With the exception of apparently this little area here, which is just enough not crap water in there to keep it happy. Well, hopefully by the next bad tide we'll have this sorted out. Because once I get that sorted out, we'll be able to control having the crap water going. And the good news also is because I can't get any other construction done, they're ripping up all these crops. So that's good, because we want to replace all that stuff anyways. We're going to go ahead and unpause that, replant dead trees, replant dead trees. Literally everything is dead.
Okay. You've got the animals walled off for continuing to make things work. I honestly shouldn't need that much for handling the bad tide, because there's not a really heavy input here. So even that should be enough to keep the bad tide flowing out of this. It's just that this wasn't done. Yeah, because this is the thing that if you don't have a huge reservoir, your colony just dies here. Even here, I'm going to run low on water by the time it's done. We should be fine. Food were beyond great shape. But it does mean I'm going to regrow the mangrove trees, which is always a pain because it just takes a long time to grow those. All of the oak trees dried. That's bad. That's actually really bad. That is a real painful one right there. All the oak trees dying means I'm going to have to wait multiple passes of this before we're going to have wood again. We have to source some other wood to grab in the short term. And considering the rate I use wood, that's gonna hurt me from being able to handle the next bad tide too. Okay. Trying to think of the best way we can get some more trees, because you can reach these trees. So I should be able to cut down the dead oak trees. It's not going to help us long term, but it'll help in the short. Now, one downside is it looks like the fresh water is going to reach here because it's dumping out that area in a while. That's going to take a while to sort out. That's going to be an interesting problem to deal with. It might be one of those things that I'm going to need, you know, a couple of sluice up here as well for the higher levels and all that. 'Cause that's probably going to turn off soon. We'll actually make it all the way down to just 1% required. So pretty much it'll just keep dumping down until it literally can't detect anything else. Okay, so a lot of beavers did get contaminated. I didn't think that many did, but I would be wrong. So there's that. So we can turn that back on. You're not going to have anything to do there for a while. So let's try and get the bad water extractor thing. So we can get the wellness stuff going. I should have done that a while ago. So it's 400 for the decontamination. And then for the centrifuge, it's 600. So the centrifuge is our next goal. What I'll need to do over here is just adding to our list of projects. So that'll be for the bad tide water. That'll be for the extract. Let's go ahead and get those built. There's the bad tide water. There's the extract. And those are about to shut off because not enough contaminated water there. Yeah, like I said, we're getting a little pocket of contaminated water that's a problem. I could see also putting another round of sluice right here. To again, operate to keep that from getting bad water in it. You're about to finish walling off that side. This is all doing fine. Alright, so one thing we can go ahead and do here in the meantime is this is going to be pine trees. We can do that. And now I need a place for the pine resin. So that's more construction to go. Let's go over here. So you need to have the pine resin up there. And even more platform needs to be built. We can see how you can just keep scaling this up more and more and more, and it gets absolutely absurd. But even then, you saw, like, had I not gotten my reservoir or my water supply so high, that would have killed the colony. Like, that would have very easily killed the city. Even then, it does look like I'm going to lose 10 beavers. So that's a pretty good punch to the population. That's going to knock me down a good peg for a while. Bump you up, because they're going to need to increase their population. Same here. We got population to recover. There's something's not going to get done with that. Yeah, so we got decontamination, the centrifuge, and the deep pump for the polluted water. Well, I guess we can start with the deep pump for the polluted water, so at least that can work for right now. Which does add more stuff for us to work on. Because I'm going to do here. Get a couple things built. Alright, so this is where our regular deep pump is going. And I got our one for the bad waters going. And I told that one to be this. I'm going to set you for coffee right now. We're not going to be making coffee for a while. But it also doesn't really make sense for me to store that far away. Then get that going. I'll need you here. And we can make another storage up there. So you'll be more just regular water. And then you will be for the bad water. Because what we're going to do is we're going to let that reservoir build up more and more. And so I'm going to want that to be elevated a couple of tiles. And then these two are going to go away. I'll wait to shut that down until that other stuff's built. Alright. Now, finish building the forestry so we can get the mangrove trees starting to be replaced. We are getting the pine trees online for the tapper. That'll be good. I honestly should have built this forestry building down here to, let me get more mangroves down there, but that's okay. We'll worry about that later. There's always another project. There's never enough time to do them all. And we're getting that sorted. That's taking time. That's good news. And all the water's clean now. And you're waiting on logs. That's the other thing I got to keep in mind is I've got a while till we're going to get more wood in. We're going to get this last bit of wood pulled up, and I'm going to be without wood for a hot minute. Okay. We could definitely put more of this area to use, but that's one that will get lost every drought. So that's where the other thing comes in. So say I want to continue growing my population at this stage. The issue I run into next is how do I go about continuing to grow the overall population, and that's going to be acquiring more growable land. And part of that's going to be using stuff like these reservoirs. As you notice, I've got these ledges over here are good because of the reservoir. If we made it deeper, I'd potentially get an area like that to be available. So it's looking for pretty broad areas. Like, this is honestly probably the area I'd want to work with next. What I could likely do here is, where right now this is I could make a, I can make a path like an aqueduct kind of thing that goes across there for water, and then make this whole strip over here usable. And either one, it could just be a dead end, and I don't care. Just put a sluice here that doesn't let contaminated water in, so it's just kind of a reservoir for holding that farmland. Or two, I can route it into the river and try and figure something out with that. Honestly, that wouldn't be that hard to cap that off if we get the cap thing. Because that's another thing I could actually work on, is getting over to the bad water source. And if I get this thing, which I need dynamite, I could basically put a big cap on the bad water up here and get rid of it. And then all of this would become clean water because there wouldn't be bad water filling it in. But that only works for these things. Your normal water source, you can't cap it, you die. Yeah, so centrifuge is next. To turn it into extract. Okay, we're making good progress there. And that's closed because it's full enough, so this is going to start overflowing again. And this time it's going to only overflow on this one side. But we are getting pretty close to the point where it'll only overflow here until I get that sorted. And this is getting done. It's mostly wood that's a problem. I'm also noticing the mushrooms it looks like we're not getting enough of. So that should actually be an easy fix because I've already got everything staged over here. So I should be able to just go here and say, hey, what if you just made more mushrooms, man? That'd be pretty sweet if you ask me, actually. All right. How are we doing on housing? I do have a decent amount of vacant housing, but I suspect we're going to be needing more soon. And I could upgrade to the large barracks. So if you look at this one, it's the same idea, but it carries 1.5 as many. So pretty much out of this, I honestly don't see this being good, in all honesty. Because if you look at it, it's only giving me 6 more people, but it's taking 1.5 of the space. So this and another one's 20 versus that. It's honestly kind of a wash with that. Some of these seem better. Because like that tower, this is 8. So 16, 24. So I could take the occupation of 2 of those and give myself a little bit more of that. But honestly, it's not significant enough for, I think, for me to allocate research to it yet. So get that all hooked up for the time being. Oh, and if you ever get to the point where you're like, man, I'm trying to work under here, I can't see, you can actually go and kind of like Dwarf Fortress, you can kind of slice into the ground and be like, let me look at this elevation, let me look at this elevation. You can also see if there's like underground areas. Yeah, so I got like, there's a lake here that goes all the way down to 0. So you can do that if you get to the point where you're starting to build so much it's hard to see what you're doing. Yeah, so you're starting to get waterlogged. We do have this area set to be built. We can probably bump this area to be a slightly higher priority. So I could start moving that over, and then I'd make the ramp here and build that wall there. And you're spilling over, killing all these trees, which I don't really care about. Yeah, you can reach all the trees, so we're okay for now. Alright. One thing that also help, reduce the path time a little bit. There. That way I don't have to go the whole way around each time. Alright, so we're getting all this filled. up so we can get this out of the way. And it's a deep pump, so we can go 6 tiles deep, so we can, like, really let it go. Nothing in range of you. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. So that's been waiting on that. That's fine. They'll get the not mandrake. I keep saying mandrake. It's mangrove. Mangrove, whatever you want to call it. It's not a mythical root that you rip out of the ground and it screams. It's a water tree that gives you fruit. Okay. It's going to be one of those things that this isn't going to do anything for a long time. We're going to finish that, and suddenly it's going to become incredibly useful. Alright. So we definitely don't want to shut any of that down until this is all built. That's a deep water pump and everything. Let's queue these two up to be a high priority. What are we doing? Alright, so we're really good on gears. That's at least some good news. That the more advanced materials. Because once we get you set up, you are a high priority on that pump. Cool. You're shut down. And I will set you to supply goods to other warehouses. Yep, so we're going to set you to supply, so stop putting water in here. So start moving it. We will delete this tile. Alright, this is going to be a problem, but I'm going to need... Well, let's wait for the other ones. The other ones can wait a minute. I want them to get that built and this emptied first. Then we can knock all that out. Alright. And that'll give us the bad water pump. Now, granted, I just realized that bad water pump's probably not going to work very well. Because we are going to be dumping a lot of the bad water out. Realistically, I'm probably going to shove it off the side here. It's already built, though, so I'm just going to leave it there for right now. Empty it. Get it all out of here. Okay, you got a little bit more space here. So yeah, once I get that emptied, we knock that down. And then I need to move the ramp back here, make that into more levee. And then we should stop overflowing into this spot. Cool, that's done. Get it out of here. Make sure I don't have any beavers down this way. So once the metal one... Alright, so let's pause that. I need you to go away. Pause this, and pause this. Okay. So, delete that. We'll go in here. I need to delete the road going up here. And there. Go to this path here. And build levees there. And put path here. And so with that, I need to go priority, top priority on all of that. I also realize these platforms serve no purpose anymore. And then we can unpause these once people can reach them. And that'll be good. Okay, so once they get these levees done, then we'll have this entire area blocked off. We'll be in much better shape. And I guess what I should do is, at least for right now, delete that spot, delete this spot, delete you, delete you. I'm gonna make those just regular old dams for right now. Alright, so we're gonna be riding another bad water with nothing set up correctly. Cool. We might get lucky and they might get this part blocked off in time. But that's not gonna be ready. It's just too many projects, not enough time. Plus, we still have our sick beavers from the last round. Okay, so we got the one tile. So that's definitely going to be done in time. So that's good news. Might be one of those things that I manually open this to try and help. So this time I once again have like 900 water, and I also have a bunch of food. So we should be okay with that. But this will be a matter of how many more beavers get sick. Alright, last single piece of levee right here. And then there's the tank for the bad water. So that's all hooked up. Now I can go back to building on all the things. Poor beaver. They're just sitting there, like, working on planting the mangrove that's absolutely 100% just going to be dead here in just a couple minutes. Let's pause that. You can go work on something else, man. Because that mangrove forest is utterly dead, and there is nothing you could do about it. That's just water that's stuck there. That'll evaporate away. Alright, so the next thing here is we needed the centrifuge. That's 600, so we're still waiting on that. That's fine. I mean, they're getting close. It shouldn't be too much longer before this gets sorted out, and then the bad water stops just utterly wrecking us. The other downside is all those oak trees I planted that I've been going, I really need to get the wood from. Those are all going to die. Because they're going to get bad watered again. So that's not good. It does look like I got a couple through here that survived the first round just by being far enough away from the bad water that they were just dealing with dehydration, not from contamination. Six days. Alright, so that's a real bad water. Alright, so we're definitely going to survive it, but it's going to put our wood situation in even worse problems. Now, hopefully, we'll get to the same thing here, where the bad water will get over here enough that it'll dump all of this out, and we'll start being good there. But this is just another one I just have to endure. We do have solutions in progress, though. Once this gets that little area done, this will be solved. And then once we get this little bit here done,
this will be solved. And at that point, I shouldn't have to worry about bad water again for the foreseeable future. Like dehydration from bad water going a long time, that is a plausible thing. I need to turn that back on. That'd be a plausible problem. But, like, the bad water contamination shouldn't be a problem once that's sorted. Alright. So we're now shunting all the bad water out the side. And the water level's staying too high that this isn't opening. Because the bad water's just flowing on through. But even if I blocked it off, it just flood right over. So there's not a whole lot I can do. Yeah, these beavers are all going to get really sick. Which you also have a solution for that. I am building a wall over here so the bad water, even if it overflows, it'll overflow out to that versus onto my field, but it's another project that's not done. Okay, so those are all going to die again. I'm debating what we're doing about this. One thing I can do is short term. I can pull this up. And then put a woodcutter here to go grab these birch trees. So that'll give me at least a decent bit of wood for a little while. I can't get them all, but that's fine. There'll still be a nice little influx of wood that should help me ride this out, hopefully until we get more of the oak trees sorted out. The pine trees here should endure. But we want those for the tapper, not for wood cutting. If things get bad, I am willing to cut down the pine trees to keep the wood going. That's more of a priority. I'm also curious, with the forestry running here, if I have one woodcutter, would the tapper stay ahead? Well, I'm doing it because I know I'm going to need the wood. Figure out what that balance is. Yeah, so those slammed closed because the water contamination got too high. Oh, no, it's not. They're slammed closed because of the water depth. Yeah, we're still going to want to shunt the bad water to not go into our reservoirs, but we'll get there. At least now we're actually getting some bad water in storage. For what it's worth. Okay, that's also fine because we did get to the point of the centrifuges available. So the centrifuge will let me start making what I need to start treating the beavers when they get exposed to bad water. So in 400, I'll be able to get a treatment, so when we get some people contaminated, at least I can treat them. I'm also observing the rate of which our water is going down with this contamination is deeply upsetting. Is it called bad water in game? Yes, it is literally called bad water. Bad water source. It's just whatever specifically is going on, it's horrifically contaminated water. Nothing in range for you. What I can do is go from the back area here
and let them cut down all but that front area tree. As we fight, nah, the thing that's really funny is the dialogue when you click on the bad water source. Why'd I have to clean up after the humans' mess? Oh, right. They're all dead. They have a bunch of different dialogue. Oh, mighty forest, how I pine for thee. Unknown beaver poet. Remember, kits, do not peel too much bark off. It harms the tree. They all have it. Agriculture became one of the pillars of which beaver society stands today. So some of the flavor text is like, you know, really fun. Some of it's like just ridiculous. The extended pipe helps both of the height differences and the smell. See, there's any really good ones here. For a hydroponic garden, the idea was born after the discovery of a damp human ruins covered in rapidly growing fungus. And that's just informative stuff. The Iron Teeth always want to be like their creations. Always harder, better, faster, stronger. Technology. Technologic. Alright. So everything is pretty much dead due to contamination. And again, yeah, tell it to replant the dead trees. They're still bringing in some wood, because we had those 2 extra woodcutter places and told them to go to some of these little trees that we weren't hitting, because that's, like, I need all that wood to fix our problems. But our problems are preventing me from getting too much wood. Oh, we're getting so close here. We just build a couple more tiles here, and then we get these sluices here, and then that side. And then finally, the bad water issue will be resolved. And we are literally right about to run out of water, which is horrifying. Because we have a considerably higher population than we used to. And most of my pumps can't function right now because there's too much polluted water. Interestingly enough, there is actually enough okay water underneath that I'm able to get some water out of it, but it's going very slow. Okay. So those pumps should be able to come on in a second, which is important because very genuinely everyone's going to start dying of dehydration very soon. Food we're amazing at, just even with all that water storage, we're able to burn through a lot of water. Honestly, it might be worth it for me to just plunk down some more water storage. Because the droughts are going to get longer, we're going to need to prepare. Hey, Ronger, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Catch the last 60 streams, not miss a single one. Really do appreciate it. But as a reminder, we are being sponsored today. Like, technically, the sponsored part was only 2 hours, but I just enjoy the game, so we're just going for it. But this is the 4-year anniversary for the release of Timberborn. They are running a sale for 30% off and all that good stuff. It is the game that has sponsored the channel more than any other game. Like, even when I was only sitting at like 20-something viewers, it was one of the first games that sponsored the channel. And I think they've sponsored us like 5 or 6 times. That's not why I played or anything like that. It's just, in its own right, an objectively good game. But that whole thing is also, you know, it's endeared me to them and everything, that they keep coming back and keep supporting us. You know, whereas there's a lot of people who they would sponsor the stream on here once and be like, oh no, you've seen most of the audience. You know, you'll play it anyways kind of mentality. And so I'm really happy they don't do that. But it's a fantastic game. Great survival city builder. Really, really do solidly recommend.
We're not actually having anyone die of thirst yet, but we are, like, riding that fence. We do have them trying to pump the water. Now, one problem we do run into is the ones trying to get the water are running back and forth between pumping the water for themselves and then grabbing water someone else has got until they get their thirst sorted. Okay, we got even more contaminated beavers. Cool. Probably add a slightly higher priority on the centrifuge to make sure that's going to keep going. All right. And we're getting close to getting this done. We got our first sluice in. We just got to build across that last little gap. And I believe you have run out of anything nearby that you can deal with, so that's gone. That gave me a very, very brief influx of wood. But I mean, it is what it is. I got a couple of trees down there. We got 3 more trees we're going to get wood from there. We are cutting down the pine trees we've been planting because it's what I got to do. Because I need that wood to keep flowing to get this done. But I need to not have the bad water kill our stuff, because that's the issue. Is every time it kills these trees, they give really good returns for their time, but they take multiple rotations to get through. Versus if I grew the birch grows in about the time it takes for one cycle to go by. Because it's not an exact date, there's a, an RNG to it. But it's about one cycle's worth of time. But the issue being there is just, you know, I have to switch everything to planting that, and they give you a lot less yield for the effort and time. You just get there quicker. Okay, it's looking like on our food stuff that I don't have enough grow space dedicated to the eggplant. Now, if we can get this bad water sorted out over here, I could potentially do that. This growing area, I'm kind of writing off. That's going to be underwater. I really need them to get that water situated. Alright. Not an immediate priority. Build another set of stilts. We can put in our water pump up here. Fluid dump. Discharges water or bad water. We don't need it. Steam gauge we don't need. Deep mechanical fluid pump. Pumps water or bad water up on one side and discharges on the other. More efficient than a regular pump. Don't really need that. And then a bad water discharge, which is a thing where I could cap off these and just shut them entirely. That doesn't get rid of the bad water event, but these ones that are just like this will only ever give out bad water, I could plug that, and then I could repurpose this river to be fresh water, or otherwise just get it out of the way. Okay, so we're starting to see this build up a little bit of water as we're starting to narrowly close that off. You're keeping up with that tree, the tree stuff there. You're getting all that replanted, which is at least some good news. What would it take? So the irrigation barrier, which prevents the contaminated water from getting through the soil, requires the resin wood. And with that, we are now making extract, so that's some good news. So the next thing to do here would be on the decontamination. So at least our beavers that get sick, we can start treating them. And extract is also used for a bunch of other things. Like, actually, if I remember correctly, we were waiting on potentially getting the dynamite as well. And I want to say the dynamite... Yeah, so we need 2 things. We need 1,000 between them. But yeah, so it's actually the bad water we make the explosives out of, which would be worth doing, but we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, so you're all done here. That's got things going. Planks wise, we are struggling on planks, and that's because we're struggling on wood. So here's really hoping I can get those done. Like once I get those bottom ones sorted, then it's a matter of every little levy just means more storage back there, more mitigation. I'm at least getting some wood out of this. Had you in the back. Okay, got a couple in the back here that are going to be growing up soon. If we get that covered, that'll become available for me to grow on it. Oh, that's another place I might be able to get some work done. There's no ramp over there, which is a bit inconvenient. I don't know if I put a they put a spot here for me to cut wood over there, if it'll reach. I'm down to find out, though. It will. Okay, so I'll get a little bit more wood in here. They're already queued up to cut down, except the one in the corner there. So I'll be a little bit more wood to help out. Alright, only one more sluice to go. And then that'll be all the sluices built. Now we should start seeing this start flooding. And just like I mentioned before, these are set up so that once they start detecting bad water, they'll shut off. That'll just backfill for a little while, so until I actually have this one spot high enough for it to dump back out over there, it won't really solve our problem. But we're moving in the right direction. You still need 400. That's fine. Because we are getting extract stored, which is good news. I got a bunch of dead trees that'll give me a little bit of wood. And once I have that, this issue will start going away, where it keeps flooding and unflooding and all that. If not, I could probably just get rid of those. Just turn them into... Well, actually, we can get rid of those. We can turn them into regular old dams at that point, because then I don't have to worry about any type of contamination management. Alright. But yeah, so as you probably realize, like, you've probably noticed, the situation has been escalating in the game where these bad water waves have been really hurting us. The droughts we're handling just fine, because I've got the giant reservoirs. But the bad water, I don't have it set up right, so it is just wrecking us. Okay, just getting those couple trees over there. You're still getting the stuff over there. Prioritize that last one, get it done. Yeah, because that pausing in wood's going to hurt us real bad. Oh, you can unpause this again, and this again? Well, not you yet, actually. Oh, that's just going to take time. Alright, and the wood's properly starting to build up again. It's taking its time to get there. Okay, so all the sluices are done. So yeah, now they're just building levees. So at least that doesn't require planks. It's just straight up wood. So you keep building it up more and more. That'll also continue to narrow that area, which will let less and less water flow through it. And these should be opening and closing as time goes on from this being full. We can honestly turn that down a bit, I think. Deliberately reduce the flow so this can backfill. I think one issue here is I have too many of those, so it's not going to fill up as fast. Same problem we had before. Okay. So let's not synchronize them. So remove synchronization, close that one. Remove synchronization, close that one. So I want to give it at least a little bit ability to build up. Okay. Don't synchronize, close. I mentioned on the bottom I might need to have only one sluice open, and then have like another layer up top. Which I actually already have those lined up for that purpose. There's no way one sluice is going to work with that, like, that it can put out enough water. Yeah, let's continue to let that build up. Because getting that all done. Yeah, so I think at the stage we're at here, we should be able to have the bad water just handled. Yeah, so that should start building up the water height here. Surprisingly, one of these is actually turning on and off. Which is interesting. And you're still flooding. That'll get sorted in time. Make sure we actually have a path connected there. Yep, it's all connected. Okay, so get that all done. So hopefully I won't have to worry about the bad water going through here and killing everything again. This is slowly processing those trees. You are officially done with all the trees that were over here, so get rid of that again. And now you can go and put the canola back there. So we got more construction to do over here. I can't actually tell if we're actually building up the water level. I can't imagine just one sluice. One sluice has enough throughput to handle the entire river going into it. Because that would ruin a lot of things. Because also consider it's not even one river. I've got rivers coming from this side and this side. I need one of those gauges where I can gauge depth. Okay, so that's just drought. Drought's easy peasy. Drought's already handled. That'll just solve itself. We don't have quite as much water here as I would like. But we are already building another one of the pumps and all that. That should fix itself in its own time. We'll unpause that as well. Okay, so we got our next one of these. So let's go here and get the decontamination stuff. So it's a 1x1? No, 1x2. So where do I want to put you? Oh, you require horsepower. That is not a thing I had anticipated. You can deconstruct that. Cool, that'll be attached. We can go back to our decorations. Put the lantern back. Okay, so with that, that means I'll get a decontamination bed, so when people do get exposed to bad water... first playthrough? Oh, no, absolutely not. No, I've done tons of playthroughs of this game. They've been kind enough to sponsor us almost every single major update. Granted, I misplayed the bad water pretty badly in this one. Cool, so we're down to the last 2 tiles here. That should keep filling up. Yeah, I wish I could limit the throughput on this more. Tell it only when it's at 0.65. Don't worry about trying to keep the water level nearly as high. And then with that, we'll have this whole area set up. The idea is I want it to fill up to the point where it would backfill. Or at least as high as I can get it. Yeah, so I'll keep turning on and off. And then I'll get this area done. We'll start walling this off, which will give us more area we can grow over here. Cool, so we are actually getting to the point where some of these oak trees are starting to grow. So we should be restabilizing all that, and then we'll be able to get rid of this woodcutter here. Still got more stuff to build over here. So that's the eggplant. Didn't we have... Yes, there's the pine resin storage. Alright. Unable to get the required goods, which is bad water and logs. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, because like I said, this pump probably is going to need to be moved over there. Like, just put a little platform here and have it pump out the bad water on the other side, which is fine. I'm not super worried about that right now. Okay, so the drought's about to arrive. Yes, I believe we've got these all set to check for when it's at 0.65. It'll let water through. That means this reservoir should take a little while to drain down. Unconnected building. Oh, I see. A tiny little bit of path here that's not connected. So that will prevent us from having homeless beavers. Alright, we do have our sick beavers are finally getting treatment. So that's good news. And also because I'm pumping out of the reservoir, you know, I'm not pulling from this area, we can keep it all going. Ah, if I leave it that low, we lose mechanical power. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. Let's bump these two up to 0.75.
and see if that's enough to maintain mechanical power. Obviously, long term, we're going to want other solutions than that. Yeah, I mean, okay, so to sustain mechanical power, I need enough water that's running through, which is going to be consuming a lot, so I don't think we can do that. So make that 0.65. Leave that one at 0.75? Yeah, so I could leave this one at 0.75 to keep this being fed. That way, as this one works its way down, we still have this one as a backup. Later on, we're not going to want the two different ones, and we'll just deal with having, like, the weights to lift up for mechanical power and all that, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Overall, food's looking really good. Yeah, the food's looking extremely good. We got all that. Where do I put my next thing of research? The well-being. These are all mechanical power things. I'll worry about those later. So decorations, not really worry about the roof. We got the brazier. It's going to work in getting mood bonuses for everyone. Put brazier over there. I build a single tile of platform here. And I can build a brazier over there. And that should help out with moods in both those places. And keep building up the well-being. It looks like they're not getting enough time on the scratcher. And then we would want to have more roof, and we're not getting enough time on the campfire. How many and where are the bad water resources on the map? I know there's at least two, so I've got one bad water resource up here. I know there's another one over here somewhere. Yeah, there's a second one up there. Yeah, because it's not one of, like, the sweaty, harder maps. Because, you know, sponsored stream and all that, wanted to make sure to actually show off the game versus struggling through the early game and people not really getting to see where it goes. Cool, we got a little bit more wellness. Love to see it. So it's just 2 resources. It's one of the easier maps. I think one of the maps I want to try at some point is I want to try the Islands map, which is probably the hardest map. Because they've done, like, the Helix and all those ones on stream, and those ones can be a lot of fun. But they are a little bit sweatier. Then we got the monuments, which requires a ton of materials to do. Yeah, so this is like kind of your endgame theme, which is the Wonder. Launches pioneers to distant land. When launched, makes beavers in the area extra happy. Earth repopulation within 40 tiles. The pinnacle of beaver engineering. So that's like your endgame thing. That's obnoxiously expensive on resources and requires 20,000 research. But you get the idea. So like this monument of labor, I can very realistically get that. And I believe everyone inside its range as they go by gets a little boost to their work speed or something like that. Okay, we'll actually bump that up, increase the workplace priority. Yeah, so I can make a lot of that work. We'll end up needing a lot more for the water flow side of things. Cool, and the mangroves are all getting grown. So that did exhaust itself out of all of its water because I was allowing it to continue to run for purposes of keeping the machinery going. Whereas this one, I'm just telling it to run only when it needs enough for that. We aren't getting any water really through here. There's not enough for it to do mechanical power that way. Now we do have the large power wheel being run, which is 4 beavers working to give us more mechanical power. But it's not really an efficient way of doing it. I could add another one of those right here. Because honestly, the 300 power there is not awful. But ultimately what we're going to want to do is eventually move to
move to stuff like engines and or grab batteries. So burns fuel to create power. Man, I gotta remember how you create the fuel. Okay, we can make coffee once we get the resin production online. Oh, it's wood. It's just straight up wood. Okay, so if we get our wood production high enough that I could just feed it into an engine, that's probably going to be good. But that's going to be a pretty substantial amount of wood growing on to keep a bunch of engines going. Now, one of the cool things that the Iron Teeth had that I haven't done anything with yet this run is, if I remember where they're at, there are robots that you could send them around to make them work. I think they're under science. Yeah, so you can make bots that they'll run around and just do work on behalf of the beavers. And it's just kind of one of those things that it takes a lot to get them up and running, but they are very useful. But it requires lots of mechanical power to keep those going. Which we'll certainly be able to do in time, but we got to get there. Oh, I have homeless beavers? That's not true. Why are you sleeping on the ground, man? You got 16 vacancies in the houses, and we have pathing going to them. Alright. So we got a couple of unemployed beavers, that's fine. Alright. So very slowly draining the reservoir. We're about to be done with all this. And the good news is we are getting this built up, because that'll allow the reservoir to go significantly higher. It'll let me tone these down to only kick off when the water is very low. Yeah, so food is good. The general resource is good. It's still actually saying the fermented mushrooms I don't have much to spare of. That's okay. Alright, so one of the other things we're going to need to do is get more resin stuff. So what we're probably going to want to do... Oh, we can also go over here. Now that I'm starting to get that routed around, let me tell it to go ahead and start planting the oak trees over here again. They'll probably end up dying this time again, but I don't know, maybe it's good practice or something, I don't know. Another reality of what I could end up doing here is as I route this, get rid of this bad water, this can start filling up with good water. I could go and start walling this off over here to make this another area that's just like the big reservoir. Now granted, the problem we're going to run into here is I'm not easily going to be able to use this for growing stuff without a lot of work. These ledges are kind of narrow and hard to use, so this would be the next good area for me to grow, would be someplace like up here or up here. But in both cases, I got to get rid of those bad water sources. That's going to require TNT. Now, the good news is I think we are in a position where we can start pursuing TNT, but I'm getting a little worried about our power. So let's go and start rerouting this so I can get a little bit more mechanical power onto the system. Which very genuinely, I say that, I'm not honestly sure how I'm going to do that. To make another one of the giant wheels here, it's probably what I just need to do is put another giant wheel here, put a handful of stuff up here. Okay, regardless, let's look here. So I need the fancy wood, and I need the TNT production, because I think one of our next objectives is going to get to these sources and cap them off. It'd be a bit of work because I got to figure out a path to get all the way up there. But yeah, I could probably run up here, get into there, try and cap that off. And then once I do, we won't have bad water coming through here at all anymore. Which opens up the opportunity for me to potentially bring good water in more places and all that. We can also effectively make aqueducts that literally, like I mentioned before, you just have an area, you just put water in, you don't even have it flow through, it's just there to kind of be... Like, if we look over here, here's an example. This is a naturally occurring kind of enclosed area. It makes all this area available, because, like, normally otherwise this would be kind of the cutoff of where the green would be, but I get all this extra stuff because this goes up here. So what you can do is the TNT, for example, is I can kind of carve a path through here to make all of that growable. If I can get water, fresh water up here, I could carve a path through there to make all of this growable. So you can effectively make these aqueducts. Okay, so pretty soon we're going to start seeing these oak trees come up, and then we can get rid of this one. And just let the tapper do the tapper things. Okay, so we've got that where I can reroute you. So in my brain, I was going to put more of the water wheels here, but then I suddenly came to the realization I don't really have a way to pipe the power in there easily. It's not that it can't be done. It's also very slow water flow here, so that probably isn't good anyways. It's fine. We'll just have extra routes. Okay, so let's look at what we're doing with our buildings. I need the TNT. And the TNT is here. And that is a 4x2. Okay. We also could benefit from the engine. The engine's 3x3, and I have to feed it wood. That's going to be the hard thing, is getting our wood production substantial enough that I could just feed the engine and walk away. Because I could see that easily making the power wheel obsolete. Because one beaver running up to chuck some wood in there every once in a while would be way more efficient than 4 dedicated to running in circles all day. I need the fancy wood. And that's also a 4x2. Alright. So, let's reroute this some more. We'll grab those. And that. I can go ahead and get rid of you. I can go down here and say, yoink up all these plants. And I'll try putting the engine in here. And then building those 2 buildings up here. This will be you. And then I will need... That'll be 2x4. Then 2x4. So let's go in here and start getting things built. This is for the fancy wood. I don't have enough research, so we'll wait for it. Basically, I'm going to be waiting on research for all that stuff. But you can get the engine here. The engine would probably be the good one first. So, yeah, because I have a demand of almost 1,300 horsepower, and I'm delivering about 600. So we're going to want to get the engine probably first. Which, like I said, is a little concerning just because it's got some pretty high demand on it. So I got all that. What would the bigger storage? Okay, we have the large industrial. So one thing that would also help is... and double these up. You're going to carry a ridiculous amount of lumber. So we can reduce the pathing back and forth between here. Now I need to get to the point where we're getting a surplus of lumber. So the good news is we are going to be growing tons and tons of oak here. I am going to need to set up another place for growing wood. I've got this for the pine over here. And realistically, I mean, we're honestly getting enough resin out of... Okay, let's flip this. So no longer plant that. I can't re-queue it up to be oak, but we'll make this oak as well. So that we can keep that going. You don't even need to be functioning anymore, so we'll pause that building. But I'm going to need to get wood in farther here. But for now, we can cut you down to, say, 0.5. So we could hopefully have this start overfilling. Well, I'll need to cut you down to, say, 0.5. Because I do want this to build up now, so the reservoir is more full. Let's see, how many and what research buildings do you have for Iron Teeth? Right now I'm just running two of the starting ones. I usually honestly don't worry about a lot of the advanced research stuff until way later, because I usually get myself into macro scale projects anyways, that I don't really have a need for a lot of the other stuff, even though they do research way, way faster. I'd rather continue to grow and expand all that, and it'll sort itself out on the other side kind of things. So you can't reach over there even if I wanted you to. What's interesting is I probably could, in theory, get all this stuff used up here. You know what? This actually could be where we put another area for cutting trees. Because as long as this reservoir is full, this area will all stay green. We can continue to let this reservoir build up. Okay, we reached the point that reservoir is spilling over the back. That's fine. Okay, so we got ourselves another one there. Alright. Now, if I were to be able to get over to this side of the map, I could actually wall that off and let that build up even higher. So not that I'm going to plan to do this immediately. I go here. I need a handful of sluices for the contaminated water. Now, obviously, a lot of this, I would want to narrow it up and not just have giant reservoirs everywhere. Because those don't help as much as you'd want. Okay, so no point in going higher than that, because that's going to be a huge effort to fix all that. So what I'd do here is, in the event... Well, actually, no, that'd be fine. We could leave that way. So the water gets contaminated, starts spilling it out that way. This is all secure. Actually, you're already a tile higher, aren't you? We can check this pretty straightforward. Yeah, so that's already even. Okay, and if it dumps back in here, it'll just fill that up. Okay. Yeah, so if I were to build that, this would all be set up to fill up that whole reservoir area. I don't know that we'd be able to get over there fairly easily, but I'm willing to build the path and letting them go the long way. Okay, and then we'd be able to build this here. Alright, we would need to tell them to cut down those trees. Those trees, because if we get the water up that high, we get a bunch of this going. I do think I could put a place or another forestry area here and plant more oak tree.
And that would be potentially a pretty good idea so far as all this. And put you there. Grab a quick path over there. Go to zone. Grab the oak. As we start making sure that reservoir is really full, it'll take a long time to drain. And that'll give me a lot of time for these trees to grow. Okay, and so we can get all the way down there, and you can cover over here. Okay, so let's take our chances with that. So... get all of this going the whole way up here. And that's because we can make those engines where I just feed it wood and it keeps working. And I do feel like that's something I want to pursue. So go over here and say, chop all of that down. Okay, that would cover that whole area. That'd cover this whole area. And we can go from there. Cool, so we're going to expand the amount of wood we're growing, because my goal here is to get the wood to the point where I cannot... like, the wood is just producing fast enough that we don't have to worry about it. Alright. Yeah, so I've got the engine going there. And it looks like 10 wood lasts something like 3 days. Give or take. That's really not bad. Meanwhile, so I need 800 for that. What about the TNT? 400 for the TNT, so let's go ahead and get TNT production online. That's going to be more storage. So I'm kind of thinking about moving all the storage and all that over here for this. Because that's where all our other stuff is. Well, I mean, I'm not going to be producing that much TNT. So you're going to go over here for the TNT. Because, of course, we definitely want to make sure to store our TNT in our residential district. Right near where our people live. It's just the appropriate thing to do. Okay, now when we hit 800, we can go and get our next project going. And we're slowly getting the levees built here to start pushing the bad water off to the side here. Which is probably something I'm putting a lot of effort into, only that I'm going to cap it off on the other side and not have to deal with it. Alright, so we've got those going over there. It'd be a good time to also work on getting the bots, but yeah, so get the TNT. Alright, so we're at 26 well-being. We can get stuff like the mud bath and the wind tunnel and all that online. We've got all our awe things. We could use more... we could pursue coffee. That'd be something we could work on. Okay, so if we were to do coffee, where would that happen? I also probably need to get more... no, I got plenty of eggplant stuff. So over there is pretty limited. We've got all this. So one thing we could definitely do is we were having them cut this down, because it doesn't look like I really need that much pine to keep those boards going. We could add the coffee... so there's a little spot over here that might be usable. I don't really want to go down there. This area is likely to become available once we start cleaning all this up. I don't want to give up any of our wood production since we're going to be leaning on the engines. Okay, so I think I'm going to, even though it's probably a waste because of how little space. So the coffee is the what? The foraging thing? Yeah, so you don't do coffee on that. So we would plant coffee. That's a forestry building. So it'll be coffee over there. Drought approaching. That's fine.
We can go down here real fast and say forestry, oak. Get those. You don't reach down there, do you? No, you don't. So this is one of those ones I think we just build the coffee thing once. The forestry once, and then it's planted. I don't have to juggle it. But what is going to need to happen is I'm going to need to be able to get over there to build it. I'm going to rip those trees out. And then we'll get the forestry thing built right here for right now. Get that all planted. And then we could put a, we can put a building, we can put the, what is the word? We can get the scavenger, forager, whatever it is, to then collect the coffee. And while I'm probably not going to be enough coffee to supply everyone, that should help. Okay, so we don't need this many. Well, actually, you've got, yeah, so that one will cover up here. This one can just stay paused for if we have everything go to bad water. And this will be another one that will pause after it's built. Oh, right. I need to build a ramp here to get up there. There we go. Then we can go to here. Yeah, you do collect coffee beans, so that'll be good. Alright, so with that said, we're going to need to expand our storage again. Let's go over here to storage. That'll be for our coffee beans, which are here somewhere. There. And continuing to build all our platform. Alright. And then we will need the building for actually making coffee. That's 500 research. So we'll want to get that going. Which means, oh wait, actually, before we do that, because I'm pretty sure that building requires the resin. Yeah, it requires the, like, better wood. So we'll need to wait the 800 research to get that better wood. We are working on getting that. So let's also work on moving over the bad water pump to actually be in the bad water. Because, you know, that's not super useful otherwise. So let's go over here to the stilts. We'll go ahead and unlock the 3 high ones because, I mean, seriously, we're due. Okay, and now we can go to water, bad water pump. And that should take care of that. And meanwhile, we're not actually getting that much. So I'm going to take down that one. I'm going to put a regular old pump there. Because then what we could do is we could decommission one of these regular pumps that's over here. Specifically that one. It's not going to work anymore anyways because we've got the bad water blowing up higher than we did before. So let's decommission that. We can go over here for right now and just chuck down some more canola. Okay. Yeah, so moving more of the water pumps up here. That we will want to eventually switch to regular water. And I can move the bad water up here as well. And what do I need for you? Okay, so we can go over the large tanks in not too long. Because that'll be another improvement. Okay, so with the drought, it looks like all these crops are going to die. That's not amazing. But we'll see. Honestly, it's not that laborious to deal with, so I'm willing to pretend it's not a problem. I can also put more mangrove down here. Whether or not we end up using it, I'll put more mangrove down there.
Okay, decommission that. Because, yeah, that should make all of that available down there. We won't quite reach that spot. But that'll also work because then they can get the coffee and the mangrove stuff. They'll probably want to go to this blueberry here. Yoink that one out, and we can put another place to grab all that stuff out. Also yoink that tile as well. Okay. So keep getting the oak queued up because it's just better wood. Because then we can probably get rid of that and switch it over to another one of these engines. Didn't leave myself enough space for that. But once I get rid of these two pumps, there's a good chance I can put one of the engines here, another there, turn the lumber thing to be up there, and just lean more and more on this. I still need way more supply for power, though. And the good news, we're getting plenty of wood now. And that's without even considering these when these get set up. And that's all fully set up now, so it won't just leak water everywhere constantly. You will be for the bad water. And you'll be for regular water now. Okay, so the good news is now that you'll be able to pump bad water at all times except for when this dries out after drought, which is pretty unlikely. I deliberately put it on where that river was, and now it's walled off here, so I shouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, so we're still waiting for 800 to get that built. Alright, I wanted to get another one of the gatherers over here. Alright. So we're already up to almost 100 beavers. If we want to get into the bot assembly, that's going to be considerably more horsepower, because I would need to get the bot part factories going, the bot assembler going, the charge station, and then the control tower just makes them work better. Yeah, so all that's kind of end game stuff with them to get better and better. Alright, so we got all that going on. We check on this. If I wanted to go a full block higher, I'd have to wall off that. It'd be walling off that and whatnot. Those are those things, just building your reservoir higher and higher to not have to deal with it. I think we're in really good shape, though. This is the only one that I feel like I want to get to be deeper, because then that's going to make this area viable. Then we can start worrying about, like, you know, aqueduct kind of stuff to move the water around to give me more stuff. Because I could definitely see where this water is coming out here. I could definitely see, like, making a little zigzag through this area. You know, eventually leading out, I guess. To just give me a bunch of growable space down here. Because that's like one thing you can actually do your help shelf. Just go like literally the edge here and put just dams, and that'll at least let it build up some water down here. That's another project. And I've already got plenty of them going, so let's not queue up yet more. Another advantage with that is once I'm not using the water wheels at all for our power, I can just put just enough water to keep these, you know, there. So instead of like checking here and looking for like 0.65, I could probably go down to like 0.15 or 0.2. And so these will mostly just keep the water built up until they, you know, overflow and then, you know, go to wherever the, like right now I've got the dams up here. I'm a little worried about those things. But my hope here is that
These will spit out any of the contaminated water. They won't have to worry about that being an issue. And same with over here. We'll be able to build those up, and same diff. It'll spill over here as needed. But only when it's high enough. Alright, so we are growing coffee. I can't do much with that yet. We are doing the TNT, and I need 800 for the resin. And when we hit the, like, 6 or 700 whatever, then I'd be able to use bombs to, you know, like, make channels here to then make this area available for growing as well. And I could do the same thing kind of here, where I've got all this area. I could use TNT to, like, make a channel up this way to then make all that growable area. Honestly, with this one, I probably don't even need TNT. It'd just be taking this block here and then making, like, a 1 by whatever tile out there. But, like, making a little aqueduct here. And then I just need, you know, a walking path to go up and over on the other side. Probably worth doing, too. I'm a little worried that when I build... Well, no, because if I make a path, like, right here, that should increase the walk space to reach the entire area. And if I make it, like, right around there, it should make all but maybe that little spot over here on the edge growable. Okay, that could be one of the things we can plan. So what'll need to happen here is, so I'll make it right along there. So we will go here, demolish these crops, demolish those crops. I'll need the path there. We can get that. And I'm going to need the levees to go around, maybe here should be enough. Put a platform there. I will want to go on this other side here. Demolish that crop. Because ultimately we'll end up wanting to grow more and more. And it's also a thing I might just have to put in our farmhouse here, which is also fine. I'm sure as we expand, this will need more and more of them. It'll be whatever. And we can go here. Yeah, it's going to make all this viable soil. That's only going to work when this reservoir is high enough, which is not amazing. In hindsight, it's probably actually pretty bad, but I'm already doing it. And actually, one of the things that can make this work even better is I'll make that a dam, as opposed to just leaving it open, so that it pulls the water in here, and we just have like the 1 by whatever tile just sit there. And it should just hold water until it can manage to be there long enough to evaporate, which is a long time. Which would make all of that probably viable. Yeah, so it looks like that might shorten this area to be inaccessible, but all of this rest of that will be. And all of that, at least, is going to be growable. This area over here is probably too far. Okay. I am noticing the amount of wood we have is not as much as I would want, which is concerning, because I really want to get more engines going. Okay. I wonder if it makes sense to add another woodcutter here.
just judging by how many trees are still available. And put it right up here, actually. Okay, and we're almost at the 800 we need for the next thing. Okay, the drought has ended. Which you hardly seem to notice anymore, because we've just got our water all handled now. They've almost got this fully set up to block this whole area off so the bad water dumps out that side. Yep, and that's the bad water pump back to getting us bad water for our TNT and our extract for our medicine and everything. No one's getting contaminated anymore, which is lovely. We're not losing our mangrove forest every single time anymore. Yeah, we can't get them to get mangroves over there farther, that's fine. Yeah, these are probably not going to make it. I'm going to have to get this farther up. When this gets the full way up, it should actually expand this to be farther out too. Alright, and the population's doing good. We got 20 beavers with nothing to do. The water's good, the food's good. Yeah, we did get bad water to fill in back there. That's annoying, but it's fine. Once we wall it off, it'll evaporate away. And like I said, then that should let me bring this over farther. It's also a possibility that I might have to go through in here do the special dirt that blocks the contamination. Take full advantage of that. It'd also be worth doing it there, because this could be an area I could grow some stuff. Because you definitely have to get higher. Let's drop you down. Only filling up if it goes down to 0.25. Yeah, we're not getting nearly as much horsepower as we'd want. That's okay. Because I do think I'm going to lean on that. So we'll tell you to not bother unless you're down to 0.25. 0.25. Because I want the reservoirs to be building up. Yeah, because then we can use this one where it's at its top as the thing that actually powers everything. And otherwise these just basically stay closed unless that's like kind of really dried out. Okay, buildings lack materials. That's fine. You've almost got that fully enclosed. And then, like I said, we'll swap this out for a dam to kind of hold water here. And as long as we can hold water here, then this whole area should be growable. Well, not this edge, but this whole area should be growable. And what would I grow there? So right now we're doing fine on the eggplant. Yeah, we're doing fine on basically everything. The mushrooms don't actually need a special building or a special area for them. It could end up being the coffee. Would not be a bad move. Because the coffee area is pretty... Well, no, because the coffee doesn't use the farmhouses. It's whatever. We'll figure it out. How is the... Yeah, I mean, everything we're on great supply right now. We really don't need the more grow space immediately. It's just the paranoia being like, well, I'm going to need more food eventually. Let's keep it moving. Alright. Building needs water. That's fine. Probably move some of that stuff over here, too. Okay, so they got all that sorted, so let's knock down this levee. And then it'll take a while to get it to the water level to be high enough to use this. But this way, if I put a dam here, once any water gets in there, it'll just kind of hold it there. And it can't overfill or anything like that, so we can just leave it alone. And then we can see how far that takes it. Alright. So all in all, we still need to continue to keep the wood supply coming. We're not producing nearly enough power for the amount of demand we have. And I'm increasing that demand even more right now. Won't it evaporate? It will. But it takes a while for it to evaporate if literally nothing's pulling from it. So it should be okay for now. And ultimately, when I make this higher, I'll make that deeper, that kind of thing. But a drought has to last a very long time, because usually what actually makes it worse is that you're having the evaporation and you're pumping water and you're doing other stuff with the water. But with that, we shouldn't have much demand on it, so it should take a pretty good while for that to go down. Okay, so we got our 3 pumps up here. That's good news. And one thing we should probably build. How much do you cost to unlock? Man, why do you gotta actually cost a decent amount? Yeah, you can put the depth gauge over here just to keep an eye on this reservoir and where it's at. And this is also not... Ah, I see. So, right, we're still dumping water out the back here. We did get these areas cleaned up over here. Now we can get this area, start building back here. Alright, so... we got coffee that we're working on. And so we got more decorations we can get. The big question is... Alright, no, we don't want to deal with that. So the next one we're going to go after... Well, bad water. That's the 4,000. So we definitely don't want to unlock that next. I think that's the point where we really do have to get the next research building. Which, of course, is also 1,500. So that sucks. But I do think we're at that scale of... starting to use the number cruncher, because that is worth 10 of the smaller buildings. But it's another draw of horsepower. Which also means needing more wood to spare. Yes, it's 1.5 for that, or how much is it for the other thing? 4,000. Yeah, it'd be the 1.5. Get that up and running. I can honestly build a bunch more of the regular old research buildings and just shove them in a corner and let them churn. I've got the spare people. Let's let that happen. Okay, so we now can't reach the very far edge here. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but that's okay. We're going to gain all of this. I just got to wait for this to fill up enough for that to matter. And you got that tree. So this stage, they're going to start building this whole wall back here, the sluice and everything. And that'll make that area more viable. So we should get more grow area out here. Because we should be looking at a lot of wood coming in once this gets up and running. Yeah, building needs water. So the double shower is not going to get us much progress these days. Because unfortunately it's on this side, not this side of the water. I'm going to need to find a place to tuck it in. And I think I've already got a spot right here. I built a spot right there. That's deeply concerning. Oh, because I'm not having any water flow through here right now. What was the management quirk of the Iron Teeth expanding its population? So you've got the little pods here, the breeding pods. And so you have to have enough of those, and they take berries and water to produce the kids. Yeah, so we're losing our crops along the edge here because I'm sending almost no fresh water through here right now. And so that's part of why this isn't working, which it's going to go away because it's just never going to work. So I'll get rid of that for right now. But what I can do... Let's add a tile here. No, not there. That's not going to work. Let's add a tile here. And the recreation. And a shower. Yeah, so that'll start to resolve itself. Like, one, when I cap that off, it'll just be fixed. But in the meantime, once we get to that point... Oh no, the water's never going to get up to that point, is it? Because I'm literally just not letting it flow through. I mean, it will once it hits this dam, it'll start to fix itself. Not so much with these sluice, not unless I go and I put a dam up here as well. Which I don't want to because of the contaminated water concern. Yeah, this one I'm not as worried about because it's way over there. And I'm still a little worried. So we're getting a lot of injured beavers, and they're not getting treated as fast now because there's just the population's going up. I'm going to need another place for my beavers to get treatment. We got a couple tiles of land over here we can use. So let's plunk that down. And we can go to well-being. So let's add a couple things. We're going to add the thing for sharpening their teeth. And we're going to add a medical bed. And let's go to our decorations. I'm going to grab a beaver bust. I'm going to put it there. It'd be good to get one of these along here somewhere. Okay. So that should help with morale even more. Where are we at with some of these beavers? Because we're averaging 25 now. And you're at 30. So we've hit the point. They're moving at over double their speed. They're getting up to 140% their normal speed. Well, sorry, 100% their normal speed. Sorry, working speed. Their movement speed is getting to 30% higher, and their lifespan is 60% higher. Now, granted, getting to the next tier higher is going to be pretty rough. It was like 32 to 37, depending on which stat, which is not insignificant. But that's the things that enables all this stuff, where they can run over here, you know, in 1 1/4, sorry, a little bit less than a 1 1/4, in 75% the amount of time. Jeez, I can numbers. Alright. Yeah, this is going to take time to build that up. And there's that 27. We're starting to get the, there's a pathing stutter that can happen when you get, like, way far away. It's fine. It still actually gets it done. You just, when the path gets super long, you'll see it kind of do an animation as it's figuring out what to do with it. Now, we are getting to the point where we're starting to tap that scrap out. There's more scrap here. It's less convenient. We also had more scrap over here. That's actually not going to be too hard to get. That's probably the next one I'm going to hit. Let's actually work on that right now. It's literally just slam this path down here. And then I will build... Is it 1 high or 2? 1 high. And then we can go over here. Start picking up that scrap. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, and that is getting higher and higher, so we're getting pretty close to when that's going to go over. Unfortunately, it looks like that drought might happen before it gets quite high enough. That's fine. The reservoir is definitely managing to get higher between each wave. It'd be in even better shape if this was done. I'm not super concerned about it regardless. The thing I need to get happening is once I see this start actually properly stockpiling, getting more of those engines online. Which part of that is we are just building a ridiculous amount. So even with all the people cutting trees and growing all the trees, it's just going to take time. Cool, so we got another place to get scrap metal. And that's more out of a concern of I will eventually need that scrap metal than any immediate urgency. Got the TNT happening, we got all that happening. They're harvesting that. Oh, and we can get our other oak trees down here. Well, actually, I can go a whole row farther. And you can actually put more up here. Oh, you can't quite get that far. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. That's fine. So we got those there. So let's go ahead and queue those up for cutting down. So that'll be a little bit more wood, since I already have the path up there. Alright, yeah, no, food's good. That stuff's all good. That stuff's all good. Right, I need to actually make the coffee producing machine now, so that's 200. Because I forgot about that. I'm gonna be real with chat, I have no idea where I'm putting this thing. Okay, I could shove it over here. So let's go tear this up. And I can put it over here. Yeah, played 2 years. You have forced your hand. Time to get back into it. Excellent. But as a reminder, today we are being sponsored by the devs behind Timberborn. That it is their 4-year anniversary. As we're checking it out. It's a really fun game. You do like you've got the, you know, the vertical construction, all that. Like you can see here, I have a bunch of these buildings stacked on top of each other. So there's lots of fun you can do with that. Where normally this would be sprawling over like this whole area. I can just build up if I have similar buildings and all that. You also, there we go. Right before the drought goes in, we're getting just enough water to fill this up. And that should make a bunch more of this area. I was actually expecting that to do way better than it did. It's fine. Why didn't that give me more growable area than it did? Huh. I might just have to go in here with the TNT and tunnel it down. It's fine. Regardless, we'll put stuff there of some kind at some point. Okay. But yeah, so you have like the whole thing going on where you can do like the building vertically. There's the whole like well-being thing. And that you're trying to manage drought and bad water and all these other problems. So you'll notice so much of this is about just water management. These are not at all optimal reservoirs we've made, by the way. This is certainly not the best approach for it. The good news is, it's just in time that that's now running normally. That the dams are spilling water over into this area. But you end up doing lots of water management, lots of tinkering and figuring out all this stuff and getting it going. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. I do hope you feel better. Oh, that's... Oh, no, that's just the color they are when they're going. I was about to say, it's like, that's not what you want to see. Those not making it. Alright, so we do have our coffee. That's getting done. What do I do? So do you? It's not fun? Yeah. Yeah, feeling sick is never a good time. Alright, so with that, I should be able to go here now. And get our coffee production online. Did I have one of these for the coffee? I do. That'll be coffee going. So we're definitely going to need to get ourselves moved over to that. We are starting to get a little bit of a surplus on the wood. Let's go ahead and destroy the large wheel. This is going to cause us problems in the short term, so let's get the engine going right now. And we're going to set you to be very high priority. And the reason that's going to cause us problems is the fact that that was connecting a bunch of these buildings mechanically. So a bunch of our buildings just became detached from each other. So I think we're back. Oh no, actually, well, it will be all connected. Yes, I got like this half and then this half. But yeah, that should keep all that going. Hey, Treacle, thank you for the 25 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know, Treacle, fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld. Definitely a good place to go check out if you like RimWorld. And considering if you're around here and I play a lot of RimWorld, you probably do. With all that said, thank you so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. And definitely go drop the follows and all that over there. I'm mixing my messaging now, don't mind me. Alright, let's go ahead and just put this ground to use. It's here. Why not? There you go. Yeah, I think if I explode the ground here to make it deeper, then it should go farther than that. Okay, we have more things for treating the beavers. Oh, we actually have some homeless beavers that we have grown our population sufficiently that I need more buildings for homes. Okay, well that's a problem. It's not a problem to cause too much issues. So I'll go ahead and build some more houses way up there. And go right on here. Bring that all around. And I'll be even more housing. Just keep building up. Here goes the 8 hours of the stream. You got fuzzy. You get fuzzy when you get close to 6 hours. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I tend to do pretty long streams. How are the beavers doing? They're doing good. We had some pretty tragic bad waters kind of in the mid-game, but things are in pretty good shape now. We are working on sealing this area off to make this into a much bigger reservoir. I do tend to overcompensate the reservoirs in a pretty big way in this game to just make all of that an easier issue to deal with. But, it's fine. I should also eventually put some water production over here on this side, too. So that our people don't have to path as far to get, you know, food, water, shelter, all that stuff. Let's see what else we got on our research stuff. So we're getting close to... Yeah, we're speeding up our research a lot. Yeah, so at 4,000, we can plug up that. I'm going to go ahead and grab the stream gauge thing. It's inexpensive. I could chuck one there to check on the water here. I might be able to chuck one here. Because when you build those, it'll give you some stats. Yeah, so that didn't stay any longer. It doesn't even look like it's necessary. So the evaporation was a bit more stuff. Any map you'd recommend for pure fun? Well, the first two maps are the easiest maps to get things like stranded. Who's stranded and where? How did you get there, buddy? I think you're gonna just die. Any map that stands out? So, depending on what you're looking at, so like the first two are the easiest. Helix is a good challenge map, where it has like the corkscrew thing going down. There was another one that has the river way up out on a mountain that you gotta work with. That's another one, I can't blank the name on it.
Islands, if you're looking for a challenging map, Islands is a very unique map and very difficult, where instead of having these rivers, it's like one big water area with a bunch of little islands on it, which sounds like it'd be easy, except trying to figure out how to manage to get the water where you need it is a lot harder there, because you can't just like grab it from like where the river's coming through and do stuff. You just have to figure out like how you can capture water and all that. It's actually one of the maps I want to do for like a proper challenge run. Get a bit more going on there. Alright, we got more decorations. Because the beaver statue will also boost a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so that didn't work out as much. If we get it deeper, it should be fine. It also didn't seem to really give me that much more grow space. Like, over here, it gave me a little bit farther, but that didn't really work the way I wanted it. And I'm thinking what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to dynamite that bottom area there. And that should also help, because if I dynamite the bottom area, it'll be a deeper area. So we can go over here. And that'll have to go away. We'll dynamite and have to rebuild it. But first, I think we want to keep saving up to cap off the bad water. So for that, I'm going to need to be able to reach that. So we'll start planning for that whole thing. So I can go here. This game is so much... Like, very genuinely, back in the day, they had the districts. And you can still do districts now, it's just... Why would you? That you could do the districts, and the districts were a way of splitting it up, so when it came to calculating pathing, it was nowhere near... Like, the pathing is a very expensive calculation. It's just one of those things for the game. They would force you to split into districts just to manage things. And it became one of those things that's just a real pain point in the game, that once you got to the point that you had to have multiple districts, it ended up being rough. And then on top of that, with the whole district mechanic, doing something like what I'm trying to do here, like doing a construction out in the distance, you had to like kind of daisy chain districts to get out to that area to then do stuff, versus now I could just run everything over here and then just get the job done. So let them start pathing to be able to shut down that bad water source. Which will create a new problem. And that new problem will be, I usually want the bad water for different things. Now, granted, the primary things I'm using the bad water for is explosives, and I'm using the bad water for treating the sickness caused by bad water. So getting rid of the bad water does make the treatment side less of a problem. But then the explosives, if I want to do a significant amount of them, I'll need a reserve of bad water. Now, if you remember with these apertures, I think you can have it where they extract bad water from the aperture itself, but it's been a while. Okay, we got our more housing, so we're good there. Yeah, because you're 4,000. That's fine. Okay, so we're definitely getting an abundance of wood. I've now got 2 of these engines going, so that's some good news. For the water production, let's keep the same number of pumps going, but let's get them off this river. Now I'm thinking we put the 2 other pumps over here somewhere. All right, so we got happier beavers. We're not getting nearly enough coffee, but that's fine. So yeah, the problem is, where do I put them? Because we don't want to put them way over here. They'll never pass. Oh, you know what we could do? I know where I'm putting them. So we're going to go ahead and go right on over here. So what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to have a ramp down here real quick. And tell them to yoink up these plants. Because then what I could do, we put the water pump right here. Yeah, right there and there. That'll be perfect. Because then what that'll do is that'll make it so I can have some water pumping from this reservoir, some from this reservoir. We can get rid of the two here. We'll put some water storage up in this area as well. And that way, like, as the beavers are running from different sides of the property, they all have access to it. That kind of nonsense. Oh, and you're all still building this. We got the sluices online. So close if the contamination is below 5%. What should happen is this should slowly build up to the point we get this filled up kind of towards the top. I'll get all that sorted. Yeah, we'll see. I might end up wanting to let more of that bad water through. And that's filling up, so that should get good here in a moment. And then once we start letting water through properly here, it'll push away a bunch of that bad water. It just, for the moment now, we're still using all that. And once we start making this less and less, this water level will build up more and more. Okay, so you've already got that sorted. So let's continue getting these platforms set up. And go here. There's the second water pump. We'll probably want to just go right there and there for right now. And we can make those. Oh, we should probably unlock you. Yeah. Get our proper water containers set up. Okay, so your arrows are on that side. Okay, so this one can have its monstrosity of a water container right here. And you'll have to go one to the side. Now these containers are way bigger. So that carries 1,200 water. So the entire water storage I have in the entire rest of the map, one of those containers is more. Okay, and that'll be good because that's a very deep spot here. So that should get that sorted. That's still working there. We want to get some of the big containers over here too. We'll worry about that here in a minute. Actually, I could build one of them right there is what I can do for right now. So we can grab you. And you. Those are too tall. I didn't see which one I grabbed. I wanted the too high. Because, as I mentioned a bunch of times, things will continue to escalate. There's eventually, like, there is a cap in how bad it gets. We're nowhere near that cap. So we will want to have more storage. Turn you to water. Okay, so we are up to 29 happiness. And continuing to gain. If we do get the beaver statue and the clock, we could potentially push things even farther. We also have the ability for more roof spots along the way that'll make them happy. I really should work on the... I really should work on trying to get the the contamination. Like, there's a bunch of things I'd be working on. I shouldn't say, like, just that's the thing I should work on. There's a ton of them. That should be filling up soon.
Got science chugging away. Everyone's got all that. We'll want to go over here to where we're building all this. Set you to water. Set you to water. Yeah, because with that project, they're going to keep working on that. It's just a long run for them. But it is one of those things that you tend to do later in the game, is you tend to take these reservoirs that you build wherever you set, and you'll end up putting all your housing and all that on top of it. Wherever there's flow, you'll put all your mechanical stuff. And so you kind of keep building up and up. The only exception being your farms that you'll tend to keep on the ground. Now, these days, it used to be that the dirt always had to be the lowest layer. Nowadays, that's not true. You can actually build platforms and move the dirt onto the platform, so you can make elevated farms. So these days, you can keep building up and make these giant, like, sheets of farm to cover entire areas with, like, whatever your highest layer is. But it is a game that you can get yourself completely stable and just keep expanding and growing and expanding and growing to see how far you can take it. All right. So we've almost got that built where we'll be able to reach the bad water for when we get that tech. And then we would wait for a drought and build the cap over it during the drought so we don't get a whole bunch of sick beavers. Alright, how are we doing in mechanical power? So we could still need more. One of the ways we could achieve that is shoving another engine there and then moving my forestry down a little bit. Or building a second forestry, put one up here and one down over here. Yes, path needing to go through the middle is kind of a not great thing. Because I do have a bunch of these wheels that if I could move them, that would work. This is probably the one I could make work. Yeah, so if I get rid of this water, I get rid of these two wheels, I can put another one of these right there. And I won't have to do a whole bunch of nonsense. But I'm going to wait till this is built to do that. Just in the off chance we're pushing our limits on the water. I don't think we are. No, we're certainly not, because I got 3 of these over here. So let's go ahead and kill this one. You're gone. And before we tear all that up, let's put those 2 tiles there. That way it can be remove these, build the flooring I need there, get the big engine in here. And that'll be another thing consuming wood. I'm also going to need... Yeah, because you're going to go there, so you'll need to have a path going like that. Because that's how you have to reach it. And if I'm willing to move the place I'm making the planks to down here, maybe, then I'd be able to put another engine there. Alright, so we're at that. How much do I need to get this thing? 4,000? Yeah. Alright, so that's still trucking along. Cool, and I am noticing you are not keeping up with cutting the wood, which is a good problem to have. There's more wood cutting up here. You got the same problem down there. So more cutting wood here. Oh, and these are full. Okay, so we've been just straight up filling our wood supply. Trying to think if I want to put these... Yeah, we can make this work. Stacked up another layer higher. Do I watch anime? I don't watch a whole lot of TV, but I have watched plenty of anime in the past. So it's not that I don't watch it, I just don't watch much in general in the television thing. Between streaming and all that kind of stuff, I don't have a whole lot of time for stuff. Like like that. Now, granted, I do watch the occasional show, but it's not something I either avoid or particularly seek out. There are series I've definitely liked in the past that are anime. Okay, so we've almost got that built up. It's the whole streaming thing when you've got, like, you know, 9 hours or so tied to your day with streaming, which you'd be like, oh, that's about, you know, just a little bit longer than a regular job and you don't have to commute. Right. But it's kind of like teaching, in where you have all those extra things you got to do outside of stream that are a big time sink, all the editing, all that nonsense, that it can be surprisingly time consuming. No good selected. Oh, right. Yeah, so you're for more wood and more wood. Streaming takes a lot of time. Yep. It is just the reality of it. Not complaining. Just the nature of the beast. Let's go ahead and... they put a forestry up here. You'd be able to maintain all that. Get rid of that forestry and put it down here and get this area into it, maybe. Because I already have space up here that's just going to waste. I got the people to spare. Yeah, so we could do... and our beavers are even happier. Love to see it. Detailer. I keep seeing that, and I'm not seeing where that comes from. Oh, detailer. Oh, that's easy. It takes 1,000, so I don't want to spend it right now, but literally it's just getting the extract, which could be a source from bad water and all that, which we'll deal with. That's fine. Yeah, so those aren't getting more cut down because of that. I could literally build a... well, actually, even building another thing for the builders wouldn't help that much, because the big bottleneck on the builders right now is the fact that, you know, until this is built, they can't go to the next tile, and only so many of them can carry stuff over there at a time. So it kind of makes a hard limit on how much people can work on one thing. Alright. Honestly, we do feel that we could probably grow stuff over here. Eventually, I'm going to have to put housing in more areas. Because, like, right now, all of our housing and all that is bunched up in this one spot, which is fine. But that does mean at the end of the day, the beavers working down here are going to run the whole way back over. Which is actually not too terrible. But it is a loss of time. Yeah, and you got to wait till those paths are built. And you're missing materials. So you're all missing planks. We are running into the thing where planks are a hard bottleneck for us right now, which does happen. Because as the run goes on, you end up getting more and more things that need planks. So let's go over here real quick. And say, rip out these 4 trees. And then deconstruct that. And also want to rip out these trees here. Okay. So we can go down here. I'll also need to rip out that tree. Because with this, I can reach almost this whole area. So we can go ahead and chuck some more oak trees down there. And that'll let me put a... you know, put the lumber mill over here. I completely forgot I'm also building stuff up there. It's probably fine. There, so I'll have that all hooked up to everything. Because waiting on the paths, just a lot of waiting on a lot of things. And this is all just straight up wood over here. No planks or anything, just wood wall. Get it done. I'm feeling way overdue for a bad water. It's been a while. And how are we doing on all this stuff? We have all of the food. We've gotten decent quantities. All of this. The only one we're low on is the algae. And that'd be easy enough to add more to that. So let's go ahead and get that going. We got you and algae. I do have storage for algae in here somewhere, right? Yeah, I do. Just making sure. So there'll be more production there. Here, a 2.5 out of the 4 I need to cap this thing off. So I've reached that one. In the meantime, what would it take for me to get to the next one? The next one's right there, so we're actually a pretty good ways to it with this path. Let's start building the path to that one, because I want to cap both of those off. There's the bad tide. Okay, so we've got all that. Okay, and that'll be all connected when we're ready for that. Now, the good news is, with all the changes we made, I don't have to do anything to manage the bad tide now. Now, it is still going to be a thing that this will get heavy contamination, but once it starts getting contaminated enough, that'll start shunting all the polluted water out the side, and then the good water won't... with those dams. Yeah, so what should happen is once it starts shunting, this should start draining water as opposed to going up. So it should just start dumping all the water out the side. I probably need to put the... well... I keep saying I probably should put the dam for overflow out the side here, and I probably should. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, what should happen is once the contamination gets there, this will solve itself. And ultimately what I want to do is, for properly fixing this, we can start getting the process set up here for the bad water in the future, which is to literally, like I had set up way earlier to start doing, just having a path right here that we just dump the polluted water right out the side and off the map. Don't even let it spend any time on the map. I don't need to do a whole lot of fancy stuff with it either. So all that'll have to be dealt with. Give that a bit of height so you can put a bunch of stuff in it. This won't need to be any higher than that, so there's no chance of spillover. Okay, so the biggest thing is going to be getting out here, letting them construct that as well. There's just a billion projects in a billion places. I'm going to go here. That's going to be the tricky spot there, is I got to get down here to cut these trees down. I can just go like this and just say, that forest, get rid of it. It disgusts me. I want it gone. Alright. Yeah, so we can start working and getting that all sorted. And eventually we'd want to make this taller and whatnot. But yeah, so the idea here is to get all the way up here. I do want to put a couple precautions here. So I'd have the sluice on the bottom. And then a bunch of levees here. And Narset sluice up here. I want to go just a little ways over. And have Narset sluice over here. So these sluice would close if the contamination's too low. These sluice would close the contamination's too high. And you get the idea. Obviously, those won't be ready for this one. That's fine. It's just another project to add on to the pile of projects we're doing. Okay, so the bad tide has started. So what we should see happen here is the bad tide will continue to fill into this area. Once it gets near that, all water coming out here will stop. It'll dump out that way. This one we've seen operate before. Pollution keeps going in here. Once it hits a threshold down here where that hits 5%, it starts dumping it all out the side, and that should mitigate that. That's at least the plan on paper. Yeah, so you can see it's already going out the side naturally because we're not putting so much water through here. It's not as dramatic as this one. And ultimately, this would be another one we'd want to do the same thing, where realistically, for the pollution, I'd probably honestly have it just go right here and right here. Bad water dumps out this side, just fills up all this junk. Good water continues around this route, and then I don't have to manage any of this down here at all. But, because then it could dump in here and fill all this in with bad water long term, but it'd dump out that side, and we wouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, so just checking. Pollution's at 0%, so nothing to worry about. Pollution's at 0%, nothing to worry about. Because the water's not moving very fast right now. With all these reservoirs and how much we fill, we're just getting a little trickle out this area. And that's about it. So that's the reasons why this is just overtaking this whole thing with bad waters. They're just not putting much good water into the whole pipeline. And so you're done, ready for capping once we got the research. You are making really good progress for having that ready for capping. Are you just a regular water source, or are you in our bad water source? Okay, so you're just a regular water source. Okay. Alright. So yeah, so this should be contaminated enough. Yeah, so these have closed because the contamination in the water is too high. Water hasn't gotten up to that height, so they're not doing anything. So those ones have all shut down. Meanwhile, this one, the water's gotten contaminated enough that it's just dumping it all out the side. So you'll notice it's not really letting any water up this way, it's kind of pulling it all that way. So it should just continue to go until the contaminated water stops. So in some ways it's like causing an artificial drought. But that's why I need to go over and shunt it farther up, so that I've got a bunch of clean water just in reserve. The good news, bad water is short, so it's like a very short drought. We're not super worried about the rest of it. Okay, we've got that running. We'll need more horsepower, which is fine. And that's waiting on more planks, which is also fine. Nature of the beast in this game. There's always more resources you need. Cool, and we got our first pumps going up here. And then we got that. So that's fine. That means this here also is kind of not needed anymore. I'll leave it here for now.
but ultimately it's going to go away. And you've already pumped up all the bad water I could possibly need. We're getting really close to the 4K I need for capping off the 2 bad water sources whenever we have another drought. Probably bump you to be 5%. Yeah, so at this point, this whole thing's contaminated. So yeah, so now we're basically being subjected to a normal drought just by the nature of all of our reservoirs are kind of not putting out much. Well, actually, this one still is putting out little bits of water here and there as that gets too low. Okay, so I take that back. So this is just bleeding out teeny tiny bits of water as we go, because most of the contamination's all being pulled out this way. So it's not really getting into this area here. Versus this one, you know, because it's got nowhere else to go, this thing is like fully contaminated. But they'll get that walled off, and then we'll be able to process that better. Yeah, this one will say 0.75 if it gets up that high. Cool. So we got another one of the really giant water containers. And then we're building one over here. Otherwise, things are just continuing to plug away. We're getting that wrapped up. Getting all that stuff constructed. That's waiting on planks, I'm sure, because everything is. I gotta build this. Do you need planks for that thing? No, you just need an obnoxious amount of metal. Like a seriously obnoxious amount of metal. Like more metal than I have amounts of metal. That's okay. We can just let it continue to truck away at it. We also need a lot more gears. So that's gonna be one of those ones that I might end up having to do like multiple shifts on the thing to get it built. We're right about to unlock that, and then I'll probably work on some decorations and all that to deal with morale things. Keep building that up. Because Jackie apparently lost your stream streak. So if you go back to the VOD that you missed, you might be able to recover your stream streak. Because that is a thing they do now, if I'm not mistaken. But you gotta know which stream you missed and all that stuff. But thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I do really hope you have been enjoying the stream. I mean, regardless, if it's gone, like, that's the whole thing. Maybe build it from the cliffside so you can build even during bad water. Build it from the cliffside. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. So get rid of those 2. We can build a path here. We can build the stairs there. And now give access to it without having to be fully exposed. I think you can get at it from above. If you can, great. If not, I mean, if not, if a few beavers need to sacrifice them for the cause, that is a sacrifice I am willing to make for the greater of beaver kind. Oh, we're gonna lose all these oak trees. Oh, no, we're not. No, the pollution's not reaching any more than those ones. And they'll be fine with the dehydration. We'll get the water back before they actually drop off. Okay. Yeah, so I'll get that so we can cap off that. If nothing else, that thing's already full. Cool. And we're right about to hit 4K research to start trying to cap those things off. Which then they'll just become barren. It'll just be another project to work on, which is fine. Yeah, we're getting to that home stretch over here where this reservoir will fill up even more. You can do somewhere for beaver kind. Gotta respect beaver kind. And unlocked. Mash that on there. And there. Yeah, so you can open or close it if needed. Those aren't going to get done right away. They're going to take time. A lot of time. Because I'm going to need a lot of smelting happening. And that's probably going to be even more horsepower. So let's get that added as a priority. Because as I mentioned before, I'm going to be yanking these up, which is going to break our throughput of power for a little while. Okay, so with that, we need to clear this area. Clear the 2 water wheels, since the water wheels aren't water wheeling so much anymore. Get this all built. So we'll set that to be a higher priority. And then go to our mechanical power. And build ourselves another engine. Make that a higher priority. So that way we can get all this set up to get even more horsepower going constantly, because right now, neither side is producing enough horsepower. We want to get all that done. Because that'll be the higher priority than just, you know, continuing to block this off. It's also going to require primarily planks to do it anyways. Okay, so these are starting to dry out, which is a problem. But that's because the contamination is at 53%. It is slowly going down, but as long as it's just dumping water out the back, that's going to be a problem. And these are dumping water straight out that way. So that'll be fine. And then once this fills up, it'll be the same thing. Just gonna take time to clear that pollution. Which again is why we want to fix it way back here so this whole reservoir doesn't get pollution in it to start, but that's gonna just be another thing that takes time. Wait, wasn't there a ramp here? I was sworn there's a ramp here. It's fine. Got more planks for that to be built. Alright, so now they're actually getting the engine online, which will be good. That'll be up and running here in just a minute. And then the whole thing will be back in one power grid. And as soon as they get some wood in there, that'll be another 400. So we're getting closer to the actual capacity of what we need. So then what we could do is I've already got the planks going here, so I could rip all this out, potentially shove another engine in there. This one's not as much of a priority. Thank you here, mechanical power. Then we go here. More planks. Did I ever get the coffee making thing going? I suddenly realized, no, we had to have, because people are drinking coffee. Oh, yeah, it's a smaller building. That's right. I don't remember where... Yeah, it's this thing right here that's making the coffee. That's fine. Okay, and once this fills up, enough will be good. So the contamination is very low. We have a little bit higher contamination over here, but it's almost the point of opening up and dumping water down here. Meanwhile, for all this stuff, the contamination is still exceedingly high. Because it's stuck in this little pipeline here. Which again should improve as the as this continues to drain out this way. And once we wall this off, the water builds up. It should dilute it until it's at an acceptable level. Yeah, getting lots of water stored. Okay, so it's actually looking like I very genuinely need more water production. Because I'm noticing that count seems to be going... Well, no, the reason it's going down is all these are probably blocked up because it's all covered in polluted water, bad water. So can't really fit a third pump in here without finagling it. Which will end up happening. And that's fine. Alright. We're getting one of those built, so that's good news. And you're waiting for materials that are waiting on lots of things. Which it's fine, we're still producing the materials and struggling to keep up. Yeah, so you can see where the pathing is getting very glitchy on these things. But they're almost done. And then that'll be that sorted. And then this whole thing can fill up another tile. Okay, you're down to 31%. Okay, so contamination's low enough that this is now starting to fill water in here. So at least all these crops down here aren't going to die. Okay, and for dealing with this side, if I want to try and mitigate the bad water getting in here, that'd be probably going way up here somewhere. I mentioned it before. It'd probably be going up to like this area, putting one set of sluices of fresh water that way, and then the bad water on this side. I definitely am down to do that, but that is a heckin' path to get out there. Like that is not a trivial jog. So probably just get over here, put the one wall there, put the sluice here. This would all get dumped pollution into and then out the side of the map, and that's fine. But at this stage, I might as well let that get finished first. And you're waiting on planks still, that's fair. Okay. And probably for this one as well, I was deprioritizing it. Or not deprioritizing, not prioritizing it higher. Let's get that going, because that'll get that second plank place going. And planks are what we're hurting on. Meanwhile, with our research, I mentioned I was going to start getting some of these other things that make them happy. So let's get the beaver statue. You can put the beaver statue there. And honestly, we can probably go here. That's the main route in and out, so let's remove that spot. And I can put another beaver statue over here. Right in that spot. We'll prioritize that so I rip it out real quick. Then go ahead and put a beaver statue over here to boost moods. It'd be nice if I could shove one up here somewhere, but this place is getting pretty cramped, honestly. Oh, no, actually, I could put one here. Now I cover the two main thoroughfares there. Okay, so I got the statues there. The wood fence don't really matter. The bell's worth making.
I'll just put it there. And then last, you have the clock for 600. Which will boost all that stuff as well. Oh, you've not been built yet. I mean, it's okay so far, because we haven't needed it yet, but we will end up needing that. Alright. And so we're burning through all of our gears. We're burning through our metal. But where are they all going? Did you actually reach this one first? Is that what happened here? No. So we're at 31 wellness because of those new statues. Oh, the gears are probably going for those, the really big vats here we were using the gears, weren't they? And other things. It's fine. We'll just keep letting them build. They'll get them there. And not one of those is completed. And that's just more wood storage, so we can have more of a buffer. Yeah, so you don't have a whole lot of water stored over there. You're getting there. All these ones in the middle aren't really getting much. There's never enough wood industry in this game. Oh yeah, no, it's like, very genuinely, the amount of wood production I've got set up here is pretty absurd. Hydrogen pollution, 18%, so we're getting there. Alright, you're just 2 tiles away from having that plugged up, and then this whole thing going up a whole extra tile. And that'll save them running that whole thing. Yeah, no, it's one of the reasons, like, having wood, there's no amount of wood there, like, oh man, I've got too much. It's like, nah, it's fine. Might be more than you need right this second, but you'll definitely need it. Alright, so we got the pathing all there, so that's fine. You're good all here. Everything's waiting on planks. It's the fact that all of our gears are going away. There's something I'm making that is using up a bunch of gears, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Alright. You're going to use up some gears, which is fine. Oh, it's probably just very trivial gear use that's happening, but because of the lack of planks, we're not getting more gears, because I want to say, yeah, the gears come from planks. Yeah, so once that's built, we'll have 2 things making planks, so that should help out. What else would be the next thing for here? Yeah, so next would be the clock. If I had more planks, I'd build more ceilings, because then the ceilings also give a decorative bonus. That'll help with our morale. Because if we can get this morale to be a bit higher, would be good. It looks like we could actually use another place for a campfire, another place for wet fur. Which shouldn't be too hard to get places for that once the reservoirs are in better shape. As far as the campfire, I have just the one campfire up there. It honestly could be as easy as just plunking down another campfire over here. And another campfire over here. So that way we've got them spread out across the map so they're easier to get to. There's also the rooftop terrace thing. More than likely I'll need to put that somewhere, which probably just look for another... I mean, honestly, I don't have any buildings over here that they can use, but we'll get that sorted. So that'll help with the campfires. The wet fur... Honestly, I don't even need that much. So for the wet fur, I would need the thing here. Let's see. Got the dual shower. It can be a maximum depth of 6. Okay. The maximum depth of 6, you should be able to put a couple places for the wet fur pretty easy. So I can go here, eliminate that bush. I can put one right there. For up here where all they're at, I'm honestly surprised I didn't have a spare tile that's already oriented to do that. We can go here, And entertainment. Wet fur. Now let's go here and get the brush thing. We can go over here somewhere. There's the brush thing. And then you're gonna get that out of here real quick. I can do the thing for wet fur over there. Okay, so that'll give us a couple more places to get those wellness things. Yeah, so we have the roofs we would still need and the clock we would still need for that. We got all our special monuments and all that. The detailer is one we can probably unlock in not too long. But let's get that clock next. Because at least the stuff with the clock, once I build it, it's done. Versus a lot of the other stuff I need to keep filling it up with mechanical force and all these kinds of things. And I'd rather not have to have the maintenance when I can get something that's nice and quick and easy first. Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to produce more water. Wish I'd kind of left myself more room here. That wouldn't be the worst. So if I put it here... it'd kind of be a self-regulating thing, that once the water gets a little bit more shallow, that would kind of automatically cancel because it would no longer be able to reach the water. We have plenty of the water storage over here, they just need time to work. Yeah, I think a big amount of these is it's genuinely, we just need stuff here. Consider optimizing your paths by splitting the district into smaller ones. Nah, I'm not going to do that. Oh right, never did connect this path because of other stuff. Look at that forestry up. Because, like, the moment you split into our district, I need housing and food and to move stuff in between the districts. You'll eventually need to do that. Because, like, what I'll end up doing is end up getting food over here to, like, handle the housing and all that. We can worry about that when we get there. The good news is they're getting all of this built. That's just waiting for someone to actually construct it. But they are getting the levees for our bad water routing. That is a weirdly, ominously red screen. And then that's back to blue. You are getting alarmingly full. You are definitely looking like you are on the cusp of overflowing. And that's because we still have a little bit of bad water here. Hey, let's go ahead and just slam you open real fast and let some water out. Because you're getting dangerously high. Okay. So let's let that process for a little longer. Okay, so we do still have a flaw with this design, which is handling overflow. And it very well could be that I just put like one dam like in the corner or whatever that just trickles off the water. What should happen is the moment that this dips to 5% contamination, it should just dump the water out here. And then we should have more water than I know what to do with handling all that. And then with all these sluices and all that functional now, I think that will help mitigate the worst of the contaminated water buildup. Not to mention once we go back here and route it way back here, because then all this becomes redundant. And we're up to 32 well-being. You're making good progress here. How's this going?
Okay, so you are starting on the frame here, which is unfortunately going to take forever. I will tell it to make a slightly higher priority on that. Alright, so we got bad water approaching, bad tide, whatever it is. Which is unfortunate because this still hasn't kicked in because the contamination's too high here. And again. Auto-selected. I'm going to dump a bunch more water out of here. Because you can see where it's drawing, like, how much water this is able to dump out the side of it. You can physically see the water moving across there. Well, that's an interesting thing I hadn't noticed. By manually closing, if I switch between that, not automated anymore at all. I'm really kind of worried I scuffed some of these. That's fine. Alright. It's at 7% contamination. It's getting to the point where it'll get resolved. Now, one nice thing is once this starts going over here and the contamination goes there, it should keep drawing it over that way, so we shouldn't have much flow going this way. But that'll be one we gotta deal with, because normally you definitely want to get that contaminated water out before it hits your reservoir, because in a lot of ways it's effectively just making it a drought, but with extra steps. Okay, so that's all done, that's all done. You've got the path. It just had that one last spot, and then that'll be all built. This, we've got that all built. Right, let's dump some more out. Yeah, it says there's no water flow over here. So just holding all that water in. Really letting it turn, like, really letting it pull a bunch of water away real quick. Alright, so basically dropped it a full block. Yeah, so it's still hovering at like 6-7%, unfortunately. Because like I said, there's just no water flow. Even drawing that water out of here, most of it's coming from upstream and not really pulling from this area. We do have our pumps going, and we're about to get another one. That will draw some. But at this spot right here, that's the problem. And like 7%'s probably fine. Yeah, these are all dying, so let's just pop it open for a second, then set it to auto again. Try and spare some of these. Okay. It's also another thing that another way I could do is I could chamber it, put like a wall here, have a set of sluice here, so that this will never get contaminated and all that, but we've already got projects, they're already queued up, we just gotta let them run. It's the same thing as all these games, RimWorld, Oxygen not included, all of them, where you can just keep queuing and queuing and queuing until your problem gets worse and worse and worse by just too many things and not enough people to get them properly processed. Is there a path missing or something here? No, because they wouldn't get that far. Yeah, so they're getting good progress on closing that thing up.
What I'm going to try to do is get ahead of this thing. I'm going to draw the water this way. So it'll want to naturally come this way till we start getting enough of the contaminated water. Yeah, so there we go. So the contamination is now high enough. So it should keep shooting up and down again and again. That it pulls it that way. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to help. I mean, right now, this is holding at that same contamination level. Because where we don't have much water flow, it's going kind of in both situations. Yeah, so we're having this kick on and off as it's bleeding off that water. It's contaminated. So it should keep drawing that contaminated water mostly over there in that direction. And as we get more and more and more, those sluices will kick on. Oh, you finally hit to the point it was able to turn on the water here. Perfect for drawing some of that polluted water in. Just what we wanted. We didn't want that. It is what it is. And meanwhile, I have all the polluted water going in here. But once it gets up there, it'll go out the side. For right now, don't worry about that. Keep working your thing here. Yeah, they're going to keep building that, and they'll do that ramp blast. That's good, because I don't want them going down in that. Yeah, so now it's just going full tilt to try and get all that polluted water out. So very little of it should get over here. Yeah, it's not really climbing percents here. It's just kind of going in and being drawn that way. Okay. And this will be doing a trickle of water down here to keep that all happy. And this still hasn't... There it goes. I was about to say, like, this still hasn't even kicked in. With how big that reservoir is, it just takes that long for it to get contaminated. But same thing is they'll start dumping the water out the side. Okay, and our water's going up. Our wood is in great shape. We are in good shape with planks now, but we're not in good shape with gears. The gear building, which way are you shaped? We could potentially go over here and cut down more trees to get my place to put a gear place right there. I'm getting a little worried that that'll start obstructing these from being able to cut the trees down there. Which I guess isn't an immediate concern because we have plenty of wood. Yeah, it's probably fine. So let's go over here. Rip up these trees. I'll go out of my way to make them a priority or anything. That thing's getting solid progress. It's got all its explosives. It's about halfway up on its metal. Not quite halfway on the gears. This is all getting built and slowly contained. Alright, what can we do to continue to improve stuff? So we still have the wet fur. That's because all the gross stuff going on. We could use more rooftop terrace. More roofs in general. Oh, right. Game's hanging. There we go. I can build the clock. We'll put one here. Man, there's just no space that I haven't already got filled up with junk. And we can go there and there. With that said, chat, what I'm going to end up doing, I probably have waited too long, but let me go ahead and save real fast, because this is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night. So thank you so much for tuning in and everything. I do hope you've all enjoyed Timberborn. If you have enjoyed the content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there on YouTube. But with that said, I'm going to put up my ending stream screen. That way we can go ahead and find someone else to drop